Another reason to search even harder and even with more determination, Jonathan.
Alessio Vinci in New York, thanks very much. It's a story in a way of a superhuman effort, but there are so many stories of missing phone calls, of concerns and fears. It is raining now once again in New York. The work just gets harder and harder, and the people who are watching these images along with us have one more worry, one more concern. The rescue work will likely only be slowed and made rather even more difficult. CNN's Larry King spoke with some of those who've been affected by these events.
I actually spoke to Mark the day before the incident. I did not hear from him the morning of the tragedy. I found that out when I called my daughter-in-law just casually, and she was screaming, and she said a friend just told her that something went into the World Trade Center right near Mark's office. And I started to cry, and I turned on the TV, and I just couldn't imagine such a tragedy happening. And when I saw where it hit and I knew where his office was located, immediately I just lost it. And I really didn't sleep. And then the next day we've been in the city, and we've been in the city today, checking lists, going from place to place, just doing whatever we can to find out if anyone knows of his whereabouts or who spoke to him in his last moments, and even just to meet somebody, to speak to anyone who's going through the same experience as we are in that knew Mark in Cantor Fitzgerald.
He called me at 9 o'clock and told me that the building next door to him just exploded, and it was on, and I said, what do you mean exploded? And he said, flames are coming out, people are on the roof, I gotta go. And he hung up, and that was the last I heard from him.
He said, Shelley, I think the building just got hit by a plane or a bomb or something like that, and I have to get out of here. I have to leave as soon as I can.
Those stories are told time and time again, and New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani, well, he said it plainly yesterday, nearly 5,000 people are unaccounted for. Each with loved ones, and families are going to national armories now with dental records and photographs, homemade flyers. CNN's Maria Hinojosa has a look at their stories.
Just 7 weeks ago, Ann McGovern posed with her new grandson minutes after he was born.
I've never seen her look so happy as when he was born. She was there. She was so excited.
But now her daughter Terry wants that smiling picture on television. Her mother worked on one of the top floors of the World Trade Center. Her daughter wonders if anyone has seen her alive.
We were interviewed by police detectives, and we had filled out a questionnaire, and it was really like, what jewelry would she have been wearing? Do you know what she had on? Did she have any identifying body marks?
Her sister Liz worked in the World Financial Center across the street, but managed to escape. She was supposed to meet her mother that day for lunch.
I was just about to call her, and I can't believe it. I don't think it's set in yet. I just feel so like powerless, and I wish I could have done something.
That same awful feeling consumed an emergency center on Lexington Avenue, where authorities are compiling a list of the missing. It's become a place of public grieving and a place to hope for miracles.
He was on 104th floor, Cantor Fitzgerald. We've gone to hospitals. We've called every hotline. They don't know where we can't find him. He's not on any list. So.
Hope is the word, the emotion that keeps these people going. But that hope hits hard against the reality that thousands of body bags have already arrived into New York City.
Triage centers remain relatively quiet. The one at Stuyvesant
At a center for Mexican immigrants, 15 friends are confirmed dead so far. Radios are kept on in hopes there'll be word of hundreds of others, immigrants from Mexico who labored in the Twin Towers, hoping to make a better life.
In my heart, I feel that I'm crying.
But there is not much concrete news for these people today, just fears for the worst.
My mother was so excited that my son was born. She was there at the birth 7 weeks ago, and he's not going to know her.
And so there's resignation. Maria Hinojosa, CNN, New York.
All through the last few hours and days, we've had live pictures from the Pentagon of the important recovery work that's going on there. Right now, some very important work. Oddly enough, though, no pictures. There's bad weather moving into the area, and our live images are not available. But we can tell you about the news that they have found in the rubble there, the black boxes of the jet that crashed on Tuesday. CNN's Bob Franken joins us now with more. Bob?
Jonathan, the Pentagon is going to be putting out an announcement about that shortly. The sources say that they'll be announcing that about 4 o'clock this morning, which was just a little over 2 hours ago, the boxes were located. They are flight data and voice recorders that were on the American Airlines 757, which was crashed into the building on Tuesday morning. The search for the boxes, the ones that can have such important information, the search was hampered by the fact that there was such a clutter of rubble, as you can imagine, after the huge plane crashed into the Pentagon. We've seen time and time again the gash, the concerns about a collapse, the difficulties in searching, all of that type of thing. But there had been telltale things. We had been told by officials that they had been briefed and told that on Wednesday and Thursday, the identifying pings, as they're called, had been heard by searchers, but they just were not able to get to the area where they felt they were located. They were able to do that at 4 o'clock this morning. Meanwhile, they continue to go through the rubble. They're trying to make sure that every bit of it is in a position where it will not collapse. There was a small fire that re-erupted overnight, very small fire, about 10:30 last night. It was quickly put out. One of the problems they have is that there are still glowing embers. Right now, there shouldn't be too much of a problem with what we're seeing here. That was what occurred last night. There shouldn't be much of a problem now, John, because as you reported, it is raining, so that should not be the problem. Meanwhile, the search goes on for casualties. The Pentagon officials are now estimating that there could be 190 who were killed in this. That would include the 64 people who were on that American Airlines plane. In addition to which, there's planning that's going on here. Probably the most notable thing we should mention is that a Pentagon source tells CNN that there are plans to call up as many as 50,000 reservists around the country to supplement the military planning and action and protection that is going on in the wake of the attacks on the World Trade Centers and, of course, here at the Pentagon. And one other thing, the National Day of Prayer will include services here at the Pentagon this morning, services that are very close to home, of course, because of the attack on this building. Jonathan?
Bob, a question for you. There are ships at sea on both coasts of the United States, and now this call for reservists or consideration of this call. How real is this? How symbolic? How much saber rattling is going on? Or is the Pentagon really preparing for something?
Well, it's very, very few people who suggest that this is saber rattling. There's almost a belief in the United States that there is a necessity, at the very least, to retaliate for these attacks, these catastrophic attacks in the United States. And there are many people saying that this is really going to be a longer range matter than that there is a military reality now that the United States for the foreseeable future is going to have to be on what amounts to a war footing.
Bob Franken at the Pentagon. Thanks very much. Carol.
Jonathan, the search for suspects now is spanning the globe this morning, from the Philippines to a cruise ship, a Carnival cruise ship off the coast of Florida, where early this morning at 3 a.m. Eastern Time here in the United States, the Coast Guard boarded the ship and took into custody and is detaining 2 people whom authorities say have a, and this is a quote, history of hijacking. They did not elaborate any further, nor do we yet have any direct link between this action on this cruise ship and the terrorist attacks on Tuesday. But they are being detained and they will be handed over to the FBI. As soon as we know more about these 2 passengers, we will let you know, of course. Of course, the FBI is focusing as well their search in the state of Florida, where they are investigating a flight school where instructors are now horrified to learn they may have trained 2 suicide pilots. CNN's John Zarella spoke to him.
Unfortunately, sadly enough,
Henry George feels pain, extreme frustration, and great regret.
I don't want to believe that what I did made him successful.
Last December 29th and 30th at his Opelika Flight Training School, George gave 2 Middle Eastern men some basic lessons in a simulator on how to fly a jet aircraft. The 2 men were Mohammed Atta and Marwan al-Shari. The FBI is now combing through apartments in South Florida, checking cars and mailboxes, all linked to Mohammed Atta. Law enforcement sources say Atta is a suspect in the attack, perhaps a pilot of one of the doomed jets. He was listed on the manifest of American Airlines Flight 11 from Boston. Marwan al-Shari, according to German authorities, was also aboard one of the hijacked planes. The story Ada and Al-Shari gave their flight instructor was this.
They were on their way home, and they wanted the exposure to jet flying, or an introduction to jet flying, because they were hoping to get a job with their airline in their country.
George says they mentioned Egypt a couple of times, but generally during the 2 days, they didn't have much to say. No small talk.
They were low-key individuals, maybe even call them shy. There wasn't, they were not outspoken, opinionated type people.
In all, George says he spent 8 hours with the two men. They reserved their lessons with a credit card but paid in cash, $1,500. George says he wishes something about them had been suspicious.
He was using his own name. They provide you with credit card numbers. There was nothing that you would make you suspect that this individual was anything but above board.
George says they were just a couple of student pilots, and there was nothing special about their abilities.
What I can recollect from my memory is that we mostly did turns and a couple of approaches. I don't think we did any more than that.
What they didn't do, George says, was practice how to land. John Zarella, CNN, Miami.
New York City is returning to normal, if normal is having the military patrol the streets and the skies. Streets are being reopened, though. Most schools are in session, and even Broadway shows are turning on the lights again. But in the financial district, where the debris and the shock are deepest, stock exchanges will wait a bit longer before opening again. Alan Chernoff has that part of the story.
Pointing out that the rescue effort is far more important than trading stocks, exchange and government officials decided to wait until after the weekend to reopen.
The right thing to do for America, and certainly for those who are in the middle of this great tragedy that's been so heinously foisted upon us, is to resume trading 9:30 Monday morning.
A secondary consideration, telecommunications capacity. Immediately north of the World Trade Center site, the large dark building on the left here is a telecom switching station through which 20% of the exchange's data normally flows. It is now out of commission. The local phone company Verizon is working furiously to rebuild that capacity, and the exchanges plan to test their systems on Saturday.
We'll be testing the systems as best we can. Obviously, we want to know what we need to know in order to open the markets at 9:30 on Monday morning.
A very different kind of rebuilding involves investor confidence. Securities and Exchange Commission Chair Harvey Pitt is trying to calm investors.
This is not an economic problem, it's a physical catastrophe. People are responding to a physical tragedy. That should not in any way, shape, or form cause anyone to believe that there will be something sinister like a Black Monday resulting from the opening of trading.
Exchange officials say no matter what the Dow and NASDAQ composite do when the markets reopen, they'll be prepared to handle the trading. Alan Chernoff, CNN Financial News, New York.
Even for the business community, it's not just about money, it is about heart, and it is about coming to help and joining a world of people who are contributing and contributing to charity, the business community, and what it's doing. CNN's Susan Lisovich reports.
New York's financial district remains shut down, but they are already back in business on this ping pong table 2 miles north. Employees of the consulting firm Casina can't get to their lower Manhattan offices because the area is sealed off, but they're working in a makeshift office donated by a local business.
Obviously, finding space is amazing. 2 days later, we have a new phone number and some space to get back and continue doing what we need to do.
The Silicon Alley Reporter is offering 14,000 square feet of prime midtown office space free to businesses left homeless by Tuesday's terrorist attack. Another firm, Bluefly.com, is donating 9,000 square feet of space.
Domino's Pizza offered to send pizzas up for the new tenants, and we've had people who have volunteered engineering services and computer services and furniture rentals. So it's been pretty surprising, and we're obviously grateful for the response that's followed on from this.
We can give you any amount of voicemail.
Okay. Oh, really?
Yeah.
The CEO of the Silicon Alley Reporter says it is the right thing to do.
We have to realize that one of the reasons that people did this was to screw up our economy. It wasn't just to psychologically scar us, to kill people. They want to shut down the economy. And these companies, mid-sized companies, small-sized companies, are the bulk of our economy. And they're going to go out of business. People are going to lose their jobs.
For those helping out in this time of crisis, it is goodwill and good business. Susan Lasovich, CNN Financial News, New York.
Well, there has been a development in the investigation of the terrorist attacks. The flight data and voice recorders, the so-called black boxes, have been recovered from the hijacked jet that hit the Pentagon. We're also going to check other developments in this story as well.
Around the world today, people pause to remember the victims of these attacks. And the Coast Guard took 2 people described as having a history of hijacking off a Carnival Cruise Line ship. That just about 3.5 hours ago.
And in the nation's capital, Congress and the White House agreed on a $40 billion emergency aid package for New York and the Pentagon. That is twice the amount of money that President Bush had requested.
In the coming days and weeks, much focus will be on Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld. He's already requesting presidential authority to call up active duty reserves. Rumsfeld gave his reasons on CNN's Larry King Live.
I don't think of it as retaliation. I don't think of it as punishment. I think of it as self-defense. The United States of America has every right to defend itself. And that is what it is about. It is consciously saying that countries and entities and people who actively oppose the United States and damage our interests by acts of violence, acts of war, are our enemies. And they are people and organizations and entities and states that we have every right to defend ourselves against.
You can watch Larry King Live tonight at 9 Eastern here on CNN. As the investigation broadens, it extends further from U.S. shores. Police activity related to the terrorist attacks in New York and Washington has been reported in Europe and Asia. Paul Beaver is a defense analyst specializing in Middle East terrorism. He runs his own firm called ABA Westminster. He was formerly with Jane's Defense Weekly, but he has brought his perspective to our coverage on many issues. He joins us now from London. There is an enormous force mobilizing on behalf of the United States. NATO has pledged its support. U.S. ships are at sea and the reserves are being considered. An enormous force. Is it the right force, and what to do with it after these attacks on Tuesday?
Well, I think you're right. There is a huge mobilization of military hardware around the world, intelligence sources and resources as well. But this isn't just an attack on the United States, you know. I think those of us in Europe here believe this is an attack on the whole Western way of life. The fact that there were British people, German people, French people in the Twin Towers at the time, the fact that we have daily contact with New York and Washington, D.C. makes it our battle as well. I think that the first thing that has to be done, of course, is to show to the American people a resilience and to show the rest of the world that America isn't going to stand by. That is being done. Now America has a number of military options. The most important of those, of course, is to get the alliance behind it. By going to Article 5 of the Washington Treaty of 1949, there are now 18 nations standing together against terrorism and to try and do something in self-defense about what happened. And other countries are going to join in as well. So it doesn't really matter at the moment what military hardware is there, because we've got enough military hardware. What we've got to work out is who actually did it, where they are, and how best to deal with them and all the other terrorist groups in the world.
How best to deal with them? That's the question. There are enormous forces that you've talked about of a 20th century kind, the kinds of conventional armies that fight on the battlefield, that fight in the sky, that fight on the water. But they're taking on a very particular foe. If indeed it is a small group of terrorists who have carried out these acts with some kind of state support, they're essentially going after private citizens operating out of different territories across the world, perhaps under different governments. Is that the kind of enemy that the West is prepared to face effectively?
We've had a real problem, I think, in the West, that we were prepared and being prepared to fight since the end of the Cold War, what we call modern warfare. In other words, the high technology, 15,000 feet, no ground troops, no body bags, precision-guided weapons. And that's what happened in Kosovo, and we won. This is not that. The enemies of Western civilization are fighting what they call and what we would, I think, describe as total warfare, using every means at their disposal. We have got to get away from this high technology point of view. We have, rather like the CIA and the FBI, have been mesmerized by technology and by satellites and eavesdropping on telephone conversations. We've got to stop this. If we're going to fight these terrorists, we've got to use human intelligence, we've got to use human resources. This is hand-to-hand fighting, if you like, in the modern age. We have got to be prepared to meet their total war with our total war. It's going to mean a few of our civil liberties may disappear and a few of our freedoms temporarily will go, but we have to be prepared, I think, to take the war to the terrorists, and we have to get the international community behind us, and we have to do it with the rule of law. This isn't going to be discriminate launching of cruise missiles against caves in Afghanistan. This has got to be done properly.
A decade ago, a man named George Bush, who was President of the United States at the time, led an international coalition in a war in the Middle East. It ended up with the extraordinary success and the liberation of Kuwait. Are there any lessons for George W. Bush to learn from George Bush Sr.?
Yes, I think there are a number of lessons that your president can learn from his father. The first is to get going quickly. It did take George Bush a little while to get underway. I seem to remember Margaret Thatcher, famous words that were caught by a tape recorder, "Come on, George, we've got to do something." Now, exactly right, we have got to do something about it. Now, President George W. Bush is a very intelligent man. He has very good advisors. He will know exactly what
Paul Beaver, I'm sorry to interrupt you. We're going live to the Pentagon now, where we're hearing a briefing. Let's listen in.
I don't think it was any surprise where they were found. They were found right where the plane came into the building, right where the data recorder and the voice recorder should have been. They were right at the crash scene.
And deep into the building or shallow? I mean, give us a sense of exactly where.
I don't know where they were on the airplane, but they probably were very, very close to that particular part if you look at what an airplane image might be inside the building. They were found, they were pretty much knew where they were by virtue of where the aircraft came in.
Were they found in the same location where you were getting a signal from since yesterday?
We were not ever getting a signal from the black boxes yesterday. That was an erroneous report.
Mr. Bridges, how significant is this to all the fire and recovery crews that are operating on this? Is this a big deal to them?
Well, I think it's just another measure of success. It's another step forward as opposed to stasis. It's a significant development, and it's, you know, we're moving ahead.
And how difficult was it to actually get the black boxes out? What was the surrounding debris like around it?
Well, all I can tell you about that is that particular part of the building is extremely fragile. It's unstable. We've been spending quite a bit of time trying to shore up that area. The columns down on the bottom floors are basically gone, and they've been trying to shore it up with wooden beams. It is dangerous working in there, but we are trying to maximize the safety of those personnel in the building when they are working on this stuff.
Did the person who tell you on the remains and how that's going, what kind of numbers you're looking at as far as bodies pulled out, and is that ongoing at this hour?
I'm not going to get into numbers. I'm going to leave that to the Pentagon. I mean, those are their people, and I think they'd like that responsibility. We have, however, continued the search and rescue operations, search and recovery operations through the night. We were actually conducting the search and recovery operations when the spot fire flared up last night. We suspended those, but they were back working in the building about a half an hour after the fire was contained once again.
I can follow up about that fire. Are there more concerns about flare-ups, or what's the situation with the hotspots?
Yes, if you recall when I think Chief Plogger was down here before, we've declared the fire under control. That does not mean that it's out. There are still spot fires that have sprung up. The one last night was the most visible one. We expect that there will be more. It is not unusual in this circumstance, especially when we're not removing the rubble.
How much of a factor did the weather be today, Mr. Bridges, the wind and rain?
Actually, I was thinking about that on the way in. I really don't know. The fire is really out. I'm not sure that any moisture is going to get into the bowels of the building. So, I mean, where the roof is still intact, the rain isn't going to help us.
The wind and the shoring up, though?
We'll have to see.
Did the person who told you that the boxes could be damaged but could still yield information give you any kind of idea about when we might find some information or find out how much they might yield?
Well, I think that's probably going to come from the FBI and the NTSB. I mean, the boxes are now in federal hands and part of the federal investigation. Arlington County does no longer have a role in that.
Were the black boxes, though, were they removed immediately from the FBI and taken from this location to the NTSB right across the river? I mean, is it possible that the sophisticated equipment they have over there is already being used to try to analyze this?
I'm not going to speculate. I frankly don't know.
And we don't know what sort of boxes they were, whether they were analog or digital. Do we know? Do you know that?
There was a voice recorder and there was a data recorder.
They were removed from the scene already?
Well, they've been removed from the crash scene. I do not know where precisely they are, other than the fact that they are in the federal authorities' hands and they are now part of a federal investigation.
Is this the first of the 4 crash sites where they have managed to recover both the flight data recorder and the cockpit voice recorder?
I believe that is the case, but I'm here for this particular site.
Thank you. What time were the boxes found again?
3:40 a.m.
Thanks for your time.
Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back at 10 a.m., somewhere between 10 a.m. and 11 a.m. for our regular update. Yes.
And so a little less than 3 hours ago to the minute, the black boxes were found in the darkness and rubble at the Pentagon. We were just hearing from a spokesman for Arlington County who said they are damaged but may still yield useful information. We don't know what's in them. He didn't, in fact, know exactly where they are right now, except to say that they're in the hands of federal authorities who will be examining them, I would imagine, in haste. One more note, there was a fire that burned briefly overnight. We had been told that the fire was out at the Pentagon. Some contradictory information there, both a remark that the fire is out and then a remark that the fire is under control but not entirely out, that there are still hot spots in the damaged portion of the building that represent a real threat to the people who are working there, but the recovery work continues. Bob Franken has been watching all of this unfold and he joins us now. Bob?
And some other contradictory information, Jonathan. Officials had said that they were briefed yesterday and told that there had been some of the pings coming from those boxes that had been detected for a couple of days previous. Some people were denying that, but we were told by Pentagon sources today that, in fact, there had been some telltale pings, and it was just a matter of trying to locate them and, more importantly, trying to get through all the rubble and getting to the area where they might be found. And as we heard, they were found shortly before 4 a.m. today, about 3:40 as we heard. Now there's an interesting dynamic that goes on here. Here at the Pentagon you get the federal perspective, the military perspective. Out about a mile away where that news conference was held, that is where the local officials who have been so important to this recovery effort, that is where they have their briefings and their announcements. And sometimes there's a race to get this material out from one perspective or the other. But in any case, the location of the boxes, we are told that they are now in the hands of the National Transportation Safety Board in Washington, which is doing what it has done so many times in the past, analyzing the data, giving a listen to the one box that has the voice data, the voice material on it. We, of course, have a little bit of a preview of what might be found. Barbara Olson, who is a commentator, was a commentator, and the wife of the U.S. Solicitor General, had called her husband as the plane was being diverted and had said that, in fact, hijackers had taken over the control of the plane. She talked to Ted Olson, her husband, before the plane actually crashed into this building. But now the all-important data boxes have been recovered. They're in the hands of the National Transportation Board under, of course, the control of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. It is an important step potentially into the investigation into what exactly happened on that American Airlines flight. Jonathan?
Bob Franken at the Pentagon, where they have 2 jobs on this day, assuring the nation's defense and also still getting to the bottom of what is a mysterious attack after all. Carol?
And a very meticulous investigation as well, and one that Congress approved $40 billion in aid, which will go towards the criminal investigation as well as rebuilding efforts in Washington and New York. Representative John Sweeney, he is a Republican congressman, was part of that decision, and he joins us now with the latest on that. Good morning, Congressman.
Good morning, Carol.
All right, I just want to get a sense of when you think the money is going to be distributed.
Well, we'll vote today early this morning to appropriate this emergency supplemental. It's essentially $40 billion, $10 billion to be used for intelligence and defense purposes, 10 additional billion which will be used at the discretion of the President, who will have 15 days in which to submit to Congress his list of requirements. And then $20 billion to what you would call local aid to New York, Virginia, and Pennsylvania to cover their costs as it relates to the domestic expenses, public safety, humanitarian, the search and rescue missions that we are watching the images of on CNN all day.
Yeah, images, certainly in images, as well as a decision here on aid that really hits close to home for you personally. You represent a district in New York City, and as I understand it, there are members of the Republican Party who are missing in this wreckage, and some of them your own personal friends.
Well, actually, my district is slightly out of the city, but there are a number of folks who are considered unaccounted for who are personal friends. So while the nation suffered great losses indeed, some of us, New Yorkers in particular, have suffered very personal losses in this tragedy.
Well, as you attend meetings at the White House, I know you've been there. I know you've been hearing discussion of retaliation or certainly response. I want to get your read on some remarks made by the Defense Secretary. He said yesterday to CNN that to sustain America's way of life will require, quote, a war, a major, long-range, broad-based, sustained effort. In your meetings at the White House, can you tell us, is the United States preparing to go to war?
Well, most of the meetings that I attended were classified, so a lot of the detail can't be shared, but I will say that it's very obvious to me that the federal authorities in this administration are focused in on both short-term responses and long-term solutions to the problem of terrorism, and I salute that. You know, one of the problems in America is we really have lowered our guard and not maintained the kind of vigilance I think we're going to need to. The first change, obviously, of what occurred this past Tuesday is that's no longer going to be the case, or no longer going to be the way America is going to be able to operate in order to ensure the safety and security of our citizens. But let me say this, I think as most members in Congress, we want to see this done right. We want to make sure that when retaliation and when an answer comes from the United States, it's going to be as complete an answer as it can be, even in the short term. And I liken it a little bit to the Godfather movie. I think when the family takes care of its business this time, it's going to be, the family business is going to be as complete as it can possibly be at one fell swoop.
Congressman, and as anybody can remember for any of the Godfather movies, it was extremely violent, extremely bloody, and marked by a severe loss of life. So I respect the confidentiality that you have in these meetings as you try to make these decisions, but I want to get a very clear sense, though, as to whether this administration is preparing for American casualties.
Well, you know, you have to understand, Carol, that the administration is focused on the rescue and recovery missions, the ongoing investigation. And I think it's very obvious from the statements that have been made publicly by administration officials and from all the other information that's been provided out there that all options are being considered and being left open. I think the first, and obviously and rightly so, the first and foremost responsibility, though, is to ensure the safety and security, the continued safety and security of American citizens. Where that mission ends and a mission to go forward and take some sort of punitive action on those who perpetrated this heinous crime begins and ends, I don't think is going to be all that particularly clear until it happens.
But Congressman, can you at least give the American people a sense of what they should be preparing for in a Western response?
Well, I think they should be preparing for the eradication of terrorism and terrorists over the course of some time. Colin Powell said terrorism isn't new and it's been with us for quite some time, and it's going to take some time to eradicate it, but we are speaking in those absolute terms, and we ought to be speaking in those absolute terms, and that means every available option that this government has at its disposal ought to be considered, and indeed is being considered.
Congressman John Sweeney, as your fellow congressmen have said, necessary and appropriate force still to be determined. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. Jonathan?
The search for suspects in connection with the attack against New York and Washington is worldwide, but the list of suspects is narrow, pointing sharply at just one man, Osama bin Laden. CNN national correspondent Mike Betcher looks now at the man behind the headlines and the reasons behind the suspicions.
Swirling amid the clouds of smoke billowing from these symbols of power, the terrible question: who could be behind such a devastating act of terrorism? Though the evidence is still being examined, one name tops the list of suspects. It's a name that's been on the FBI's 10 most wanted list since 1999, Osama bin Laden. The 44-year-old bin Laden, through a spokesman, denies any involvement, but U.S. intelligence agencies say his fingerprints are unmistakable. In Western intelligence circles, bin Laden has been well known for years for this document: a call for jihad, or holy war, Bin Laden discussed that call to arms in his first ever television interview with CNN in 1997.
We declared a jihad, a holy war against the United States government because it is unjust, criminal, and tyrannical.
You know, the man is ruthless, and you know, he believes that he should declare war against the United States. And this kind of appeal, this kind of call actually appealed to many young Muslims all over the world.
But Osama bin Laden doesn't come from a family of extremists. He was born the son of a billionaire Saudi businessman, the 17th of 52 children, some of whom live in the United States. His father built the largest construction business in Saudi Arabia. Osama joined the family operation at a young age, developing an expertise in demolition. But in 1979, the religious 23-year-old left his comfortable life and took a radical turn. That year, the Soviets invaded Afghanistan, and bin Laden joined the Afghan opposition, offering money, equipment, and know-how. By 1986, bin Laden was running training camps and leading his own troops into battle. When the war ended, bin Laden founded Al-Qaeda, a multinational terrorist network. Its members used the most up-to-date technology, satellite phone, email, fax, to coordinate their activities from all over the world. It drew thousands of volunteers.
They are either direct followers, taking direct command and order from bin Laden, or they are small cells and groups who believe bin Laden is a godfather. His message is almost like a religious order.
When the Gulf War broke out in 1990, an outraged bin Laden began to target a new enemy, America. He declared a holy war against his new enemy and a set of demands that hold to this day. Bin Laden wants U.S. troops out of Saudi Arabia. He opposes U.S. bombing campaigns in Iraq. He is against U.S. support of Israel, and he objects to U.S. backing of Arab nations he deems un-Islamic, such as Egypt.
The U.S. government has committed acts that are extremely unjust, hideous, and criminal through its support of the Israeli occupation of Palestine. And we believe the U.S. is directly responsible for those killed in Palestine, Lebanon, and Iraq.
In the next decade, Osama bin Laden and his Al-Qaeda organization would be implicated in a series of attacks on Americans at home and abroad. In 1992, the first American victims, 18 servicemen killed in Somalia, a Muslim nation embroiled in famine and civil war. Bin Laden admitted his involvement to CNN.
With Allah's grace, Muslims in Somalia cooperated with some Arab holy warriors who were in Afghanistan. Together, they killed large numbers of American occupation troops.
1993, a bomb at the World Trade Center. 6 people killed and thousands injured. Bin Laden denies any involvement, but he was named one of many unindicted co-conspirators. 1995, 1996, bin Laden possibly linked to 2 bombings in Saudi Arabia. 24 U.S. troops dead. 1998, bombs at 2 U.S. embassies in Africa killed 224 people. Bin Laden has been indicted as the mastermind behind the attack. 2000, the bombing of the USS Cole kills 17 U.S. sailors. Osama bin Laden is the principal focus of the investigation. 2001, bin Laden is now suspect #1 in the worst terrorism act in modern history. A series of attacks that came without warning. But there may have been a hint in this videotape, which was circulating throughout the Middle East and on the internet this summer. It shows bin Laden training young militants, some who seem as young as 11, for his holy war. Bin Laden makes an impassioned plea for recruits in the 2-hour tape. It also indicates bin Laden is planning additional anti-American operations. For the last several years, bin Laden is believed to be in hiding in the remote mountains in Afghanistan, where he is beyond the reach of U.S. law enforcement. The country is dominated by the Taliban, a movement of religious students turned warriors who have imposed their harsh interpretation of Islam. The Taliban have declared that bin Laden is their guest, providing he does not attack other nations. In 1997, bin Laden tried to explain the logic behind his tactics.
The US today has set a double standard, calling whoever goes against its injustice a terrorist. It wants to occupy our countries, steal our resources, impose agents on us to rule us, and then wants us to agree to all this. If we refuse to do so, it says we are terrorists.
And he made clear he had no intention of changing his ways or his future plans.
You'll see them and hear about them in the media, God willing.
If the West acts against Osama bin Laden one way or another, Arab nations, Muslim nations will have to respond. For perspective on that, we're joined now by the editor of the Arabic language newspaper Al-Quds, Abdel Bari Atwan. He joins us now from our London studios. Let me ask you, first of all, since you and your newspaper heard rumors of these attacks some weeks before they were carried out, what, if anything, you're hearing now?
What we are hearing, actually, the Arab people start to question, the wisdom of the American foreign policies, and they believe, the American actually are paying a heavy price for their unjust foreign policies, and they would like, if they would like a new page of cooperation between Arab and United States based on justice, based on more understanding, based on implementation of UN Security Council resolutions, and stop the sanctions against Arab and treat everybody in the world and fairly basis as equal.
Let me jump in and ask you this: the things that you've mentioned are demands, they are requests, they are complaints that have been made of U.S. international policy before Tuesday. But Tuesday, everything changed. What does the Arab world expect? What does the Arab world want to see from the U.S. response to what happened Tuesday?
Now, United States is working very hard to establish a coalition, exactly the same one like what it has established during the Gulf War. Now they are asking Arab and Muslim countries to join this coalition. Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Egypt, maybe other Arabs. It seems there is a military preparation or a preparation for a military action against Afghanistan. So, but the problem is, how these Arab governments will convince its people that they are going to fight a fellow other Arab Muslims or Muslim country. So, and what price? Are they, the American will listen this time to the Arab demands to solve the Arab-Israeli conflict, to treat them in better way, to stop humiliating of the Arab people and Arab governments, to listen to their friends in the Middle East, to seek their advice. This is what we are hearing in the Arab world. Said, okay, military preparation, they want the Arab and the Muslim to participate this time. It is different from Kuwait. We were promised by the American, by the President Bush, the senior at that time, that he will have a peace conference and there wouldn't be any war in the Middle East. Now we are witnessing a war in the Middle East. Now that we are back to the square one. No peace process, and no American involvement.
And let me point out another way that it is different from Kuwait. You rightly point out that this is not Kuwait. Kuwait was one nation. We heard the U.S. Secretary of State Colin Powell say that the military action would not be limited to one place, that the United States and its allies would go against terrorists wherever they are, wherever they threaten Western citizens. What's going to happen if the U.S. and its allies really do that?
Well, actually, I don't know. I heard some American military expert or ex-military, personnel, high-ranking personnel, actually were talking about attacking Iraq, attacking Afghanistan, attacking Iran. So I don't know what the wisdom behind this. Is the American going to launch a war against the whole of Middle, or the great chunk of Middle East, and who will support them there, and at what purposes? Until now we don't have a concrete evidence that Osama bin Laden or a certain Islamic group behind this attacks. But even so, you can't go and destroy other Arab countries. You have to understand the resentment in the Arab world against the American foreign policies because of these kind of irrational attacks. The sanction against Iraq, the bombarding of Iraq, encourage those radicals, encourage those extremists to target the United States as the #1 enemy, as a target of terrorism. So I believe, any further attacks, it will make the situation worse and worse. I believe that America should be more rational and more patient.
We thank you so much for talking with us. Carol.
Jonathan, hundreds of Arab Americans were actually injured or killed in the collapse of the World Trade Center, as were so many other nationalities. Yesterday, I heard a radio report of a man trying to run down a Pakistani-American woman in a shopping mall parking lot. He was screaming at her to go home. So the question we asked this morning is history repeating itself? Arab Americans, and we do mean Arab Americans, are experiencing the same kind of backlash that struck at Japanese Americans after the bombing of Pearl Harbor. Vigilantes targeted German Americans after World War II. Thelma Gutierrez reports.
December 7th, 1941, Pearl Harbor.
Absolute shock to think that our country was attacked.
September 11th, 2001, New York, Washington, Pennsylvania.
I felt that my country has been attacked.
These are among the darkest moments in America's history.
They blamed us for the war. The gardeners are working and kids will go by, driving by, and throw a bottle at them, and people spat on them and, you know, call them dirty Japs.
History has a way of repeating itself.
Muslims, Arabs, people who look remotely Arab, who may be from somewhere else in the Middle East, in New York, pulled out of cabs, beaten. An Islamic center in Texas had its windows shot out.
Like other Japanese Americans, Bob and Sumi Hayamitsu lived through it all 60 years ago. They say this is what happens when the perpetrators look like you.
Even our government classified us as aliens.
Bob, Sumi, and thousands of other Americans were rounded up and placed in war relocation camps.
You might call it a concentration camp because it had barbed wires, guard sentry towers with the machine guns turned inward.
Dr. Jasser Hattout says he can't imagine that happening at all. It's so un-American.
I'm not another entity. I am American. I know no other country. Squeeze my hands real tight. Squeeze.
Dr. Hattout is a neuroradiologist at the VA hospital in Los Angeles.
Now give me a real big smile. Show me your teeth. Real big.
They're not mine.
All right.
79-year-old Edward Jackson is his patient. Jackson is a World War II veteran. He was a POW. He remembers the anti-Japanese sentiment, but thought it was wrong.
I came from a very poor family, and my friends in high school were the Japanese, the Chinese, and the blacks.
Jackson says some people are lashing out again.
I heard somebody say, "Boy, I wish I could run across one of those Arabs. I'd shoot the son of a bitch." That's what I heard today at this hospital, you know, and that's terrible. Let's not be barbaric. Let's be human beings and treat the others as human beings.
A principle all three of these Americans, Jackson, Hayamitsu, and Hattout, all believe in. Thelma Gutierrez, CNN, Los Angeles.
CNN's continuing coverage goes on right now. I'm Carol Lynn.
And I'm Jonathan Mann. Stay with us.
New York City this morning, day 3 after the terrorist attack on America. The rescue effort back on after being suspended because of thunderstorms that rolled through here. Thousands of people are missing, and Americans are desperately trying to find their loved ones. And the New York borough of Brooklyn shedding some light on the pain the country is feeling.
This is CNN's continuing coverage of America Under Attack. I'm Paula Zahn reporting from New York this morning. Thank you very much for joining us. Miles O'Brien will be joining us a little bit later on from the CNN Center in Atlanta. Here are the latest developments in America Under Attack. Searchers at the Pentagon in Arlington, Virginia have recovered both of the so-called black boxes from the jetliner that crashed into the U.S. military headquarters on Tuesday. The flight data recorder and the cockpit voice recorder were recovered overnight, and their contents will be analyzed. Members of the U.S. Coast Guard boarded a Carnival cruise line ship off the coast of Miami this morning and took 2 people into custody. Authorities claim the 2 have what they call a history of hijacking, but it is not clear if there is any direct connection to Tuesday's attacks. The 2 people will be questioned by FBI agents. CNN has obtained this photo showing a fireman and other people in a stairwell and one of the World Trade Center fires on Tuesday. It is believed that the photo was taken as people tried to get out of the building after the jet hit it. And this is a day of mourning, not only here in the United States, but also in Europe. Nations across the continent observed 3 minutes of silence this morning for victims of Tuesday's attacks. Let's pause for a moment. We were just looking at a picture of the House of Commons from London earlier today. Citizens of 31 nations worked in the World Trade Center in New York, and many of those people are among the missing. Just a quick recap here this morning on what's going on in Manhattan. I mentioned a little bit earlier on. We'll try to get a shot up of the continuing rescue efforts down there, but they were suspended for several hours because of a thunderstorm that rolled through here. Great concern that the towering cranes that are being used in the cleanup effort could get hit by lightning. There are going to be spotty showers all throughout the day. We are told, as I just said, that the rescue efforts are back up in a more limited way than they were at full bore yesterday. All airports here remain closed indefinitely. As you know, the city is getting prepared for President Bush to visit here later today. The city is confirming that some 5,000 people are reported missing or confirmed dead near the World Trade Center. Right now, I wanted to check in with Deborah Fabric, who joins us from the Manhattan Armory. This is the place where I think most of New York has witnessed some of the harshest heartbreak. Deborah, what's going on there right now?
Well, Paula, right now, very rainy morning here in the city. Not too many people showing up yet, but this is the Armory. This is where mothers and fathers, sons and daughters, husbands and wives have been coming in. They are filling out missing persons reports, about an 8-page questionnaire, all filled with details of their loved ones that are now missing. As you approach the Armory, just to give you a sense of what it is like, the entire area is basically plastered with these kinds of photos all over the place, snapshots of the people who are missing. This man here, John Scharf, he is 29 years old, 6'3". It lists identifying tattoos, an eagle with an American flag. Over here, Brooke Jackman. She was last heard from 9/11/01. She was on the 104th floor of Cantor Fitzgerald. A little saying here, it says, worried, sick. These are all of the details of people who simply have not been heard from since this blast took place. Now, yesterday, this area was packed with hundreds of people. They came here to get whatever information they possibly could on the folks that are missing. There are 2 lists that are located here at the Armory. One has names of people at local area hospitals. The people who are showing up here have been going hospital by hospital by hospital, trying to get information, hoping that perhaps their loved ones may simply be unconscious, not in a state to have filed reports as to where they are. There's also a second list. That list has the names of the dead. I want to speak to this man over here. His name is Jani Kaba. His brother, Mohammed Jawara, was a security guard at the World Trade Center at Windows on the World. He showed up for an 8 o'clock shift. He has been frantically calling the cell phone, his pager, and has heard no information yet. You have come to the Armory this morning. What kind of information do you hope to get here?
I just want to know where he is, and if he is alive, we want to know that because we have no any information about him since last Monday.
Have you heard anything from Windows on the World, from the personnel there?
Yeah, they gave us some information on 800 numbers, but we keep calling that number. The number is busy. No one is answering us, so we couldn't get through to it.
Okay, and yesterday you told me that there were so many people that you got discouraged. That's why you're here already. Well, you were here since what time in the morning?
I'm here since 6 o'clock in the morning. I'm trying to get it earlier because yesterday I couldn't get through to do anything about it.
All right, thank you very much. We appreciate your joining us this morning. And just, Paula, to show you a little more of what's going on here. Again, all of these pictures, just life, a happier time before this all happened. And, you know, some are duplicates. Here we have a wedding photo, a young man, Craig Staub. Here you have a father with his children, and it says, "Hurry home, Daddy." Also, please keep the faith. And, you know, you wonder in all these pictures, which of them might still be alive, which may be buried in the rubble. There is a sign here that really sums it up. It says, "Anything is possible when you believe." Paula?
And Deborah, I know that many of the rescue workers and paramedics you have talked to have said the same thing when I've talked with them, which is basically they're not giving up hope. They have the reason to believe there may be some people still trapped inside the wreckage, and that's why those rescue efforts continue in earnest this morning. Thanks so much. Joining us right now is Jill Gartenberg, who is among the many thousands of Americans who still aren't clear on what has happened to loved ones. Welcome, Jill. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
You're missing your husband. Tell us a little bit about what happened on Tuesday.
Went to go to work, say goodbye to my daughter and myself, probably for the last time. Called my office. I got to my office probably 2 minutes after he left his first message on my machine saying there was a fire in his building on his floor. He didn't know if he was going to make it. I then spoke to him numerous times, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 times, up until about 10 a.m.
What was he telling you during those phone calls?
Mostly that he loves me and he loves my daughter, who's 2.5. And that he's there with one other woman in his office, Patricia, and it was just the two of them who were there, and that they were stuck on the 86th floor because there was debris and smoke and fire outside of their offices, so they couldn't go anywhere. They couldn't get to a stairwell.
But after the last phone call he made to you, he also made other phone calls.
He
Who
made
did he
numerous
talk
phone
to
calls.
after that?
Friends and his mom and his sister. He called friends. He has friends all over the country. He called, I mean, when I went to call his friends later on in the afternoon, most of them had spoken to him. He was obviously very busy on the phone. He was on his cell phone and on the phones in the offices which were working. He was on the phone a lot with, his company was Julian Studley, and he was on the phone with the Midtown office a lot, and they were providing a lot of support for him and, you know, kind of giving him ideas of what to do and what one needs to do and has to do in a crisis like that.
When is the last contact anybody had with him?
I don't know if it was me or somebody else. It was, I think, a little before 10, and when I spoke to him, he said that it was getting a little smokier. And I said, well, just stay down, because, you know, I don't know what else to tell him. And he said he was trying to, but the phones kept ringing. And he wanted to stay by the door, because in case somebody did come to save them, you know, he wanted to stay by the door. So I don't know if I was the last one he spoke to.
But in your last phone call, he still seemed hopeful?
He was, the whole time, he was very calm. I mean, he's just this kind of person who, in any crisis situation, obviously, what's worse than this, he was very calm. I mean, he really was very calm.
Do you have reason to believe he ever got off that floor?
No, I don't, because I didn't speak to him that much more. I mean, I think his One World Trade collapsed around 10:30, and I don't remember exactly the time and what time I spoke to him, but there's no way. I mean, he spoke to 911, and he spoke to his office, you know, his other offices, and everybody told him to stay put. There was no place for him to go. He couldn't get to a stairwell because of the smoke and the fire and the debris. He couldn't get anywhere else. So when somebody tells you what to do, you do it in that kind of situation, and then it collapsed.
Jill, I know this will be tough for you to listen to, but we have heard of so many phone calls that were made from victims to family members, and we do have some audio of one of those phone calls that we'd like to listen into right now.
Messages. Tuesday, 8:48 a.m.
Jill, there's a fire on my floor. I love you, Jill. I love you. I don't know if I'm going to be okay here. I love you so much.
I guess I find it so hard to believe that anyone even had the presence of mind to make phone calls like that at a time when they knew
Right,
things
that
were
was
very,
my
very
husband.
bad.
That was my husband calling me. That was actually the very first message he left for me when he didn't know. Of course, I don't think he ever knew it was terrorism. You know, he said he called me back subsequently and told me a plane had crashed into the building, which isn't so crazy in the World Trade Center. You know, I suppose I didn't think terrorism at all, and. Subsequent phone calls, he was very calm. That was the initial phone call, and then, you know, following that, he sounded so calm, and he said, you know, we're going to be okay here. Called ABC News, and he spoke with them on the phone. And, you know, you can hear, I didn't hear his voice, but a lot of people called in and said that they heard it, and that he was saying that he was going to be okay and tell loved ones that they were going to be okay and they were safe on the 86th floor.
You have some pictures of your husband you
Yes.
brought along that you'd like to show everybody
Yes.
this morning. These are pictures taken during obviously much happier times. If you would just hold them up, or actually I'll help you hold them up right here. Tell us a little bit about your daughter and her understanding or lack of understanding of anything going on right now.
My daughter's, Nicole, is 2.5 years old, and she, you know, was full of life just like him. You know, he enjoyed life. He enjoyed every day of life. And he did it with her and with me and with the rest of his family and friends. That was all important to him. And, you know, she just loved seeing her daddy. And, you know, she's asked where her daddy is. And I said he's not coming home, you know. She can't understand any more than that. And I don't think she can even understand that, you know, because, you know, he's a hard worker and he works late and he leaves early in the morning. So I don't think she understands that he's really not coming home.
The trauma of this is so difficult for anyone to bear, but you're also pregnant right now.
Right.
Are you doing okay physically?
Yeah, I guess as good as can be expected. I'm 3.5 months pregnant, and I think it's important for my daughter to have, you know, a sibling and family, since she probably is not going to have her daddy.
I know you told me earlier on this morning how gratified you've been by the outpouring of support that you've gotten from people in the city. Before we let you go, tell us a little bit about that, because there are so many other families that find themselves in this same horrific state of unrest. And in your case, you don't have limbo, but there are thousands of families that do.
Right, right. I've obviously watched other interviews of other people, and I say, God, I feel bad for them, but wait, I feel bad for me. And I went to a temple, at my temple, Shara Tefillah, they had a special service held the other night. And they had, the rabbi asked people to go around and say who they had on their minds, who was missing. And I stood up and had my daughter in my arms and said, my husband and her daddy, Jim Gartenberg. And, you know, everybody, you know, just felt for me. And after that, people came up to me and said, I don't know you, but I want to give you a hug. And it was just, the support was overwhelming. And family and friends, I mean, people I haven't heard from in so many years, you know, just hear about it, you know, just to feel for me.
Well, we are so sorry, and our collective hearts go out to you and your family as you work your way through this. And Jill, right now on the screen, what I wanted to put up for our audience is a website address for folks who are missing family members, who, as you may know, there are thousands of people in the hospitals, area hospitals around here, many of whom have not been identified, who are fully expected someday to get out of the hospital. So if you have a picture of a loved one that the city has not been able to make any sort of contact with, please download a picture to this address, and CNN will do what it can to assist you in this process. That address, missing@cnn.com. Again, Jill, thank you for joining us. So right now, Miles O'Brien is going to join us from Atlanta. Miles, I wanted to share with you a scene that seems to be repeated throughout the city. One of our producers last night was walking through the Grand Central Terminal to catch a train, and all of a sudden he saw that thousands of his colleagues and fellow New Yorkers started to clap, and he looked around him, and as he turned over his right shoulder, he noticed that there were 10 firefighters who had walked into the terminal, and I guess the applause grew louder and louder as people realized they were there, and at one point one of the firefighters doffed his helmet to the crowd as they exited the terminal to the echoing applause. And You know, Jill's story, unfortunately, is being repeated throughout this city, but the one thing that has hit a completely raw nerve here is the loss of at least more than 300 firefighters, and we are told now maybe as many as 100 police officers. And the city is doing what it can to honor those that continue to assist in this horrible, horrible effort.
Indeed, Paula. Speaking of that, there are more than 1,000 people at Ground Zero attempting rescue and salvage efforts, continuing with some hope that perhaps some survivors might be found beneath the rubble. It was a difficult night, to say the least. Already, of course, an incredibly difficult challenge, but the weather did not cooperate. A series of electrical storms came through New York overnight, forcing those workers to cease and desist for a little while. CNN's Martin Savage has been monitoring the situation there. He joins us from Lower Manhattan. Martin?
Morning to you, Miles. We are in the area of Reed and Greenwich Street. For those who are outside of New York and aren't familiar with the area, we are about 2 blocks away from Ground Zero. It would be in the background here, just down this street here. The important thing at the moment is the volunteers. This is basically shift change that is taking place. The night shift coming off, the day shift beginning to go in. 2 workers who have been working through the night, working through this bad weather that they've been having, are Helen Nolan and Lou Ferraro, and they join us this morning. Good morning to both of you. What has been going on overnight, Helen?
Not very much with the weather. They've been using the heavy equipment, and the firemen couldn't go in really and sift through the rubble, but they're trying to do their best to get, you know, to the towers to see where the people, maybe survivors or remains, but not very much last night because of the weather. So,
Lou, has there been any sign, anything you know of regarding survivors?
Actually, they kept us back as the ironworkers were working because they were working with the heavy equipment. We've heard rumors of people hearing knocking and such things as that, but from where we were, we don't know. And we've gotten to a point by hand that the only way to, the next level is the heavy equipment. So, you know, it's very frustrating standing there waiting to go back in when you can't. So.
You were describing to us the use of buckets and how instead of the heavy equipment that's going in now, it was almost work by hand. How did that go?
We followed the fire department's lead. Everything was behind the fire department. They knew what they were doing. We would make a chain in and out of piles, whichever area we were supposed to work. One line of people for buckets going in, and then they would fill them up with rubble, debris, whatever, and another line going out into a pile. Then they would pick it up into a truck and take it away. They were trying to do as little small pieces as possible to see what they were picking up. They had to look at every little thing, but as fast as possible. Until, like I said, they had to get the heavy equipment in, at which time they moved us out.
Helen, you're an emergency medical technician by training. You work for the city. You've obviously seen bad things. How does it compare to what you see now?
This is like nothing I've ever thought I actually would see. There's no words to describe it. I just, you know, my heart goes out to the families. I have to say the Red Cross and the volunteers are doing a great job. They have food there all night. The firemen are exhausted and they're continuously working. The police department, everybody. I mean, everybody is just doing a magnificent job. And even New Yorkers themselves are going out of their way to be nice. I mean, they're waving and, you know, thanking people on their way home and applauding, and it's just, it's great. But definitely shock and disbelief. I mean, I never thought I'd see anything like this, you know, ever.
You've been working straight through since Tuesday.
Yeah.
You go home now and you have your own family. What will you do?
I'll hug my son when I go in the door, and to be honest, I don't really know. It's just, it's very difficult to readjust to your own family life, you know. I mean, after seeing the carnage down here, it's just, it's very difficult to do. So, call my family in Ireland more than anything, but so.
Lou, what do you normally do when you're not here, obviously?
I run my own business. I sell beverages. That's what got me down here. I donated a couple of pallets of water, and I asked if I could help a couple of days ago, and they were looking for all the help, you know, they could possibly get. So I've stayed. I'm gonna go home. Like, I have 3 children. Spend the day with them, sleep a little bit, and come back at like 3 o'clock and do it all over again.
Why did you feel that you had to go beyond donating to actually getting in there?
Something told me I had to be here. I'm sure with the amount of people that are lost, it's people I know. And even if not, I mean, It's unbelievable. I was just talking to a gentleman, a police officer from Utah. They've been driving 38 hours straight, Chicago, all over the country. Everybody needs to be here. It's for all of us. It's for my kids, and that's why I'm here.
Lou, Helen, thank you very much. Thank you for your work as well. There are officers and volunteers that have come from all over. We were just through a checkpoint.
All right, that was CNN's Martin Savage in Lower Manhattan. We apologize for the problems with audio and the technical issues there, but we have inclement weather, which is bedeviling the technology this morning. Moving on this morning, where are we headed? All right. Meanwhile, the investigation of the crimes is hitting full stride, and here in the U.S. and around the world. Our national correspondent, Eileen O'Connor, joining us from Washington with the latest on that aspect of this story. Eileen.
Well, Miles, it is very important that the investigators try to find out who the people who were involved in that, because they do believe that they perhaps have not caught all of the people, or that all of the people involved were not, of course, killed as the hijackers, and there could be still other people out there with other plans. And what we know is at least 8 people were arrested and detained for questioning at 2 New York airports yesterday. 4 of those people had tried to board a flight on Tuesday and were confronted and quickly left because of a watch list that's been distributed to airport personnel. Now, these same people were picked up when they came again yesterday. They had open tickets. One of the total group picked up had false identification as a pilot. And the investigation, as you said, is in full swing all across the country, with federal authorities searching homes and hotels where they believe the people involved in the plot may have stayed over the last week. That includes areas in Virginia, also in Maine, and as well as Newark and in Florida. One person that is being seen increasingly as a linchpin in all of this, where a lot of connections are going through, is Mohammed Atta. He was listed on American Flight 11, according to federal law enforcement sources. That was a flight from New York to Los Angeles. And that was the one that went into the first World Trade Center tower. He and another associate, Marwan al-Shari, attended 2 different flight schools in Florida. A third man, possibly a cousin of al-Shari, named Walid al-Shari, was listed as well on Flight 11, according to official documents from New York. Now, this is the first plane that flew into the World Trade Center, as I've said. Now, that cousin also attended a flight school, a different flight school in Florida. Federal law enforcement sources say that they traced their track all the way back to Hamburg. Yesterday, we had several arrests in Hamburg. German authorities say that they know that Mohammed Atta used to live in Hamburg with Marwan al-Shari and a third individual, and that they were associated with a terror group. One of the people arrested in Hamburg yesterday was an airport worker. German authorities say they are still looking for others that may have been associated with this group. And again, police are on the lookout. Law enforcement authorities, airport workers have been given a list of names to watch out for. Miles?
Eileen, first of all, do investigators have the sense that there were perhaps some thwarted efforts on Tuesday to perhaps hijack other planes and engage in attacks on other targets?
Absolutely, they do. And as you know, some precautions have been made. Defense Secretary Rumsfeld says that they have fighter planes on alert to go into the sky if they do detect any kind of unusual movement of any planes that subsequently do take off. Those New York airports, were open just very briefly, and once these people were detained, they closed down very quickly. National, as well, in Washington, still remains closed. And we're starting to hear some reports of incidents perhaps in other airports across the country. Also, there is the security measure that was taken by the White House in putting the Vice President, Dick Cheney, up at the Camp David. It's very clear that federal authorities are being very cautious in the reopening of these airports, and that they do believe perhaps that there are other members of this group, other members associated with this plot, that still could be out there and still could be planning other things. Miles?
Given the number of suspects, the number of locations, initially it might strike one as kind of odd that intelligence personnel didn't have some indication this might have been brewing, but I suppose it is possible that each of these distinct units didn't know about the others.
Absolutely, and federal law enforcement sources tell me that they are increasingly working under the assumption that many of these groups did not know each other, that there was some signals that, some overt signals that would happen on the aircraft. You know, one of the things, Miles, that's so important about getting those flight data recorders isn't just about what happened on the plane. It's also what the hijackers might have said about other plans. As you know, we heard that was reported an air traffic control conversation on that flight that crashed in Pennsylvania. The microphone was left open. We heard that one of the hijackers was heard to say that they had other planes and they had other targets. Federal law enforcement very interested in talking to all those people that had cell phone conversations with families. Also looking at these flight data recorders. They want to know, did the hijackers talk about any other targets, about any other groups, any other airports that those groups might have been working out of? Miles?
All right, CNN's Eileen O'Connor reporting to Washington from us. Those cockpit voice recorders will, of course, be key as they sift through the rubble trying to find that information. What will be interesting to see is if these hijackers, who admittedly, apparently, were very sophisticated, were able to disable those cockpit voice recorders. That information will be crucial. Hopefully there'll be something on those tapes. Now, the White House and Congress have cut a deal to provide $40 billion in emergency aid to help New York and Virginia recover from Tuesday's attacks. On Capitol Hill this morning, CNN's Kate Snow with more on that. Kate?
Good morning, Miles. Congress today expects to vote on this emergency spending bill. Late last night, the Speaker of the House was meeting with Mitch Daniels, the economic advisor from the White House, and also the two senators from New York, trying to work out some of the language of this $40 billion bill. The White House, according to sources, wanted unfettered access to all that money so they could spend it as they see fit. Some on Capitol Hill are a little concerned about that. They want more control over this money. But the bottom line is, yes, it will be for $40 billion.
We'll vote today early this morning to appropriate this emergency supplemental. It's essentially $40 billion, $10 billion to be used for intelligence and defense purposes, 10 additional billion which will be used at the discretion of the President, who will have 15 days in which to submit to Congress his list of requirements, and then $20 billion to what you would call local aid to New York, Virginia, and Pennsylvania to cover their costs as it relates to the domestic expenses, public safety, humanitarian, the search and rescue missions that we are watching the images of on CNN all day.
Now, ironically, much of the detail of this language and this bill was worked out on the east lawn of the Capitol yesterday. You see here members evacuating the Capitol. This happened last evening as negotiations had been going on about the budget and about this emergency spending bill. The Capitol evacuated for about 15 minutes. There was a suspicious package that had been found on the Senate side of the building. It was a false alarm. After the evacuation, the members were allowed to go back inside, and they just had a chance, though, to talk while they were outside here on the lawn. And at that point, we're told that they were talking about these figures. They were talking about the $40 billion. And Miles, just to give you a little perspective on how much money we're talking about here, on Tuesday, before the attacks ever occurred, the House was set to take up a measure regarding defense spending. This is what they were going to do on Tuesday. And there was $18 billion in that bill that the president wanted to spend on defense that everyone was arguing about. They were very concerned. There were some Democrats who said it would break the budget. Miles, that's $18 billion they were arguing about. Now they're going to spend twice that much in one day, and that's just an initial figure to get some help and some relief. Miles.
As Minority Leader Dick Gephardt said yesterday, this is not the time to talk about the budget, but eventually the bills are going to have to be paid. When will the day of reckoning occur, Kate?
All we can tell you, Miles, is not yet. I've talked to a lot of members about this, and they keep saying, look, right now we're unified. Right now we're working on matters of absolute urgency. Down the road, we can worry about the accounting. Miles.
CNN's Kate Snow on Capitol Hill. Thank you very much. If you have a question for CNN, we invite you to head to our website. It is located at CNN.com, the AOL keyword, CNN. Just click on Questions under the Resources tab. Fill in your question, and then it will get to us, and watch for the answer right here on CNN as we continue our coverage. Back to Paula in New York.
Thanks so much, Miles. I wanted to show you a picture now of what the rescue efforts look like at this hour. I mentioned earlier on those efforts were suspended for a short time in the middle of the night after some severe thunderstorms rolled through here. Obviously, great concern that these high cranes that are being used in these efforts would make some powerful lightning rods. But the painstaking process is back on at a time when the mayor of this city is confirming that some 90 bomb threats were reported in the city, all over the city yesterday, all of them false. Schools back open here today. The markets, of course, major markets closed today, expected to open again on Monday. All of the major airports here closed again today. The president, of course, expecting to arrive after the national prayer service that will be conducted at the National Cathedral in Washington. I wanted to show you some pictures now of how Europeans are observing what the president has called for today, a day of prayer and remembrance. This is the cathedral you might remember where Princess Diana and Prince Charles were married. I am told the cathedral was absolutely packed. This is the kind of support you're seeing all over Europe this morning. There have been prayer services in Croatia and Albania. And at one point early this morning at 6 a.m. Eastern Time, New York, citizens of most Eastern and Western European nations observed 3 minutes of silence to honor the many innocent victims of these multiple terrorist attacks. Let's pause for a moment. This will be a scene repeated throughout the world today. At noon here in the United States, you can expect to hear a pealing of church bells from coast to coast. The president has asked Americans to leave their jobs at noon to try to get to their places of worship, whether it's a mosque, a synagogue, a church, to show support for the many thousands of people missing and those that we know are dead. One of the companies we expect to be most affected by all this is the Cantor Fitzgerald firm. This is a firm that was involved with bond trading. We know that 1,000 of the 2,300 people that work for the firm were on the top 4 floors of one of those World Trade Center towers. It appears now that the group may have lost hundreds of employees in Tuesday's attacks. Peter Viles, one of our correspondents, is taking a look now at the desperate search for survivors and talking about the horror that many families are experiencing this morning as they deal with the cold, harsh reality of what has been handed them. Let's listen.
It is the saddest vigil you can imagine. Scott Hazelcorn's parents.
It's not even revenge. I mean, I just want to hear my son's voice.
Members of Jun Koo Kang's church.
We all pray every night.
John Perconti's wife, expecting their child in December.
He called me at 10 to 9 and said, our building has just been hit by a plane, turn on the news. And I changed the channel and I saw what happened and I said, oh God, John, please get out of there safely. And he said, I love you, I have to go.
What links these stories is that all the missing worked at Cantor Fitzgerald, all above the 100th floor of the North Tower, the first one hit. Cantor is not a glamorous firm, but it is crucial, one of the world's largest bond trading firms. 1,000 people worked up there, fewer than 300 are accounted for, but it is not clear any of those now safe were on the top floors Tuesday morning.
I don't think anybody got out at this point, but we pray for miracles.
Scott Hazelcorn's parents suspect that their son did not run for his life.
He didn't care about himself. He only cared about
We said
his friends.
if Scott was there and he was getting out, he'd probably help everybody up in front of him. That's the kind of kid he was.
They gather at a city-designated center for relatives of the missing on 26th Street, where trees have become pleas for help. and further uptown at the Pierre Hotel, a gathering site for Cantor Fitzgerald families.
I don't think the company has the information that we need. I think they're sharing everything they know, but we have not heard of one survivor. We've not been able to validate any stories that we've heard.
There are official clearinghouses for information on the missing, and Cantor Fitzgerald is using them, but these friends and family members are convinced that any extra effort they can make on behalf of their loved ones is worth making. Peter Weil, CNN Financial News, New York.
Across the country, Americans are finding ways to express their grief and their support for the victims of Tuesday's attack. Crowds turned out in Brooklyn last night for a candlelight vigil for the victims. Chicago showed its support by lighting up the Merchandise Mart in red, white, and blue. A Red Cross blood drive is scheduled to begin there in just a couple of hours. The cast of the hit Broadway musical The Producers made a curtain call to the tune of God Bless America last night. The performance was dedicated to those who died in the attack and their loved ones. Theaters on Broadway dimmed their marquees in honor of the victims. As we bring you images from across America this morning on how we are all coping with this tragedy, we'd like to stop now and show you those at the heart of the rescue operation. It reminds us that we are all affected.
Just a reminder that, of course, we will be covering that prayer service at the National Cathedral live. The president will be there. After that is over, he will come here to New York, where he will meet with a number of paramedics and other rescue workers who are working around the clock in hopes of finding people who are still trapped alive in the wreckage of what is left of the World Trade Centers. Very quickly here, I want to bring you up to date on some of the latest developments. Here is what we know at this hour. At the Pentagon, both flight data recorders, or so-called black boxes from the hijacked plane, have been found. In the search for those responsible for the attacks, the U.S. Coast Guard detains 2 people aboard a Carnival Cruise Line ship off the coast of Miami. The detainees have, quote, a history of hijacking. Also earlier today, sources tell us the White House and Congress struck a deal on a $40 billion emergency aid package for New York and Virginia. That is twice what the president had asked for. The president saying, no, he will spend what it takes to help the folks that were hurt very deeply in these attacks, and the world grieves with the U.S. this morning. Europeans have observed 3 minutes of silence for the victims. Today, the U.S. comes together, as we mentioned earlier on, for a day of prayer and remembrance. More on that a little bit later on. We would like now to correct a report that appeared on CNN based on information from multiple law enforcement sources. CNN reported that Adnan Bukhari and Amir Bukhari of Vero Beach, Florida, were suspected to be 2 of the pilots who crashed planes in the World Trade Center. Well, CNN later learned that Adnan Bukhari is still in Florida, where he was questioned by the FBI. We are sorry for that misinformation. A federal law enforcement source now tells CNN that Bukhari passed an FBI polygraph and is not considered a suspect. Through his attorney, Bukhari says that he is helping authorities. Amir Bukhari died in a small plane crash earlier this year, or actually last year. Miles, before I hand this completely over to you, I wanted to share with you a little piece of information we've just learned, and it's positive. Miles, did you see that piece on the horrible toll this has taken of the Cantor Fitzgerald Bond Company?
I did.
Yeah, we have just learned that Morgan Stanley had the largest number of employees, we think, employed in that building, and at this hour, fewer than 50 are missing. And one of the more poignant twists of this story, the CEO of Cantor Fitzgerald, Howard Lutnick, he was the man who was expected to find out that several hundred of his workers are missing, actually survived these attacks. He was walking into the door of the building as the jet hit the second tower, arriving late for work because he had taken his son to school that day. His brother is among those missing.
So many stories of fateful decisions, you know, a few footsteps away from disaster. And we invite for those of you out there who have missing friends or family members and who are desperate to learn more, to send your pictures to us. Missing@cnn.com is the address, and we're going to get those posted on the internet so that those pictures can be shared. There are websites out there as well where this information is being shared. And of course, there are hotlines available in New York, lists at the Armory available as New York tries to piece together what is obviously a very foggy situation, even now on day 4. Elizabeth Cohen, our CNN medical correspondent, is here, is with us now. She is at that Armory in Manhattan, or was at that Armory yesterday, and let's bring her story to you now.
And I have here with me Vinny Kamaj, whose father, Rocco, was in the World Trade Center. And can you tell me where he worked and when your family last heard from him?
My father was a window washer on Tower 2, the observation deck. He worked the rig outside. He last called us at 9:15 a.m. from the 105th floor, where he said there was 200 to 300 people just on that floor waiting for them to be told to head down.
And did he say that he was heading down, or did he feel safe?
He said, don't panic, to my mom. He said, don't get upset. Tell my kids I'm going to be okay, not to worry about it. I'm in God's hands. We're all going to be okay, don't worry.
And tell me why today you're distributing these flyers.
This morning, my mom woke me up early telling me that his name was on one of the survivor lists on an internet web page, and that we can get the best information from the building behind us, the Armory.
And what happened when you went into the Armory here?
I have a case number. I looked it up to see if my dad was in any of these hospitals, and no luck yet.
What's in your head now about what you think happened?
I don't know. I know that my father, he wouldn't have just left everyone behind. He would have looked for his workers. He would have helped people out. He did it on the 90th when they bombed it in '93. He helped a pregnant woman down the stairs.
So he was in the building in '93?
Yes, he was. He's been working there since 1973.
Was he scared to go back and work in that building after the '93 bombing?
My father went back the next day. They asked him, because they needed to inspect the outside of the building, and my father knew how to operate the rig, so he brought down all the workers to inspect the building.
If you think your father might be out there somewhere, what would you want to say to him?
I want to tell him that we all miss him. His little nephew, Luke, misses him, and that we're strong. We got hope.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Aaron.
All right, that was CNN's Elizabeth Cohen, an excerpt of an interview she did live yesterday afternoon during our continuing coverage. Today is a national day of prayer and remembrance, but really it transcends the borders of the United States. Let's take a look at some live pictures from St. Paul's Cathedral in London, England, where members of the royal family, the Queen, the Prince, and the others, the Prime Minister, members of Parliament, have packed this cathedral. Margaret Thatcher there, as we see her in the center there. I've packed this cathedral for a prayer service, a remembrance, which began very poignantly with the singing of the Star-Spangled Banner. Here in the U.S., the National Cathedral, Wisconsin Avenue, Northwest Washington, D.C. Live pictures there. A noontime service is planned. The President will be in attendance, as well as members of Congress. Once again, another opportunity to share our grief. The Reverend Nathan D. Baxter is the Dean of the National Cathedral. Dean Baxter, thank you for joining us here on CNN this morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
I am curious, I can only imagine how difficult it would be to come up with a sermon and the proper words to say at this time. How difficult has it been, and what will you say?
Well, actually, Billy Graham, who is very much America's pastor, will be the preacher for the service. I will be leading the prayers, and in the prayers we are gathered together to know that our faith can sustain us in this time of the beginning of our healing. There will be leaders, and we've invited leaders from the Jewish community as well as from the Islamic community who will be offering prayers as well, because the religious faith of America is very diverse. Our president will also be sharing in the prayers as well. So this will be a gathering in which, with the president, we will all be praying for the healing of our nation and for wisdom as we determine the right things to do for our national security.
Well, Dean Baxter, you bring up that issue, and inevitably that leads to the issue of vengeance and retribution. How do you interpret the Bible? How do you interpret your faith as it relates to calls for vengeance?
Well, I believe that vengeance never serves the purpose of ultimate justice or peace. Sometimes we must take actions that will root out those who have acted in evil ways, but at the same time it must be done in a reasoned, measured, and responsible way that asks, how can we do this in such a way that it will ultimately bring security and healing? So therefore, when we pray, when we are mindful of our own faith, and of course many of our national leaders are people of faith, it helps us to be balanced, and it helps us not to respond simply out of anger and out of rage.
That's a tall order that you just put in there, because the enemy that the United States faces is a difficult enemy to pinpoint, and inevitably, as the calls for justice are heard, innocence, it seems, will get in the way. How does religion feel about that? How do you feel about that, Dean Baxter?
Well, I feel that it is always tragic when life is lost, and especially what we would consider innocent life. But that's why, again, our faith keeps reminding us that in our response, we must be measured. And how that happens, we do not always know, but simply to act out of vengeance is something that makes us the evil we deplore. So faith helps us to try to hold a balance when our hearts are hurting so much, when we're grieving so heavily.
As you've been talking, I know you can't see these pictures right now. We've been showing pictures of a candlelight vigil in Washington Square in New York last night. Very dramatic images of people coming together at these times. What are your thoughts on that? Are people responding in a way that in some ways gives you reason for hope?
Yes. Well, you know, there are those who say that America is evil and that's why this is happening. You know, we have a good nation, we have good people, and what we see in the face of this evil is all of the goodness that also has come forward. People standing together across religious and ethnic and racial lines, people coming together as volunteers and emergency workers, risking their own lives to help others, reaching out to their neighbors and strangers. I think that the other side of the tragedy that we are experiencing is the coming forth of the goodness in the spirit of many, many people in these United States.
Of course, it's terribly unfortunate that we sometimes have to go through something like this, not that we've been through anything like this before, to see the goodness in people. I'm curious what your thoughts are as time goes on, as the initial shock wears off and people perhaps face the reality of this a little more. What will faith hold for them?
I think what it holds for all of us is, first of all, we will have to feel the pain. And I don't think we fully feel the pain yet because we're still somewhat stunned. And the news of the tragic loss of life will continue to unfold in the weeks ahead. So we will have to feel the pain to heal our grief. But also, I think it is understanding that as it is for people in many other parts of the world, life will not be the same for us. But we must go on living and not allow fear to cripple us. And that's what faith does. It helps us, whatever our religious background, faith helps us to cope with fear and to live life freely even when we feel somewhat threatened.
The Very Reverend Nathan D. Baxter is the Dean of the National Cathedral in Washington, D.C. Thank you very much for sharing some time with us this day, Dean Baxter, and I wish you well in your service, which CNN will bring to you live at 11:35 a.m. Eastern Time. The National Cathedral Prayer Service. The Reverend Nathan Baxter, the Dean, will be leading that service. The Reverend Billy Graham there, of course, the President, Cabinet, members of Congress. It will be a moving moment which we will share with you. Let's send it back to Paula in New York.
Thanks so much, Miles. One of the things we wanted to focus in on now are some of the reports coming from all over the country of harassment against people of Middle Eastern and South Asian descent, or even those who actually just appear to be. They are increasingly becoming targets of this kind of harassment and violence by civilians. There have been reports of this happening from Texas to Chicago to Long Island. There have been reports of arson, personal attacks, and the police stopping men in Middle Eastern-style head coverings. A firebombing of a mosque in Denton, Texas, and attacks on 2 others are among those incidents. No one was hurt in the Texas attacks. Muslim-owned stores had been vandalized and their owners threatened. Joining you right now is Hussein Ibish, who is a spokesman for the Anti-Arab Discrimination Committee. Thanks for joining us this morning, sir. What else can you tell us about this wave of attacks?
Well, I think the first thing I'd like to say is that Arab Americans were certainly among the victims of this horrible crime that was committed on Tuesday. There were several hundred Arab Americans working in the World Trade Center, and we have all been attacked, all of us as Americans. Now, unfortunately, as you're pointing out, some of our fellow citizens are turning towards those of us of Arab ethnicity or Islamic faith and pointing the finger of culpability in our direction simply because of our ethnicity or our religious identity. It's very unfortunate. One of the most serious attacks, I think, was a shooting in Indiana. Masked men entered a gas station and opened fire onto Yemeni American clerks there, and thankfully they were behind bulletproof glass, and so they weren't hurt, but I think it was kind of very fortunate that they weren't hurt. And what I can tell you about the attacks is that we had over 30 documented cases of physical violence on Wednesday alone. Yesterday, the number of attacks became, I think, countless, and we're still working very hard to corroborate and tally those attacks. But basically, people are being harassed and assaulted and beaten all over the country. No one has died yet, and I certainly hope that that doesn't happen. But it's still the case that too many Americans are channeling their understandable rage, a rage we all feel, against fellow citizens at a time when we should all be coming together to deal with this national nightmare.
Let me ask you this. Secretary of State Colin Powell said yesterday publicly for the first time that Osama bin Laden is a prime target for these multiple terrorist attacks. Is there any indication that, although that has been vastly speculated, that that has led to any increase in this kind of attacks overnight?
No, I don't think that it hinges upon what government officials say or don't say. I think it comes out of, I think these attacks are spontaneous. I think they come out of the anger that we all feel, and some people, unfortunately, don't know how to focus their anger and have given way to raw prejudice and blind hatred. But I think that what is more significant is that many government officials and other prominent Americans have spoken out against these attacks. The Senate passed a resolution yesterday condemning attacks on Arab Americans. The President, the Secretary of State, the Mayor of New York, and the Attorney General have all spoken out against these attacks, and many other prominent Americans as well. So at the same time, we've been on the receiving end of a wave of hatred while we, like other Americans, are trying to cope with this nightmare. We've also been on the receiving end of a tremendous wave of compassion. We've received as many messages of reassurance and of compassion as we have death threats and threats of violence. So at the moment, there are sort of two competing Americas. An America which in some cases lashes out in blind hatred, but there's also the compassionate America, the tolerant America. And I think that in the end, and it's already happening, that the better angels of our nature will triumph, and that we will be able to unite as a nation.
There has been a lot of talk over the last couple of days as to what extent U.S. policy in the Middle East might have played some role in this. Do you believe that is what made America more vulnerable to attack by terrorists?
Well, look, first thing that has to be said is that nothing can justify an attack like this. I mean, we have been viciously attacked, and innocent people have been slaughtered on a mass scale. That said, I mean, I do think that the motivation has its roots in American policies, in American behavior, in the perceptions of some people of an unfairness of the United States. But, you know, I mean, I think that that perception is held by many people around the world, including in the Middle East, and by many Americans as well.
All right,
but
so
most
Mr.
people,
Hussein,
hold on,
hang on 1 second. Yeah. So it wouldn't surprise you then, in an interview with King Abdullah that I had 2 days ago, that he said had some sort of peace accord been reached in July of the year 2000, this might not have happened.
Oh, I don't think so. I don't think that this is really rooted in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. I think if it is the handiwork of Mr. bin Laden and people like him based in Afghanistan, then it's probably much more linked to the American presence in the Persian Gulf and the American military presence and the role the United States plays in the Persian Gulf region, and not very much to do with the Israeli-Palestinian issue. The point is that, you know, there's nothing that can justify these attacks. At a certain point, we probably do need to revisit our policies, but I think that, you know, we have to separate a criminal act which might be motivated by some objection to our policies, and real criticism of the policies that are legitimate. And there's a world of difference between the two, and we can't just lump it all together.
We're going to have to leave it there for this morning. Hussein Ibish, thank you very much for your time. Appreciate your dropping by.
It's great to see you again. Thanks.
Wanted to quickly bring you up to date on what is happening in New York City at this hour. Rescue efforts underway. The rain, kind of a double-edged sword here. In some ways, it is helping to keep down the dust, but the water is making the ash and debris very slippery. The New York City sanitation crews have been making a big push to clean the Wall Street area for Monday's reopening of the stock market. There, of course, will be limited bond trading, or limited bond trading resumed yesterday. Most of the major markets expected to open on Monday. One of the things we continue to see in New York City is the outpouring of support of New Yorkers who want to help in any way they can. Joining us right now is Michael Oku, one of our CNN correspondents, who is down at the Jacob Javits Center, where I understand many hundreds of people are lined up to do what they can to pitch in. Tell us about that, Michael.
That's right, Paula. It's amazing. Day number 4 and the nightmare continues. And one of the things that makes it a little bit more palatable to digest, if you can even use those words, is the fact that throughout the course of the last several days, you see that there are small heroes everywhere, and they're not just from New York. They're from Philadelphia, and they're from Boston, and they're from far places like Missouri. And as you mentioned, right outside here at the Jacob Javits Center, which has been turned into essentially the ground at which some of these people are deployed. They are been waiting here in the rain, as you can see, some of them waiting as early as 3:30 this morning. They're construction workers, and they're electricians, and they are metal and steel workers. A lot of these people needed to essentially shore up some of the very insecure ground near Ground Zero, and to construct and to get some of the electrical equipment working, and to get the electricity working, which in much of Lower Manhattan is not working at this point. Paula?
All right, Michael. What can you tell us about what you've heard from paramedics this morning and the impact this storm overnight had and what they're able to do?
I haven't heard anything about, I haven't spoken directly to any paramedics, but what I can tell you is that some of the rescue workers say that the rain, while it is cooling down some of the smoke there and spreading the smoke and clearing off some of the dust, makes a lot of the equipment a lot heavier. Some of the guys that we spoke to this morning say they don't care whether it's raining, they don't care whether they're in the sunshine, they just want to help people. There's still some hope among many of the people here that there are people alive, and they're willing to work as long as it takes to find and save those lives. Paula?
Michael Oku, thank you very much for that report. We'll come back to you throughout the morning for an update. Welcome to a brand new hour of our coverage. At this hour in New York City, the rescue efforts continue after being suspended last night for a short period of time. As you see, there's a cloud shrouding the city right now. Last night it was thunderstorms rumbling through here. There was a great fear that the high cranes that are being used in the cleanup effort would serve as lightning rods, so the rescue efforts were suspended. They're back underway now. The rain causing some big problems here. It obviously is helping to keep down the dust, but at the same time, as we mentioned a little earlier on, and Michael just mentioned, is making the ash and debris very slippery and very heavy for the paramedics and the rescue workers that are on the scene right now. Once again, you're looking at pictures of actually what happened in the wee hours of the morning. We should mention that the many thousands of Metro workers have been buttressed by dozens of special search and rescue teams that have been flown in from all over the country. Many of those provided through FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency. And that is where it stands at this hour. Good morning, everybody. I'm Paula Zahn, joining you from New York City this morning. The city is also getting ready for a visit by President Bush later today. He is expected to arrive here after he appears at the National Prayer Service at the National Cathedral in Washington, D.C. The president has asked for us all to honor those that have been injured, those that have been maimed, those that have been killed today at noon. This service will take place at 11:45 in Washington. We will be covering it live at noon throughout the country. You're going to hear a pealing of church bells from coast to coast. The president has asked companies to allow workers to go to their individual places of worship, whether mosques, whether synagogues, whether churches, to honor those that whose lives have been drastically changed by these multiple attacks, and those, of course, who have lost their lives. The mayor of New York City now saying at least 4,700 people are missing at this hour. The known death toll nearing the 100 mark. Among those, some 300 or so firefighters and many police officers. Right now, we're going to go down to the Armory, which is where a lot of heartache is being experienced at the moment. That's where we find Hillary Lane, one of our CNN correspondents. Tell us a little bit about what's going on there right now. Hi, Hillary.
Oh, hi, Paula. While the rain may be making things so much more difficult downtown, it's not hampering the efforts of the people who are coming here, desperate to find any information they can on the people whom they loved so much. I'm standing outside of the Missing Persons Bureau. It is a giant armory that has been converted for that purpose. And this morning it opens up about 8 o'clock. There is already a short line of people who either were not able to make it in yesterday or who have come back with more information. One of the men I spoke with, the second in line this morning, says he was here on Wednesday when this Missing Persons Bureau opened for the first time. He's come back. He has brought with him dental records and a hairbrush, and obviously those are items that could be used for DNA identification purposes. The city of New York gearing up to do thousands upon thousands of DNA tests. Told me a little bit about what happens inside the armory after the people who come here to file missing persons reports fill those papers out, 8 pages in total. They're then each matched with a police detective, and they give all sorts of information. They're asked for names of dentists, again, for DNA identification purposes if that becomes necessary, as well as a variety of other personal questions. I have here with me Stanford Chan, who was in the armory yesterday and could tell us a little bit about what happened inside when he filed that report. Tell us a little bit about what the detectives were asking you for in terms of personal identification information.
Basically anything that has to do with them physically, and particularly that day, what they were wearing. If you have any information regarding dental records, like you said, that's important to bring with you. Any identification marks on the body, whether it's earrings or anything. They're pretty detailed in terms of what they're asking. So. Yeah.
Okay, Stan, you have brought a picture with you. You are looking for one of your best friends. Just tell us a little bit about him. I know his wife was not able to make it in, which is why you're here today.
Yeah, his wife Stacy is home right now. She's 9 months pregnant, and she's doing all she can basically from the Jersey side and the police department there, which has been also cross-referencing with the police department here in terms of any information. Craig and I went to junior high school and high school together. And I'm doing all I can basically here in the city for them and for myself. So.
Okay, and I see he was on the 88th floor, and you haven't heard anything from him. When was the last time you spoke with him, or his wife spoke with him?
He actually left a message saying that he was okay when the plane first hit. But since then, we haven't heard anything from that.
Okay, and we saw you this morning wandering around the streets. You'd already been inside the armory, and now you were making your way to hospital, something you've already done. How does it feel now on the fourth day after, and at what point are you just saying, you know, this doesn't look good?
It's getting a little overwhelming. You know, I couldn't sleep, and I'm trying to do all I can, and putting the picture up in the hospital right now. But there are so many pictures, and there's just so many people that are still missing. And this rain is just not helping the recovery process. It's making it also very dangerous for those that are already down there. We have a mutual friend that's in the NYPD, and he's been at Ground Zero for the last couple of days. And I've been talking to him as well, and it's a horrific experience down there as well. And this only makes it worse, basically.
Well, Stan, thank you. It's a wonderful thing you're doing to get out and put the posters up and keep pressing on.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And Paula, let me just tell you one other thing. I was out here a good part of the day yesterday, and people were coming up to us with posters. Anybody who would listen, anybody who would look, putting the posters in our face, just talking about these people, trying to get the pictures out. And it was really turning to desperation as people are beginning to realize that so many days have passed and the chances are so slim. Back to you.
I tell you, Hillary, you watch some of those conversations you've had, and then we had a guest here earlier this morning, and you hear what they had to say, and you don't even know how they can stand up today. What they're having to endure is just absolutely unthinkable. We're going to show you a picture right now of St. Paul's Cathedral in London, where Prime Minister Tony Blair is meeting a number of parishioners who have just left a prayer service there in honor of the innocent Americans slaughtered here in the multiple terrorist attacks. I'm told the Prime Minister did speak at the service. This isn't the only service going on in Europe. There have been prayer services of this kind throughout that continent. Even in Albania and Croatia, there were special services earlier today, and in fact at 6 a.m. Eastern Time, there were many countries honoring the dead and the injured and those of us that are still standing with 3 minutes of silence. Kind of an unusual scene for the Prime Minister to be greeting Londoners in this fashion, given the heightened state of alert throughout the world right now. An American flag, from what I can tell, hanging from an adjoining building or a building nearby the cathedral. A very touching scene, the Prime Minister seemingly conversing quite openly with Londoners. And as we leave that scene, I wanted to bring you up to date on some of the latest developments back here in America. You might have heard that searchers have found both recorders this morning from the jet, that crashed into the Pentagon on Tuesday. FBI agents took custody of the flight data recorder and the cockpit voice recorder from American Airlines Flight 77. Coast Guardsmen boarded a Carnival Cruise Line ship this morning off the coast of Miami and took 2 people into custody. Authorities claim the 2 have a history of hijacking, but it is unclear if they could be directly connected with Tuesday's attacks. Congress and the White House have agreed on a $40 billion appropriation to help with the cleanup and recovery in New York and Arlington, Virginia. That is twice what the president had asked for. Formal votes are expected today in both houses. In New York, the search for an estimated 4,700 missing people in the ruins of the World Trade Center was interrupted overnight by heavy rain. We know at this hour that 184 sets of human remains have been recovered so far. More than 4,000 people have been treated at New York hospitals since Tuesday's attacks. Unfortunately, there are still hundreds and hundreds of families who have no idea where these injured are. And you hear these horrendous stories of families going from hospital to hospital to try to track down those that have survived. A quick reminder that a national prayer service will be held at the National Cathedral in Washington, D.C. later today. Our live coverage of that event will pick up at 11:45. Among those expected to attend, President Bush, our current president, his father, the former president, President Clinton, President Carter, President Ford, former Vice President Al Gore, as well as many, many members of Congress. Right now, we're going to check in with Major Garrett, who joins us from the White House with some more details on what we can expect there later today. Garrett, what can you tell us?
Good morning,
Major
Paula.
Garrett. Sorry about that. We've all been operating on limited hours of sleep here, so
There's no
sorry.
doubt. There's
Good
no
morning,
doubt.
Major.
Good morning, Paula. A very tall order for the president this morning at the National Cathedral, trying to speak to a nation racked with grief, but in the secular language of politics, not the religious language that so many other speakers will invoke. Billy Graham, often thought of as not only the pastor to America's presidents, but a pastor to the entire Protestant country. There will be other members of other religious affiliations at the National Cathedral, as you mentioned, former President Clinton, former Vice President Al Gore, Presidents Carter, Presidents Ford. Paula, we do not have an official White House confirmation that President George Herbert Walker Bush will be there. When we get that, we'll make sure and bring that to you. We're also expected to see in the audience at the National Cathedral former high-ranking officials from Democratic and Republican administrations of yore as a sign of solidarity. And the president will try to talk to the nation about why this happened, what we can draw from this as a country, how to look to the future, not only in a spiritual sense, but also in a secular sense of how this political environment can be improved, how the political unity now so prevalent here in Washington and across the country can manifest itself and be used against those who have perpetrated terror against the United States. All of those things on the president's agenda in his remarks at the National Cathedral. One person who is not expected to be at that prayer service and that service of remembrance, Vice President Dick Cheney. His absence indicative of the very high state of security around the White House. Vice President Cheney yesterday was sent to Camp David, the presidential retreat. Why? so the Vice President and the President of the United States would not be in the same location at the same time. We have some pictures I want to show you this morning, Paula, of the very high state of security around the White House. This morning as I came into the White House grounds, I was met by police cars, camouflage Humvee military vehicles several blocks away from Washington, police officers, Secret Service agents, federal marshals checking IDs, not only mine, but everyone else who tried to come toward the White House grounds. This perimeter much wider, much more extensive than I've ever seen around the White House in my time covering the White House. Clearly an indication that the Secret Service believes that this White House compound, the people who work in it, the media, the President, and the extensive White House staff family need extra protection, and many, many more precautions are being taken to afford them exactly that kind of protection. After the National Day of Remembrance and Prayer at the National Cathedral, President Bush will then fly to New York City to get a first-hand look at the damage, the extensive, horrific damage in Lower Manhattan. He will talk with the Governor of New York, George Pataki, a Republican, and the Mayor, Mayor Giuliani. He will also get a chance to extend his hand of thanks and gratitude and provide some spiritual sustenance to the firefighters, the police officers, the volunteers, the scores of New Yorkers who are assisting in the recovery efforts at that blighted area in Lower Manhattan. Paula?
Major, I saw the same thing here in New York late yesterday afternoon. I have never seen the police presence we've seen in the city. You probably remember there were some 90 bomb threats yesterday, all of them false, thank God. But I talked to the number of police officers that said the same thing. I mean, they have formed a perimeter area around Central Park, and no one is even confirming where the president will land his helicopter, I guess for very good reason. I wanted to move on to something else, Major, to get your reaction to. Secretary of State Colin Powell yesterday said publicly for the first time that Osama bin Laden is a prime suspect in these multiple attacks. What are you hearing from the White House? Are you hearing any other administration officials saying that?
Well, administration officials told CNN yesterday that not only Osama bin Laden, but other organizations may in fact be involved. The question naturally arises, why would Secretary of State Powell in public point the finger so directly at the Osama bin Laden organization? Well, one explanation that we're hearing here at the White House is, as the United States chief diplomat, Secretary of State Powell is, along with President Bush, working strenuously to marshal an international coalition against those the White House and the administration and the government of the United States believe perpetrated these acts of terror. And as the lead diplomatic spokesman for the United States, it was left to him to begin this process of signaling to those who may have not made up their mind quite yet about whether or not they're going to join the United States in this very aggressive effort that the President has promised to root out and find the perpetrators of this terrorism and win, as he said yesterday, for the world, the first war of the 21st century. So it's thought here at the White House it appropriate that the Secretary of State, as the lead diplomat, begin to send that signal around the world, because he, of course, will be having many conversations with leaders of nations that the President will no doubt want to join this coalition once it is fully formed, to wield the power he believes necessary to go after this terrorist cell. Paula?
Major, were you at the White House yesterday when the President spoke briefly with reporters from the Oval Office?
I was not, Paula. I was on my way back from Sarasota, Florida. If you'll recall, I was with the President when all of this horrible, horrible news first broke. We were down in Sarasota, Florida. The President reacted. We were able to bring that news to you. The President then took off on Air Force One. The rest of the press corps was left stranded in Sarasota, Florida, so I spent the better part of yesterday on an 18-hour bus ride back to Washington, D.C. I did see the President's remarks, and I can tell you there were two very important themes expressed by the President. Number one, he said he saw an opportunity to do a favor for generations yet unborn in this country and across the world to win this war against terrorism. The White House wanted to send a signal that though so many in America believe the world has changed forever and changed almost entirely for the worst, the President wanted to get out in front and say, no, perhaps not. Perhaps through all of this horror, we can find one unifying goal to change the world for the better, to bring out of this disaster something that might not only benefit this generation, but generations to come. It was a very firm message the President and his administration wanted to send, and also Though this was not necessarily intentional, his emotions were drawn to the surface by a questioner who asked, "How is this affecting you personally, sir?" I'm sure the whole nation who watched yesterday saw the tears well up in the president's eyes as he said, "I'm thinking about the families, I'm thinking about the children, but I also have the job to do." And as the president said, he intends to do it. Paula?
Major, I was struck by the very same thing as I watched the president's remarks, and I know what my reaction to that was, and I have heard from many Americans that was oddly comforting to them because they can sense his absolute anger and sense of sorrow about what has happened here.
It's worth pointing out, Paula, that this president finds himself in an absolutely unique position in American history. Many, many presidents have had to grieve and had to comfort a nation at the loss of thousands of military personnel. But no U.S. president has ever had to confront so many civilian casualties. Casualties who became casualties for one reason and one reason only. They were American civilians. No president has had to cope with that personal grief, that personal emotional trauma. This president is doing that not only personally, but he's trying to help a nation through it, as well as respond legislatively and internationally to that very, as he calls it, and so many in his administration call it, heinous act. Paula?
One last question for you. President Clinton last night saying he was grateful that President Bush had gone through great efforts to get him back into this country. Tell us a little bit about the former presidents who have taken action against some of these regimes and how vulnerable they are and what it took yesterday to get them all safe and secure.
Well, Paula, I'm really not in a position to answer that question about President Clinton. It's obvious, though, that extraordinary efforts were undertaken to get President Clinton, who was in Australia, back into the United States and back swiftly. I can't really illuminate the details of exactly how that happened, but clearly President Clinton was gratified that President Bush made all the proper decisions to get him back here. He clearly wanted to be in New York, where he now has offices, wanted to share his own brand of commiseration with those who are trying to assist in the recovery and rescue efforts, and also significantly add his voice of support to this president. President Clinton knows as well as anyone in America how lonely and isolated a president can feel at a time like this, and how much the support across party lines, and especially from someone who used to sit in that very office, can be. And I'm sure he wanted to provide those comforting words, if not in person, at least within the borders of the United States.
All right. Major Garrett, thank you so much for the report. Glad you're back in Washington safely. I should add, we've learned that obviously former President Bush shares the same kind of vulnerability President Clinton did because of the actions taken during his administration against Iraq, and he is under the same kind of security watch that all the former presidents are at this hour. Quick reminder that 11:45, that national prayer service at the National Cathedral will get underway, where Major just mentioned a number of former presidents will be in attendance, as well as many, many members of Congress. This kind of scene will be mirrored across the country at noon. If you are outside, you will probably hear church bells in your community pealing. The president has asked for Americans, if they're employers, and I'm sure most employers will allow for this to happen, that Americans go to their normal places of worship, that they say prayers for the rescue workers who are doing the Lord's work right now, hoping that they will be able to find people alive in the rubble. In addition to that, obviously, prayers for the many, many thousands of Americans' lives who have been so dramatically changed. Right now, we're going to head back to Washington, where Eileen O'Connor is standing by with the very latest on the very broad investigation going on. What can you tell us, Eileen? I know you've been working the phones, and you seem to have something new just about every 10 minutes. What's going on?
Well, we do know that some of the people that were detained in New York last night have actually been released. They've been cleared. They've been released from questioning. Also, we do know that the Coast Guard has greeted a Carnival Cruise Line ship in Miami at 5 a.m. They detained 2 people on board with alleged hijacking history in the past. A lot of people being questioned, a lot of precautions being taken, but some of these people being cleared. Now, the investigation into who perpetrated this act and their associates is critical. the arrests in New York last night. One man arrested now. We know the others were released. One man arrested, still detained because he was arrested by local authorities, we're being told by the Department of Justice. What we know is that at least 8 people were detained last night for questioning at 2 New York airports. Sources say that 4 of those people had been at the airport, seen at the airport trying to board a flight on Tuesday. They were confronted, and sources say they had left. Now, because of a watch list that's been distributed to airport personnel, these same people were picked up again when they came again. Now, one of the total group picked up, according to sources, had false identification as a pilot. Again, most of this group has been released from questioning. One of the people seen as a linchpin in all of this investigation as to who may have perpetrated this is Mohammed Atta. Now, he was listed on Flight 11 according to federal law enforcement sources. He and another associate, Marwan al-Shari, attended 2 different flight schools in Florida. A third man, possibly a cousin of al-Shari, named Walid al-Shari, was listed as well on Flight 11 from New York according to official documents. That's the first plane that flew into the World Trade Center. That cousin attended a different flight school in Florida. Now, by tracing Atta's past, that led German authorities in Hamburg to arrest an airport worker and bring in another woman for questioning. They searched apartments where Atta al-Shari and the other man, Marwan al-Shari, lived for a time before coming to the United States. It's also, as I said, helped authorities generate that watch list, which they are using precautionary measure, bringing in some people for questioning. Some of those people we know, though, are being cleared and released. Paula?
Eileen, this may be a tough one to sort of determine, but given now that Secretary of State Colin Powell has said on the record, has said publicly for the first time that Osama bin Laden is the prime suspect, how has that either changed the investigation or reinforced it?
Well, it has reinforced it, and also it has reinforced it because they know that he has a very wide network and also a very sophisticated network. And another thing is that with Osama bin Laden, some of these networks can be very loosely arranged, which can make them more difficult to detect. Though it has also led them to some leads. They're looking obviously for known associates of Osama bin Laden, and they're matching that against associates of, say, Mohammed Atta, and trying to put those pieces of the puzzle together. Hala?
All right, Eileen, we'll be checking in with you throughout the morning. Thanks for that latest information. Right now we're going to show you a picture of what's going on at the Pentagon at this hour. I believe this is a live picture. Yes, it is. You're looking at what is left of the small portion of the Pentagon that was hit. We can confirm for you this morning, and we learned this much earlier today, that the voice and data recorders have been found from the plane, or have been found and recovered from the hijacked jet that hit the Pentagon. A top official with search and rescue units has told CNN that the telltale pings from the black boxes had been heard Wednesday and Thursday. But Arlington County, Virginia spokesman Dick Bridges said we were not getting a strong enough signal from the black box yesterday. The boxes, we are told, are damaged but intact, and they were first turned over to the FBI, which in turn gave them to the National Transportation Safety Board. It is not clear when we will have any information from these boxes that will be shared with the public to give us a better idea of exactly how and when this plane went down. You might remember that Ari Fleischer of the White House confirmed 2 days ago that they now believe the intended target was not the Pentagon after all, but the White House. And this might all become more clearer as some of this information retrieved from these black boxes is shared with the public. Back to New York City, rescue efforts underway. The rain slowing things down a bit, getting rid of some of the acrid smoke that New Yorkers have been breathing for the last couple of days, but making the rescue scene extremely slippery, making the debris much heavier. And there is great concern, of course, that these working conditions are dangerous, and the paramedics and rescue workers are taking every precaution they can as they go about the dreadful business of trying to find folks alive. Right now, I'm going to check in with Brian Palmer, who joins us from St. Vincent's Hospital. This is the hospital, of course, that was the closest to the World Trade Center Inferno, and where many, many injured were taken. What is the latest from there, Brian?
Well, good morning. Weather is indeed a concern here as well. It's day 4 in a New York City transformed both physically and psychologically by Tuesday's blast. Here at St. Vincent's, things are sort of creeping back to normal. You'll see behind me there is traffic. This route has been open. It's one of the main routes downtown. So the state of emergency is no longer in force in this part of town. At St. Vincent's, in the past 36 hours, they have seen a number of rescue workers, but no victims of the initial blast, which is very disappointing to them. I repeat, in the past 36 hours, no victims from the initial blast. They have treated rescuers, including a Detroit firefighter who is suffering from blunt trauma. He's in fair and stable condition at this point. The Greater New York Hospital Association reporting that roughly 3,700 people have been treated in the Greater New York area for blast-related injuries. They're going to have new numbers for us mid-morning. They don't expect those numbers to climb much higher. Again, disappointing numbers, meaning they're not pulling as many people out alive as they had hoped. So that's the report here from St. Vincent's.
Brian, I have to confess I was getting some information. During part of your report, and I apologize if you're repeating something that you've already said. But we've heard these horrendous stories about family members going from hospital to hospital. I actually have a friend who's been to 13 different hospitals trying to find a loved one. Are you seeing people coming there expectantly to see if one of their own has been hurt?
We have indeed. We've seen many family members coming to this media pen that we have here, also coming to the Patient Information Center that St. Vincent's has set up at 65 West 11th Street. They do have lists of people there. The hospital spokesman telling us that people have also been relying on websites which are not official websites, don't necessarily have accurate information. He told us that the Office of Emergency Management here in New York is working to put together a website with patient information, but they are at the moment hampered by some concerns about confidentiality. They can't post all those names until they get the go-ahead from various legal authorities. So we are seeing lots of people coming here, to the patient information centers. But what people are, what the spokesmen are advising us is that they're advising people to go to the Lexington Avenue Armory. That really is the clearinghouse for the best information here in New York City.
All right, Brian Palmer, thanks so much for that report. Appreciate it. Just another reminder that the Mayor of New York City, Rudy Giuliani, will be holding a news conference at 9 o'clock. We will be covering that live. We expect to hear a little bit more about not only what is going on in the rescue site at the hour, but also what might happen once the president arrives here later today. It is not clear exactly where the president is landing. I was told by a top New York police officer last night they were expecting some sort of helicopter landing. I don't know that the weather will permit that. Thunderstorms are predicted throughout the day. We will keep you posted on that. Of course, the president getting his first-hand look of what was wrought on this city. Let's go back to Miles now, who joins us from Atlanta once again.
Thanks very much, Paula. Recapping the latest developments for you at this hour. Searchers say they have recovered both the voice and flight data recorders from that American Airlines 757 that crashed into the Pentagon. The U.S. Coast Guard boarded a Carnival cruise ship and detained 2 people said to have a history of hijacking, all part of that sweeping international dragnet that is underway. And Congress joined with the White House in an agreement that would offer New York and Virginia a $40 billion emergency aid package. There seems to be no question the U.S. will respond to these attacks. We've heard the president vow it. We've heard others in Congress insist upon it. We're joined this morning by the former NATO Supreme Allied Commander General Wesley Clark, now working as a military analyst for CNN. General Clark, thanks for being with us.
Morning, Miles.
The General has a very interesting op-ed piece in the Washington Post this morning. We're going to talk about that in just a moment. But first of all, when we hear these talks about these dramatic strikes, the first question is where and whom would be affected by this. Maybe we can just go through a map of the region for just a moment and get sort of the lay of the land and see how problematic it might be as a military planner trying to come up with targeting locations.
Well, a lot of attention has focused on Afghanistan. Afghanistan is a country that's been racked by civil war for 2 decades. The Russians came in, the resistance movement aided by the United States and the West fought back. We used Pakistan as a base for this resistance movement. The Russians pulled out when the Soviet Union collapsed, and in Afghanistan has been in a state of perpetual civil war ever since. Somewhere in Afghanistan, we believe that Osama bin Laden has had one or more training facilities and camps. Maybe he's located there. It's hard to believe that the government of Afghanistan doesn't know what he's doing, doesn't know where he is, and can't keep up with this. He's probably drawing support somewhere out of Pakistan. But there's a broader network that's at play here, Miles. These organizations are connected from Afghanistan in many other places in the Middle East, in Europe, in South America, in Asia, and even into the United States. And so there's regular traffic that goes back, couriers that move, money that flows, instructions, messages, technology that moves. We saw last year a strike against the American destroyer, the USS Cole, in the country of Yemen, the port of Aden. We know that was connected somehow. There are persistent rumors that Saddam Hussein may have some communications with this. We know that people come from, and Osama bin Laden is from Saudi Arabia. Others are identified as coming from other of the Gulf Coast states. There's concern about whether Iran has a role to play in this. And so it's a broad network. It's composed of many thousands of individuals, possibly with government connections, in various countries, and we've got a lot more work to do, I think, on this.
It seems to me what is crucial in a situation like this is not to rely so much on fancy satellite imagery, but good, solid human intelligence to find out where these people might be at any given moment.
Right.
Do we have that?
Well, we have very good intelligence, but some of these countries also have very good intelligence, and what we need is stronger intelligence sharing. We need to rapidly follow up the leads, and we need to crack open these terrorist cells that are located not only in the Middle East, but in Europe and in the United States, one by one, individual by individual. They need to tell us about what's going on, and then we'll run these cells back to their starting point.
Well, when you do that, though, it requires a great degree of patience. The American public right now maybe is not in a patient mood. You make the analogy in your op-ed piece that if what we saw is a latter-day Pearl Harbor, there might be a desire for a latter-day Doolittle raid, the 30 seconds over Tokyo bombing raid. Is that an appropriate thing to be seeking right now?
Well, it might be the right thing if we can get the right target and disrupt this organization. It might help us prevent further attacks. But it's a question of whether we can find the right targets and then how to strike them.
All right, let's put the right map in the Cody telestrator there, and let's take a look at the greater Mideast here and give us a sense here, talking about this network and how difficult it is to track how these other countries might come into play.
Well, we know that you're dealing with individuals here, and they're moving from country to country and place to place, and so at various times they may have been and moved through Iraq or Syria or into various parts of the occupied territories, or through Egypt. They may have been in Cyprus or moved into Western Europe. They may have received training or instructions or money. So it's a complex web of individuals, some of whom are known to authorities in various countries. They go by different identities. They have different passports. And it's a complicated matter for international police and law enforcement, as well as for our intelligence communities.
General, these borders are very porous then to
They are porous because even though they require passports and other things, the passports appear, and individuals don't have social security cards and they don't have a social security account number.
If you were in a position right now to be delivering advice to the national security team, what would you tell them to do?
I'd say we've got to work the information, work our allies, build the coalition, strengthen the resolve of all of the nations who've expressed sympathy with us to take the hard political decisions to go after these groups in their own countries. Parts of these groups are known in many countries, and there may be intimidation and fear and threats against the government in this country. They've got to make these hard decisions. The Palestinian Authority, Yasser Arafat, yet there are people there in the West Bank who probably know some of these people. Does Yasser Arafat know them? Can he find them? Can he get information to us? That's what we're going to be looking for.
Let's take a look at one more map here, and this will show us the area of North Africa. Libya is the country which, of course, immediately comes to many Americans' minds with Muammar Gaddafi Is he still a player in all of this? Does he aid and abet this activity in some sense? And would the U.S. be wise to look for cells there as well?
We certainly are looking for cells there. Muammar Gaddafi says that he's renounced this. He sponsored a form of state terrorism, and we tried to bring it to trial in the Lockerbie trial. And maybe after the strikes in 1986, Muammar Gaddafi saw that he couldn't be directly associated with terrorism. But there are connections that remain throughout this area to militant fundamentalists in Algeria, to militant groups in Egypt, perhaps in Libya as well, in Syria and throughout the Middle East. And so this is a network, and we're talking not about governments yet. We're talking about individuals, and then we've got to go and find where they've drawn support from those governments.
And one other point you make in this article in the Washington Post this morning, which is particularly troubling, is that this is, in your opinion, a very precarious time because a plot has been discovered. There are clearly other suspects out there, either thwarted attempts at other hijackings or maybe further attacks are contemplated. Is this a more precarious time, and should we be on this heightened alert for quite some time now?
Well, I think we do have to remain alert because an organization that could plan something like this, it's clearly got other plans, and we don't know when they're going to be released on us. I think the more active we are in terms of doing our police work, the greater the chance we'll put this network off balance. This is not a network that has the flexibility and responsiveness of, let's say, our armed forces. It's a network that's directed to single purposes, and if you disrupt it and force it to move and force it to change its plans, it can't react. And so that's why I'm so very pleased by what we see our police and law enforcement agencies doing today.
General Wesley Clark, former NATO Supreme Commander, now a military analyst for CNN, we really appreciate your insights, giving us quite literally the lay of the land in the Middle East and the difficulties that lie ahead in identifying targets for retribution and for justice, ultimately.
It's going to be difficult.
We'll send it back to Paula in New York. Paula?
All right, Miles, unfortunately the weather hasn't changed all that much since the last time we spoke. You're looking at a picture of the New York City skyline. The skyline obviously so severely altered by what happened on Tuesday. Rain is expected throughout the day. You might remember that some 1,000 rescue workers had to put aside their heavy equipment during the middle of the night when thunder began and the lightning began. Today, in addition to their normal gear that they wear, many are wearing slickers and rain gear. The rain making things incredibly slippery and dangerous. And joining me now is a man that knows an awful lot about what these heroic Americans are up against in their cleanup efforts and their recovery efforts. Todd Rittenhouse, welcome. You are a structural engineer. You were called in to help assess the damage after the World Trade Center bombing, and you also were involved with the Oklahoma City bombing stuff.
That's right. We step in and try to help ascertain what actually happened during the event and how can we prevent it from happening again.
All right. Explain something to me. I am told the World Trade Centers were expected to be able to withstand the brunt of the force of a 707. What happened?
That's what apparently they tried to do. But in this case, this is a much larger jet. It's a 400,000-pound aircraft approximately, carries a lot of fuel, and it's not only the impact of a much bigger bigger plane, but also all the fuel that it was carrying that ignited and damaged the structure.
All right, we're going to look at some pictures now. The picture that, of course, will be forever seared into our national consciousness here. What effect did the fuel have on weakening this structure? I can imagine a tremendous amount of heat was put on.
Right. Well, there are two parts. It's first the aircraft impacting the structure, which does a lot of damage to the structure. Then you have the explosion of the fuel afterwards, which then goes to soften and melt the structure that's remaining. That becomes unstable and can ultimately collapse upon itself. So it's the jet aircraft flying into the building and the huge fireball that ensued afterwards.
Now, aren't these buildings built so they will fall like a tree instead of straight down?
Well, it's one of the way that this occurred, the attack happened at such a high level that it made the top portion of the building unstable, and that fell down and kind of created a pancaking effect as it went down the structure.
Yeah, we're watching that right now. just hideous
right,
to watch.
It is. It's a very sad thing to watch.
So they knew exactly what they were doing. They knew the angle to hit this building at.
They did a very good job.
They knew where to hit it on the first tower, where to hit it on the second. I mean, they tried it the first time around, right?
They tried it.
They tried it from the basement the last time. They wanted the two towers to collapse into each other.
Correct.
What did they figure out this time that they didn't accomplish the first time?
Well, the first time they hit it so
now,
low.
I am making an assumption I should not be here.
Right.
The same people are responsible for the first bombing, but you know what I'm saying.
I understand. No, the difference is there was 107 stories above the detonation point in the first attack, and that's a tremendous amount of weight, so the bomb would have to be so much larger to overcome that weight that it's carrying. This time they moved higher into the building, made the building unstable at a higher elevation where there isn't so much load, and it's much softer. It's much softer at that elevation, so they're able to penetrate it, have this huge fireball, damage the structure, and then it will collapse down upon itself like it did. We're very fortunate it did collapse upon itself because we have a huge debris of rubble in one location as opposed to a tree falling over, which could have taken out more buildings and many, many more people, so we're fortunate in that.
But the fact remains that some 100 buildings in the surrounding area have been damaged, and we're getting all kinds of conflicting information about whether any of those will fall. There's this 54-story tower we're all watching. The mayor came out yesterday and said everybody had reported prematurely it was going to go, but acknowledged that there are some structural damages there.
That's right. There are many buildings around the ground zero area that are perhaps unstable, and we're going through right now. There are many individuals, engineers, the Structural Engineering Association of New York is out there trying to work with the city officials to assess the various buildings. We won't know for a long time the exact condition of each of these buildings. We're trying to determine which ones are safe and which ones are not, so that the evacuation efforts and the rescue and the search and rescue people can do their job.
We have just learned from the Wall Street Journal this morning that the New York developer who led the group that bought this 99-year-old lease of this building is determined to rebuild it.
Right.
If they rebuild it, are they going to build it differently?
Oh, they certainly will build it differently. I would like to see them rebuild it as a symbol of New York. I have my personal doubts, but what we do after every event, after the first World Trade Center, after the Oklahoma City event, and the others that have occurred, we at Weidlinger Associates, with many other firms, have gone out and tried to tell them how to redo it again, how to build these buildings so that you don't have this problem again.
Todd Rittenhouse, thank you for your wealth of information. Todd and I were talking a little bit earlier on about what the rescue workers are up against. This rain certainly not helping matters. Let's go to Martin Savage, who now is what we are all taking to calling ground zero, to give us some insights as to exactly what is going on in that search and rescue area. Good morning, Martin.
We are in the area of Reed and Greenwich Street. It's a couple of blocks north of the World Trade Center site. The rain has been falling steadily here. Overnight, though, it came down quite heavily at times, especially around 2 o'clock in the morning. And there is reported to be some street flooding in the area that the search...
All right. I'm just being given an indication that we're having problems with this audio. As you can expect, this weather is not helping things. Todd, you know exactly, as we look at these pictures of this horrendous weather, what these rescue workers are up against. You know how the debris fell. What is the biggest challenge now? I know they have moved out, I guess the mayor confirming 1,000 tons of this stuff so far, but there is a lot of work to get done.
You have buildings down there that are, the debris pile is unstable. You have several things you want to be careful as you remove certain pieces that you don't cause another mini collapse in a localized area, possibly killing people that they are near to rescuing or injuring the rescue workers themselves. Now this rain has been terrible on it because it makes all those surfaces slippery. All that dust and debris that's been around is becoming muddy and very slippery, so the rescue workers are now in danger themselves.
Todd, if you would, please stand by. We're going to try to bring Martin Savage back up. Martin, we couldn't hear you earlier. We think we can now. Fire away.
Paula, you do hear us now from down here?
Yes, I do indeed. Yeah, please go ahead.
We wanted to let you know, obviously, the weather has been extremely problematic for the rescue operation that continues to be underway. A steady rainfall has been falling all night. At times, though, last night, very stormy. The winds have been gusty down here. We are at a checkpoint. It's about one of the closest points, several blocks north of the World Trade Center area, talking to volunteers. Talking to 3 firefighters that have come in from Maryland, Akakie, and the fire department there. And it's Chief Gene Jordan. Chief, thank you for being with us. Thanks to your firefighters. What impact has this weather been for the effort?
It's hampered it a lot. It's made it a lot more difficult to get into the area that we needed to get into. And last night they had to pull us all out when it started getting bad. We went back in late last night and left there about 4 o'clock this morning. and we're just getting ready to go back in as soon as they let us.
You're up against so much already, and then Mother Nature turns on you. What does that do to the emotions and the morale?
Well, it lowers the morale, of course, because everyone was in there, and as long as it was dry and everything, it was a lot easier to work with. So, of course, that was making the efforts a lot easier for us. But it may have knocked down the dust, but it made it a lot worse. Everything's heavier now. Getting the dust out and everything, and dirt and debris is going to be a lot heavier.
One of the things you cannot see so obviously now is the cloud, but it really is still there. There is still fire.
Yes, there is still fire. There's still fire in some adjacent buildings, small fires, and there's a lot of fires. They're going way deep into the structure. I mean, 40, 50, 60 feet, I'm sure. So
the rain hasn't reached down there yet?
I wouldn't think it's reached down there a lot, no.
Okay.
No.
Well, the key question here is survivors. Have you heard anything? Have you heard of reports of noise? Any indication?
Yesterday morning they heard tapping on the beams that were, I guess, 2 beams that they heard different taps on, and they did concentrate efforts on that. We heard later on that they did rescue 1 person. I don't know everything behind that, but I know they did rescue 1.
There's a lot of confusion at the site.
Yeah.
Catherine and Tim, I want to bring you in. One of the dramatic scenes that we've witnessed down there, you've got hundreds, sometimes thousands of people working, and the call for quiet. Describe for us what happens when all this takes place.
If somebody thinks they hear something, they start yelling, raising their hands up in the air, and within a matter of seconds, everything's dead silence. People shut off the tools, the machines shut off, and just it's like a wave going across 1,000 people.
This is shouted across the crowd, and it's passed from unit to unit, and everyone goes silent.
Yeah,
within
totally
a matter
silent.
of minutes, everything is shut down. Within a minute, everything is shut down. I mean, there's thousands of rescue workers over there, and within 1 minute, because everyone knows what we need to hear, it's dead silence.
And at that moment, Tim, what goes through your hearts and minds?
Hoping that we'll get a response where we'll hear something, because we're sending out voice calls to them, and if they respond back to us, that's what we're hoping for.
Mm-hmm. Why were you here?
Our hearts are here. Our hearts are here to help. We just want to help. There's hundreds of people buried underneath this disaster, and we want to help get them out, hopefully alive.
Catherine, I know you're going to have to leave soon, eventually. What will you take away?
Hopefully, the memory of saving people. I don't want to think about leaving people behind. It's nice to know that we've already pulled out people alive, and that's what I want to take with me, that we've saved lives.
Chief, when you leave, obviously as a firefighter, you've seen many disasters.
Yeah.
Nothing like this.
Nothing like this. This is the most horrific sight I've ever seen. I've got 21 years on the job, and this is the worst I've ever seen.
Well, we want to thank all 3 of you for being here, and we really appreciate your efforts.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Good
you.
luck to you in your further work.
All right, thank you.
So there are many volunteers that have come from all over. They refer to the firefighters here in New York City traditionally as New York's bravest. Now they refer to all of the firefighters from wherever they have come as New York's bravest. Paula?
Martin, thank you so much. I'm going to share with you some of what is in the New York papers this morning along that note as we look at pictures of the hundreds of New Yorkers that have come out in this nasty weather to volunteer. Something that I think says it all about the spirit of involvement. This comes from the New York Daily News. The title of the editorial is "This Mr. Bush is Ground Zero." Welcome to New York, Mr. President. Welcome to the world's greatest city. Welcome to a city filled with people who, despite their reputation for arrogance and for attitude, are at heart the kindest, warmest, most caring folks you'd ever want to meet. Some things will never change. Some things already have. The terrorists who struck at our heart murdered thousands, but they could not murder the American spirit. Even if they had destroyed the Statue of Liberty or the U.S. Capitol building or the White House, our strength would remain. America is not a building, a statue. It is people. It is 8 million New Yorkers, along with 272 million other Americans. And all of us are counting on you, Mr. Bush, to lead us in this time of darkness. These pictures say it all, and Michael Lakou is among the hundreds of New Yorkers who have gone to many places throughout the city to volunteer. Michael, please fill us in on what everybody's doing now.
I'm really touched by these people, Paula. Many of them have been standing here since 3:30 this morning, They are construction workers, they are electricians, they are steel workers, and they come from all walks of life and from all over the United States. I've talked to people from Missouri, I've talked to people from Pennsylvania and from Delaware. In fact, I'm greeted now by two gentlemen who came here who are construction workers, Chris and Drew.
Yes.
What happened when you went inside? What is it that you wanted to offer as a service?
Any bit of help I can do. Pick up a rock, move something, give out water, anything they need. Anything they need, that's why I'm here, just to help out.
How did you know to come here?
Saw it on the news. I said, that's it, we're coming. So we came.
How
just
about
drove
you?
around New York.
Seen it on the news, sitting there with him and just, let's go. They need help, let's go.
You say that you came from Delaware.
Yeah.
When did you come from Delaware and how did you get here?
We drove in my car yesterday. We got up here pretty lost in New York. We kept getting wrong directions. We finally found this place. Waited in line a couple hours, and they said they need us this morning. We slept in our car. Got here this morning. Now they're saying they don't need us till tomorrow, so it looks like we'll be sleeping in our car again tonight.
And you mentioned to me earlier that they don't need you because right now they're looking for steel workers.
Yes, they need iron workers. They said there's not enough iron workers to cut the iron. That's the biggest problem they have is cutting the iron, so they can get everyone in there to help clear the debris.
Well, you drove all the way from Delaware. You slept in your car. When they told you that they didn't need your services today, how did you feel?
A little let down, but if they need us tomorrow, we're here for tomorrow.
Well, what are you going to do tonight?
Sleep in the car.
Sleep in the car. Probably walk around New York. First time in Manhattan, so I'll see the sights, walk around, go back to the car, sleep.
Again tomorrow morning.
Get back up. Here we are.
And check into the Jacob Javits Center bright and early tomorrow morning.
Again tomorrow morning. Wait in line another 3 or 4 hours. And hopefully tomorrow it won't be raining.
You two exemplify the spirit, I think, that are making many Americans proud.
Thank you.
Paul, I think that pretty much says it all. Back to you.
Thank you, Michael. I'll tell you, my heart goes out to all my fellow New Yorkers out there who are going out and doing what they can to help out. We heard another poignant scene about something that happened last night to one of our producers from FNC, Warren. He described a scene of trying to get on a train last night at Grand Central. He heard people cheering. He didn't know what it was. He looked around and he looked over his shoulder to see a New York firefighter walking through the terminal. At that point, everybody erupted in applause. The fireman then taking his helmet and saluting them. And I think Senator John Warner, Miles might have been correct the other day when he said Tuesday is one of the, I'm paraphrasing what he said, but one of the saddest days of American history, but in the end may turn out to be one of our finest hours.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Paula. Let's move now to Washington, D.C. Kate Snow is on Capitol Hill, as she has been all throughout this. Yesterday, they're reporting on that $40 billion emergency appropriation to help New York and the Virginia area rebuild after these attacks. Kate, what's new?
Well, that's going to be taken up here in the Congress this morning, Miles. Joining me right now, a very powerful, very well-known senator, Senator Joseph Biden from Delaware. I want to talk to you about a few things. You are the chairperson of the Foreign Relations Committee, so you have a lot of information about what's been going on. First, let's start with what happened in New York. There have been a lot of reports overnight last night about some detained people in New York at the airport. Tell us what you know.
What I know is to be factual, and last night I couldn't say this on air. Those people have no connection whatsoever to what happened at the World Trade Towers or the Pentagon or this organization network. Two things happened, Kate. One guy, an actual pilot, got on the plane, coincidentally had his brother's identification as well. His brother happened to live in an apartment complex that was one in Boston where some of these people had actually been. Totally coincidental. 10 other people were going to a Boeing conference. They had stickers on their bags. They worked for Boeing or were invited by Boeing. I'm not sure the detail. The folks at the airport thought, hey, wait a minute, are they impersonating crew? And they weren't. One guy was arrested and detained, and it was a screwball who was acting out. You know, was acting out, just saying and demanding. I'm not sure exactly what he was doing, demanding to get on, making problems, and they arrested him. All the rest of these people have been released. There is no connection whatsoever. Now, what happened was, because we're all on such high alert here, they closed down all those airports until they knew that was the case.
But you're confident that
I'm confident. I'm confident that I've spoken to the director of the FBI, the number 2 guy. I've spoken to the CIA and George Tenet. This was 6 o'clock this morning, as late as 6:30 this morning, which is what, an hour and a half ago, or whatever.
What about other leads and other, there have been many other, we've been reporting many other places where investigations are underway.
Well, there are. Kate, there are, and there will be other people arrested. These guys didn't operate alone. Last night when I was responding to another program, was I aware of what was going on? I thought they were talking about investigations of baggage handlers, of people at airports, etc. That is thoroughly, we have 7,000 FBI agents out there combing the countryside, and you will see other arrests. But one thing people should understand, there is no evidence that there were people trying to get on a plane to duplicate what happened at the Pentagon or in Pennsylvania or in the state of New York.
Is there evidence that there could be more to come? Do you have a sense for that?
I'm not at liberty to speak to that, except to say people should not be, I understand their fear, but people should not be fearful that there's an imminent prospect of a similar event occurring. We're going to get all kinds of threats, Kate. We walked out of this building, Kate, yesterday. I was embarrassed, quite frankly, to walk out. You were here. Now, we did something we never done before. We evacuated on the threat of a bomb scare. We've never done that before until you've actually seen something. You look and see a box, you see, but everybody is on tenterhooks now, and we are. And I'm not second guessing it, but we are reacting in a way in the aftermath of this that's going to take a little bit of time to sort of climb off of.
Let me go back to the investigation just for a moment, since you do know so much. What can you tell us about whether these were cells of people who knew each other, who didn't know each other? Do you have any sense for how big an organization we're talking about?
Let me be careful here. We have evidence that there were a number of cells, all knowing one another, all in part of the game plan, that were able to pull off this god-awful event. I think in the next days, Kate, you'll see some very concrete evidence of that presented to the American people.
Will we see a declaration from this Congress tomorrow declaring support for force?
What you may see is as early as today.
At earliest today?
You may see it as early as today, Kate.
Thank you,
I'm going in to present it now.
Thank you. Senator Joseph Biden on his way to a meeting of the Democratic leaders here in the Senate where they'll try to sort some of this out. Back to you, Miles.
All right, CNN's Kate Snow with Senator Biden. CNN's continuing coverage, America Under Attack. We'll pause momentarily. We'll be right back.
Good morning from New York City today. It is a nasty day as cleanup efforts get underway. The soft rain that we saw earlier this morning has turned into a downpour, severely hampering rescue and cleanup efforts, making it very difficult for those thousands of very brave rescue workers to go into the debris field. It is muddy down there. It is slippery. There is great concern about the stability of what is left of the twin 107-story towers. About 1,000 rescue workers were pulled off their jobs last night because of the lightning and thunder that rumbled through the area. Many of them wearing slickers and rain gear today. Once again, they are working under extremely hazardous conditions. This at a time when the mayor is expected to hold a news conference shortly. He is confirming this morning at least 5,000 people are missing in New York City. There's a great deal of concern about what kinds of conditions will await the president when he arrives here later this afternoon to meet firsthand with some of the very brave Americans who are assisting in this effort. Right now, I wanted to bring you up to date on what we know at this hour. Some interesting news out of Washington. Both black boxes, the flight data recorder and the cockpit voice recorder, have been recovered from the jet that crashed into the Pentagon on Tuesday. And as I've just said, here in New York, it couldn't be any worse for all those workers that are joining in the recovery efforts at the World Trade Center. Once again, the rain was so heavy overnight, the search suspended. Great concern about the cranes potentially conducting electricity if lightning struck. 4,763 people missing. Actually, since then, the city has told us more than that. They are saying at least 5,000 missing. President, of course, coming here later today following a memorial service in Washington, D.C. Services of this kind will be held throughout the nation today. Europeans paused for 3 minutes of silence this morning in memory of those killed Tuesday in the United States. Let's take a short pause here. The Council of Europe and the 15 members of the European Union called on all nations to combat terrorism and defend human values. Meanwhile, CNN has obtained exclusive video recorded from the inside of a World Trade Center office on Tuesday, the day of the attacks. The video shows the debris in the office and, through a gaping hole in the wall, which you'll see here shortly, the mountains of rubble outside the Trade Center. It's a miracle anybody got out of here. Right now, I'm going to join Martin Savage, who is at Ground Zero, who is continuing to deal with heavy rain that might wreak havoc on his live shot. But Martin will stay with you as long as the television equipment allows us to do so. What's going on there?
We'll do the same, Paula. Well, it's the rain, it's the weather. That is the major story or headline, at least for the moment, when it comes to the rescue operation that is continuing. Right now, according to rescuers and volunteers who have been coming off the night shift, they say that the weather has had a significant negative impact on their ability to search for a lot of reasons. One, it has made the debris pile in the area they're working in very hazardous. Footing there is very slippery. Hardly a volunteer that has not been slightly injured in some way or another, scrape hands, bruised and battered as they try to go about the work of searching. This is one of the checkpoints here that's several blocks north of where the World Trade Center once stood. It is one of the closest points that you can get. It's also a point where the teams are coming and going. They report that the rains, which have been steady this morning, last night, were extremely heavy. About 2 a.m. they said was the worst. Lightning was bad. They had to evacuate at times because of that lightning, stopped some of the work. The hand digging for now has pretty much been brought to a standstill. Instead, what is being done is the work by the heavy earth-moving equipment. Also, the iron workers are using the welding and the acetylene torches to cut through all the steel. But you've also got the wind in addition to the rain, and the wind and rain combination is putting load factors on top of buildings that are not structurally sound, and that is the serious problem here. They were already weakened yesterday. They were already in fear of falling down. Now you add the wind, which may not seem significant, but even the slightest wind at this particular point, plus the rain combined with it, has got to make engineers there very nervous. Of course, it's the engineers that stand by the buildings, literally watching them moment to moment, keeping an eye on them, sort of watching the backs of all the rescuers that are down in the pits or down digging, trying to find survivors. The moment any word is heard, everyone immediately leaves the area and evacuates. Listening is the greatest tool they have right now. And one of the most dramatic scenes, we've seen it on tape, we've heard it from the volunteers. You have thousands sometimes of people working sort of en masse over this debris field. And then someone will call for quiet, and it spreads throughout the entire complex. The shout passed from one worker to the next. And this huge complex, all those workers and machinery instantly shut down, and it goes silent. And they listen, and they hope. They say, not since yesterday, though, have they heard anything. And the rain, obviously, and the wind, making it even harder still. Paula?
Martin, continued good luck to all those heroic Americans down there. Thank you so much for that update. We'll come back to you throughout the morning. Joining me right now is Amy Steelman, and Lou Angeli. You both have been firefighters for many, many years. You were invited by the International Association of Firefighters to help us better understand what your brethren are up to at this hour. You actually make instructional videos for firemen. What I'd like for you to do for us now, we're going to put up on the screen some of the video you were able to shoot on Wednesday night down at Ground Zero. Extremely treacherous conditions. Describe to us what you're seeing or what you saw as soon as this video comes up. Either one of you. I know this is difficult for you. And if you can't see the picture, just tell me what you saw when you went down there.
Okay. This is from building number 5. Actually, this was Ground Zero. There were just thousands of firefighters staging in the area at this time. I think the thing that impressed me the most at this point was the work of the operating engineers, the folks the steel and structural people, who were removing huge chunks of debris and finessing these huge girders and stuff so that the firefighters and the rescue teams could actually go in and sift through the rubble.
How dangerous is it?
It's extremely dangerous. The buildings are unstable. Firefighters, as seen here, are having injuries. Amy ended up getting injured yesterday.
What happened to you?
I think it was an accumulation, but Wednesday we spent the entire day, the entire evening at Ground Zero, and I had a lot of chest pain, a lot of discomfort trying to breathe. And then we were coming back yesterday to shoot again, and I ended up in the hospital. I had a seizure, and
oh, I'm sorry to hear that. And what you experienced, I'm sure, is very similar to what those firefighters on duty and other rescue workers are up against.
It's ludicrous to think that these little paper masks that they're running around wearing are efficient at filtering the oppressiveness of the air down there. It's full of fibrous materials. You can feel how heavy and how thick the air gets the closer you become with Ground Zero. And most of those guys, God love them, are out there without really any kind of protection for their lungs at all.
They are well aware of the risks they're taking.
I don't know that they're aware of the risks that they're taking. I don't know that there has been an influx of equipment to handle that problem, as far as breathing apparatus, and you were talking about specific kinds of masks.
Right now at Ground Zero, there are 3 levels of firefighters and 3 levels of training. The Fire Department of New York, of course, it's their jurisdiction, and their firefighters are there and doing a lot of the moving of debris and checking for bodies and survivors. And we have urban search and rescue teams who've come in from all over the country. I believe that there are 14 here now of the 28 that operate throughout the United States. These teams are special teams that do nothing but search and rescue.
And there are 75 members on each team.
And they come in. You can tell the difference because they wear a blue jumpsuit and usually have a white hard hat. But the kind of respirators that they're using, we would call a half-mask respirator with 2 filters on it. Those are the kind of respirators that these firefighters need, and it's just not something that the fire department has in inventory.
Well, should it? I mean, now that we've seen the magnitude of something like this happening, are you angry that your fellow firefighters are down there breathing this stuff that sent you to the hospital yesterday?
What needs to be understood is that firefighters and rescue personnel are just now getting their first taste of being trained for terrorist activity.
And how are they doing?
This is not our training.
As best they can, right?
As best they can.
But they are severely compromised, are they not, by the lack of equipment?
Kurt Weldon, Congressman Kurt Weldon from Pennsylvania, has been working this angle for several years. We've been trying to get firefighters trained to learn domestic terrorism response. Certainly when the first firefighters arrived at the World Trade Center, what they faced was a blazing flammable liquid fire. They certainly didn't anticipate that another jet would crash in, nor would the 2 buildings collapse on them. And so we as firefighters perhaps need to start thinking like soldiers and like the military.
Well, isn't that sad?
We have no choice. If this is what we're going to face, and we have to be trained for our own safety as well as the safety of, you know, the people around us, how to respond appropriately.
It is very difficult right now because everybody's skirting around the edges of this question. To tell the American public right now about what impact this rain is going to have on this effort. We have seen that rain come down and down for many hours. Be as honest as you can this morning about what that means.
Now,
Lou?
Paula, there will definitely be a delay in the operation. The rain causes another problem in the sense that it creates a safety hazard for the rescuers themselves, a major safety hazard. It becomes a slipping hazard.
It was already slippery out there before the rain, you know, just from all the water that they've been putting on the fires and it running out. It was already a mess. I can't imagine what this has done to Ground Zero at this point.
Well, what's interesting about the television coverage, too, is that we see Ground Zero from Ground Zero, which would be
It looks quite clinical, these shots that we're seeing right now.
But
not your shots.
when we get there and we walk around the circumference or the diameter of the area and check the perimeters, there are little operations, little pockets of rescue activity that are going on all the way around that area. And it'd be kind of interesting for the news services to start getting some shots from the south side of the building to get an idea of what's going on there, because we've seen a number of rescue activities going on around the buildings.
I hope you know, and we're going to show you some video now that might help you better understand this, how the American public is reacting to the heroism we've seen displayed during this horrendous period of our history. Here are a group of New Yorkers who started to applaud firefighters as they walk through a part of New York. I will tell you, every time I report these statistics about the numbers of your fellow firefighters you have lost, you get the same kind of reaction. It's touched a very raw nerve. You understand that, don't you?
We understand it very well. When we were going in on Tuesday, when we were coming out of Ground Zero on Tuesday, the people of New York have the biggest heart that I've ever seen. They were handing out food, they were handing out water. Many of the restaurants around that are open will feed firefighters for free. And it just, they applaud, they hold up signs, they say thank you, they come up, they hug you. And we're just out there doing what we do. You know, none of that is necessary, but it's just, that's what moves you more than anything else. It's hard to figure out exactly the loss of life when you're right up on top of things because you're looking at a pile of rubble. You know, it's hard to imagine how many people lost their lives in this building because it's not something you can see. You know, you're just looking at the rubble. And then you come out to these groups of people who are all hoping and praying that, you know, you find someone they know or a loved one, and they are just so generous and so loving and so beautiful to behold.
I know.
We as firefighters tend to be a family. We are
a very humble family, I might add.
We are America's largest private club, and we often feel that the public takes us for granted. I think that the two of us have been affected. We will never feel that way again.
No.
Driving out of that area in one of the fire trucks the other day, just for 10 blocks, 6 people deep on both sides, applauding, holding up signs, we love you.
Handing out water.
And that's what we try to do with our videotape, and that is to try to communicate to the brother and sister firefighters around the country that this is how these firefighters are being treated.
Before I let you go, I know you never want credit for what you think you are expected to do, but you can't come out of, and we're looking at right now, look at this picture now, the thousands of firefighters on duty now, but when you have seen what you have seen, how do you deal with it? I mean, like you just told me, you feel that this is the start of a change in the way firefighters are taught, that now they're becoming soldiers. How do you deal with what the two of you have witnessed in terms of the sense of loss and what your brothers and sisters are up to now downtown?
I don't think initially that it hits you because you're so busy working. You're scrambling around, you're looking for any sign of life. With us, we're videotaping, we're trying to, show the work efforts, and that way hopefully we can do training videos that will help to improve how we respond to terrorist acts, because obviously now we're going to have to respond to terrorist acts.
Lou, a final thought from you this morning.
I think that this is probably firefighting's brightest hour, and in the 260 years that we've been doing this in the United States, since Ben Franklin formed the first fire department in Philadelphia. I can just tell you, I'm just so proud to be a firefighter, proud to call these fellows from New York. We lost several friends in the collapse, and we will never forget them, and our hope is that this will be a tribute to the work that they do.
I don't think I'm being presumptuous here today at all, but I know as I salute you, all Americans salute what you are doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Very
Thank you,
much.
Paul.
I should mention, as we were talking, I was told that the rescue efforts have picked back up. There was a period of about a half hour ago where the rain was coming down very, very hard, and the cleanup and recovery efforts slowed down dramatically. Let's go back to Miles now. Miles, and I do want to let you know that the mayor is still planning to hold that news conference that was supposed to come up just about 20 minutes ago. And if and when that happens, we will bring it to you live.
All right, naturally, and we join in that salute as well. Let's take a look at the nation's air traffic control system right now. This is a live image of what's in the air right now. Every one of those blue dots represents either an airline flight or, in this case today, a chartered flight. Right now, that might seem like a lot of dots to you. There's about 1,000 flights in the air that I just counted. That is just a small fraction of what's going on a normal day. Let's take a look at a closer view. This looks like an awful lot of flights as well as we get closer in on the eastern seaboard. A lot of activity, but as I say, about a quarter of a normal morning. There are usually about 4,000 flights aloft at any given moment. Let's hone in a little bit on the New York area. And as we take, I'm going to go up north a little bit more over here. There's LaGuardia Airport right there. As I circle that so you know where that is. There's Newark Airport, and there's JFK. All of those are closed, and that is why you are seeing such a dearth of traffic in those locations. Take a look at this list here. We have a list of all of the flights that are currently flying right now. And just to give you an example, I can do this by destination and give you that there are about 40 flights that are headed inbound to Atlanta's airport, Hartsfield Airport. Well, that's the second busiest airport in the world. 40 flights inbound on a normal morning is a fraction of what's going on. We'll give you a close-up view of that. That's the area around the Atlanta airport right now. There are flights coming in, there are flights going out, but it is still a fraction of what we normally would have. So the system is still trying to get back up to speed, if you will. Airports in some places still remaining closed. Other airports just bringing air traffic back up to full speed in a gradual way, sometimes a bit chaotic, a lot of misinformation about what is legal, who can fly at any given moment, especially when you get into general aviation and charters and that sort of thing. Jean Meserve is in our Washington Bureau. She has a little bit more on the nation's air traffic system. Jean?
Miles, specifically about Ronald Reagan National Airport. It will not open today. It will not open tomorrow, according to a spokesman for the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority, which runs the airport. The operating phrase right now is that the airport is closed for the time being. There has been some speculation that National could be closed down permanently because of its location. It is very close to downtown Washington. Planes coming in on their flight paths come very close to the CIA, to all of Washington's government offices and monuments, also, of course, to the Pentagon. We do know that airport authorities are in consultations with the FAA and, according to congressional sources, security organizations as well, trying to determine when this airport will reopen. A spokesman, once again, for the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority says, "We don't know anyone in government that has publicly speculated that the airport will not reopen. The only discussions we are having right now are when it will reopen. again. They also say that one reason they're keeping it closed for the time being is not only because of security concerns which envelop every airport in the country, but because this airport is located right across the river from the Pentagon, where, of course, rescue efforts still continue today. A congressional source tells me that another thing they're waiting for is for the fear factor to decrease. Clearly, people all across the country are very much on edge about air travel, specifically here in Washington, where the Pentagon was hit with one of those aircraft, and so they are waiting for people to calm down a bit. That is another factor in the deliberations, according to this congressional source, on when to open Reagan National. But once again, not open today, not open tomorrow, won't speculate on when it will reopen, but they say at the present time there are no discussions saying it will not ever reopen. Back to you, Miles.
All right, thank you very much, Steve Meserve's got a phone call to get. Just to underscore that point briefly, if anybody who's in the audience who has flown into Washington knows, you fly and approach right down the Potomac River, right to DCA, which is National Airport. Right along here is the mall, the Lincoln Memorial, the Washington Monument, the White House, right on that edge there. So you can understand why security folks are very concerned about this airport in particular. There's Dulles Airport out there, and that is less of a concern because of its proximity to the nation's landmarks. Just to show you what's in the air around there, there's an American Airlines flight which took off from Baltimore-Washington Airport. Here's a Delta Airlines flight which took off from BWI as well, on its way to Atlanta, transiting the airspace, but not, of course, landing at those airports at the current time. Security considerations, the issue there. At 11:45 Eastern Time, coming up in just a little bit, a little more than 2 hours from now, there'll be a period of mourning, a service at the National Cathedral, also in Washington, Northwest Washington. We spoke a little while ago with the Dean of the National Cathedral, who spoke about what will be said in the way of healing. The President, members of the Cabinet, members of Congress will be in attendance for this national moment of mourning. And we, of course, here at CNN plan to bring you that event live, and that'll be at 11:45 Eastern Time. Let's send it back to New York and Paula Zahn.
All right, Miles, as you know, as you look at this picture of New York skyline, the conditions couldn't be any more treacherous for the thousands of rescue workers that are downtown right now trying to dig through the rubble. Here's what the skyline looks out like this morning. That is not smoke you're looking at, which is in fact what we had been looking at over the last 3 days. It's fog. A flag flying at half-mast in Midtown. Flags flying at half-mast all over the city. In fact, I saw a number of people yesterday in full flag regalia, holding flags, walking up and down the streets in tremendous bumper-to-bumper traffic, screaming out loud, "I'm proud to be an American," that at a time yesterday when there were some 60 bomb threats in the city. Thank goodness, all of them false. What you're looking at now are the volunteers that continue to stream in to places all over the city. This happens to be the Jacob Javits Convention Center in New York. Volunteers have had to be turned away all over the city. As you know, the Red Cross has made a plea for people to donate blood. Even area hospitals haven't been able to take on the crowds of people who are offering to donate blood. By the way, many of the folks you see standing in line have been standing in line for at least 6 hours. Tremendous thunderstorm hit the city last night in the wee hours of the morning, and shortly after that, these folks started congregating to offer whatever services they could to assist in the rescue efforts. They, of course, are being bolstered by what some of our firefighters just described. 14 of the top search and rescue teams that you could be found in the United States. Mayor Giuliani expected to hold a news conference. It has been delayed. It was supposed to happen about a half hour ago. We will go to that live when it happens, but the latest we can tell you right now from the city is the city still believes some 4,700 people are missing, close to 100 people confirmed dead. You got families all over the city who had friends and other family members who worked in the World Trade Center, still going through the horrendous task of going from hospital to hospital to find out if perhaps their friends and family members are alive. We're going to check in with Hillary Lane right now, who joins us from the Armory in New York City, where people continue to show up with information on their friends and family members, hoping to find out what happened to them. Hillary?
Oh, Paula, as you said, there are still at least 4,700 people missing. So this giant building behind me has been turned into one large missing persons center. And what is happening here today is a different picture from what we saw yesterday. Yesterday, the lines were wrapping around the block, people bringing pictures, waiting to fill out 8-page missing persons reports. Each person individually then meeting with a police detective, asked for all sorts of personal information, any sort of body marks, being asked for names of dentists, being asked to hold on to personal items such as hairbrushes. Dental records and hairbrushes, obviously two items that could be very useful for DNA identification, which will be one of the next steps in the coming days as they do begin to recover more and more remains. Since we cannot take you inside of the building, I'm going to talk now with a gentleman who filed one of these missing persons reports yesterday. His name is Ronaldo Gargano, and his nephew, Rocco, has been missing since Tuesday. So if you could tell me a little bit about what happened when you went into the building yesterday and what sort of questions the detectives were asking you.
They were asking me to bring any kind of information, any kind of distinctive marks I can have for my nephew. That way they were able to identify him in case of he is found.
There were grief counselors as well. Did you stop and talk to anybody to get any sort of advice on how to talk to your other family members?
They gave me something. They said to try to remain as calm as possible and try to comfort, the one that's mostly, touched by it. And it's been very difficult, very difficult.
I assume even more so day by day, now day 4. Please tell me now what this is like for you.
It's been very hard, very grieving. It's been insurmountable type of pain, but I do know that he is not on any kind of list, either missing, dead, or in the hospital, so I do still have a lot of hope for him. I hope they will be found. I hope that the picture that I'm circulating will be seen by someone to identify him, and we'll get some sort of news to the home, to his mother, to me, and to everyone else that's really involved.
Mr. Gargano, thank you very much for your time, and good luck to you in your search. So, Paula, that is what is happening around here. You have people walking around with missing persons posters. They're showing these faces anywhere they can. They're trying to maintain any hope that they possibly can, but as every day passes and as this rain falls, it becomes even more difficult. One of the gentlemen I was talking to earlier this morning has said that what he had as hope is now turning to anger, and it's growing. He came back today to present even more information, but he's basically said as day 4 has come, he doesn't really think there's much of a chance of finding his sister, who hasn't been seen since Tuesday. Back to you.
Boy, Hillary, it is absolutely brutal to hear what these people are telling you this morning. Thank you. We'll come back to you a little bit later on this morning to see what else you have learned. Before I head back to Atlanta, I wanted to quickly bring you up to date on some of what is being done in New York today. In various boroughs of New York, you've got people collecting donations of clothing and supplies. You've got memorial services being held throughout the city. You have one at a mosque in the northern part of the city, and we're told dozens and dozens of churches and synagogues throughout the city. We are also told that the USNS Comfort, which is one of the Navy's 2 hospital ships, will arrive in New York at some point today to provide disaster relief. In addition to that, there will be wakes, obviously, for the various firefighters that are known to be dead. I think, Miles, probably one of the saddest things I've heard here this morning when we focus in on firefighters is the fact that firefighters are instinctually trained to go for the flames. And I was told that many of these 300 or so firefighters that lost their life probably didn't give any thought, because their initial instinct was to save people to what, the jet fuel that was falling on them meant, and even thinking about the stability of the buildings. Mayor Giuliani expected to hold a news conference. It has been delayed. We don't know when that's going to come down, but we will go to it live. And Miles, there's one other thing I'd like to share with you right now. We have, you're finding about the wonderful level of support all over the city, but last night and even today in this horrific weather, there's a park that is about 30 blocks north of the World Trade Center, which has become a memorial to the victims. And what people have done is spread out big rolls of poster paper on the ground, and this is at Union Square Park, and by the hundreds, New Yorkers have been walking by and scribbling messages in this constant pour of rain.
Such a series of contrasts to report from New York City these days. All right, Paul Lazan, thank you. We'll check in with her in just a bit. Let's keep it in New York, however. This is day 4 now, and yet another day the markets will not open for obvious reasons, an unprecedented shutdown. Christine Romans is in our financial newsroom with more on that. Christine?
Good morning, Miles. For the 4th day in a row, there was no opening bell on Wall Street, and there will be no stock trading. The last time the market was shut this long was in 1914 during World War I, when the New York Stock Exchange shut its doors for 4.5 months in response to the fighting in Europe. Officials say stocks will reopen Monday morning, and teams are working to get everything in order at the trading facilities. Extensive system tests will be conducted tomorrow, focusing heavily on how communications equipment is functioning. More than 20% of the NYSE's telecom data flowed through a facility adjacent to the World Trade Towers. Local phone company Verizon has been feverishly attempting to rebuild that capacity. So what can investors expect this time Monday morning? Well, some experts are still predicting a steep sell-off in stock prices. They are mainly worried about the economy's ability to stay out of recession following Tuesday's terrorist attacks. But a growing number of analysts say stocks could open flat or even slightly higher. That's because investors have had some downtime to reflect and see that the nation's economy is not in crisis. And some analysts even say a bit of patriotism might come into play. Investors don't want to cause any panic selling. Analysts say an earlier resumption of trading could have caused an extremely volatile atmosphere and may indeed have led to panic selling. Another factor that could help in yesterday's market stability in Asia and Europe. Japan's Nikkei average even rallied 4% in Tokyo Friday, but Europe's major markets have not been so lucky. They're moving lower again today, hurt by steep losses in airline stocks. Meanwhile, back in the U.S., bond and commodity trading is underway for the second straight session in Chicago. Short-term Treasury notes rallied initially on the possibility the Federal Reserve will cut interest rates when stocks open after the weekend. Miles?
All right, CNN's Christine Romans at the Financial News Desk in New York. Here's a look at the developments to this point for you. We're looking at pictures of the National Cathedral right now, live pictures where President Bush shortly will lead the nation in a prayer service for the victims of the terrorist attacks. That's to occur at 11:45 a.m. Eastern Time. We, of course, bring that to you live as it happens. Earlier this morning, friends of the United States overseas paused for 3 minutes of silence. In London, the House of Commons paused before an emergency meeting to discuss the attack on America. In Berlin and across Germany at noon, local time, bells rang out at churches and cathedrals as well-wishers observed 3 minutes of silence. And at noon in Paris, French President Jacques Chirac led his country in observing 3 minutes of silence. At Élysée Palace, France's Republican Guard played the Star-Spangled Banner. And back in New York this morning, the weather not cooperating at all with the search and recovery efforts. We've been telling you this all this morning. Heavy rain will certainly make this hard to even imagine task even more difficult. As we tell you, in a little more than 2 hours' time, there will be a national prayer service at the National Cathedral in Washington, D.C. Among the people who will be participating one way or another is Bishop T.D. Jakes, who is with the Potter's House. He joins us now to talk a little bit about what Americans can expect in the days ahead and what Americans of faith are thinking right now. Good to have you with us, Bishop Jakes.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be with you today.
What are your thoughts on this day of prayer?
I think it's a very essential moment for the nation to come together and come to grips with the presence of God and allowing God's grace and presence to fortify us and undergird us as we're feeling vulnerable, and we know that there are many important decisions to be made. We want divine intervention in those decisions.
A little while ago, I asked the Dean of the National Cathedral what the scriptures say about retribution, about the desire for vengeance. Certainly, if you look in the Old Testament, there's plenty of examples of vengeance. Do you choose to interpret the scriptures that way?
Well, you know, I think what's important for us is that the Bible says that the powers that be are ordained of God, and it respects the leadership that is in place. And I think it's a strong time for Americans to gather and galvanize around the leadership that we have in place, and they're doing that there is a strong solidarity between people of all races, all cultures, and all religions in this country. We're feeling unified like I've never seen before, and looking to our government to make the right decisions and appropriate those decisions for the betterment of our nation.
Well, but specifically though, what do you tell your flock about the desire for some kind of vengeance? Do you tell them that's inappropriate, or?
No, I think that it's more important, rather than to be critical of a natural reaction to pain, which is anger. All of us are feeling angry and hostility, and the Bible said, be angry and sin not. So it does acknowledge that there is a human reaction where it is natural to be angry. It is a process of grief, and rather than to chasten people for being angry, I think we need to support them and offer solutions that we can disperse that anger appropriately through prayer, interacting with our families, communicating with one another, reaching out to help people in need. Often gives us a sense of being able not only to respond to the crisis, but to help with the solution.
Give us a sense of the words that you choose right now when people come to you and say, for one reason or another, this whole thing has left them questioning their faith and wondering how a God could allow this to happen.
You know, I've been quick to respond to that, because I think that those illustrations are much more applicable when people are facing a tornado or an earthquake and they associate those issues with God. But even in those cases, that's not an accurate association, but it does occur. In this case, it is clearly not an issue of man in conflict with God or God with man. This is man in conflict with man. I think Americans understand that this is brought about through the evil and the wickedness of man against man, and not an act against God. Our faith is essential, because as we face the complexities of how do we protect ourselves and are we really protected sufficiently, there is that divine component of allowing God to be our strength, fortify us, and to lead us into the days ahead.
You talk about the days ahead. As the shock wears off and the grief progresses into its various stages, it sometimes can be even more challenging for people coping with this, either intimately or from afar. This grief transcends just those who are directly involved. We all are all, after all, affected. What's your biggest concern as time goes on?
You know, I have a lot of concerns. First of all, I don't think we've even begun to grieve. We were shocked at first. Now we're going into an anger stage. Many people in New York and around the world are hoping against hope that their loved ones might be found. So they're suspended. They have not resolved in their own minds that these are casualties yet. They can't really grieve appropriately because there are so many unanswered questions. Who is going to be found? Maybe someone escaped the building, has not been notified. And so they're not really entering into true grief yet, because they're suspended, which is a very painful time. And during this time, support from family, from churches, from synagogues help to fortify us. And then after that, we enter into true grief and acceptance if we're unable to find or locate the loved ones that we are waiting and hoping against hope that we might be able to find.
Bishop Jakes, I wonder if you could share some words of prayer with us. What are the words that are appropriate at this time?
You know, I would like to take this opportunity to pray, and those that are watching right now, just to pray with you and just to believe God and ask the Father to come and comfort in a special way those that are hurting, those that are angry, and those that are confused. Father, we seize this opportunity to ask you to just cover with your grace and mercy and love those who are wounded in a way that only you can do on the inside, giving grace and peace to them. We pray for the president. We pray for his decisions, for Congress, that you might lead us into the days ahead with your divine protection. This is my prayer, and I pray it unto the Lord in his name. And I want to invite Americans everywhere, in whatever method you choose to pray, to join us as we seek and call on the name of God to answer and to heal and to lead our nation through the tough days ahead.
Bishop TD Jakes, my apologies. Thank you for sharing that with us. Really appreciate your time and your thoughts and your prayers with us on this day of prayer.
And God bless America.
All right, and just to remind our viewers, in just about 2 hours' time, that national prayer service at Washington's National Cathedral, Cathedral Heights, Wisconsin Avenue, will be filled with all kinds of people, from the president on down, the cabinet, members of Congress. The Reverend Billy Graham will be delivering that sermon. We, of course, will bring that to you live so you can join in the prayer. Let's send it back to Paula, New York.
Okay, thanks so much, Miles. It continues to pour here in New York City, making already hazardous conditions even worse for the rescue workers toiling in the rubble of the World Trade Center. Flags like this flying at half-mast all over the city. We've talked a lot about how the rain is slowing down the search and recovery effort. And one of the more bizarre pieces of information we've just gotten from a Suffolk police officer is that as hard as this rain is making things downtown, is making the debris field very wet, very slippery, the dogs who are assisting in this search, their ability to go through the rubble. Apparently the scent, and this is sort of cold hard stuff to share with you, but the scent of any survivor actually stays closer to the ground because of the water, but that the dogs would be able to pick up that scent. There is still hope that workers and lost in this rubble might be found alive. That is why the rescue efforts go on in earnest. Now, it remains to be seen what impact this is going to have on the president's traveling plans after he finishes up at the National Prayer Service at the National Cathedral. He is expected to come here to New York to get his firsthand look of what has happened to the city. And Major Garrett now joins us from the White House with more details on that. Is the weather going to change anything, Major?
Paula, there's no indication of that now. I've checked with White House sources repeatedly this morning. They say the president still intends to travel to New York City. I've spoken with representatives in the office of Representative Gerald Nadler. He is a Democrat from New York, in whose district the World Trade Center resides, what's left of it. They say they have received no word from the White House that the president will not, in fact, carry out with his intentions to travel to New York City after the National Prayer Service at the National Cathedral. So that's where we are right now, but clearly weather is an issue. The underlying thought was that the president would take Air Force One to the general area, then from an undisclosed location, fly by helicopter to see and survey the damage from above. Clearly, if there is inclement weather, that makes the question of a helicopter trip all the more real. But no announcement officially from the White House that this trip, in fact, will not occur. Every indication, both from the Capitol Hill and from the White House here, is the president will, in fact, go on to New York City. We'll keep you posted on that. I can tell you at this very moment the president is meeting with his entire cabinet in the cabinet room here at the White House. It is the first full cabinet meeting the president has convened since the disastrous and catastrophic events of Tuesday. The president is trying to coordinate as best he can all federal relief efforts, which will probably touch almost every agency of the federal government in one way or another. And he can do that now with the confidence that the White House and Congress have reached a deal on a $40 billion emergency supplemental spending bill. $10 billion of that $40 billion will be made immediately available to the president to use for recovery efforts in New York, Virginia, and Pennsylvania, but most especially in New York City, where the rubble is so incredibly immense and the task so daunting for those on the ground. So that's what we know here so far, Paul. I can also tell you, having talked to the Secret Service again just moments ago, the security perimeter that was extended about 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon around the White House, bumping it out at 2 full blocks to the north, will continue today. And in fact, the Secret Service told me that it is still operating on what it describes as a very high state of alert. There is, as Jim Mackin, the spokesman for the Secret Service, told me, a lot of intelligence coming in, and the Secret Service will maintain that extensive and extended perimeter of security around the White House. Mr. Mackin telling CNN that it could shrink sometime today, but it could also go back to what it is right now. And he said that could go on for many, many days because the Secret Service does believe there is a continuing threat to the White House, and so it's going to take every single precaution it believes necessary to protect not only the president, the press who work here, the larger White House staff family, but also the very citizenry of Washington, D.C. that works in this general area. Paula?
Major, unfortunately, once again, I missed part of your report because we're constantly being handed new information. I know the last time I spoke with you, you mentioned that the Vice President, Dick Cheney, will not be at the prayer service. Explain to us why.
He is not scheduled to be at the prayer service. He is not on any official list of those who will be attending. The Vice President was moved from the White House complex yesterday to the Camp David presidential retreat. Why? Because the Secret Service determined that for security reasons, it was not a good idea to have the Vice President and the President of the United States in the same place at the same time. That gives you a sense of just how pronounced the security concerns are for the Secret Service. They want to separate the Commander-in-Chief from the second-in-command or the second-in-line for the presidency at this moment of heightened security alert here at the White House. So for all the information we've gathered this morning, the Vice President will remain at Camp David. The President will be here, and he will not be with the President at that prayer service at the National Cathedral.
All right, Major, thanks so much for that update. And I should add to what Major just said on the New York front that most of us that were out in the city early this morning have never seen the degree of security that now is in place to greet the president when he arrives here later today. Mayor Giuliani expected to hold a news conference at some point. This is probably one of the most anticipated news conferences. It was supposed to happen about 45 minutes ago. Now we're told it will indeed happen in 10 minutes. If and when that happens, we'll bring it to you live. You see the podium that the mayor will be standing at, and he will have a lot of information to share with us. Is that indeed the podium where the mayor will be addressing us from? I believe so, the mysterious podium. But I can confirm for you this morning the city maintains that at least at this point 4,700, more than 4,700 people are still missing. Among those is a man named Carlos Morales. Joining us this morning is Noemi Morales and Richard Gonzalez. It is your brother who is missing.
Yes.
Who did he work for? Where was he the day of these attacks? Welcome.
Thank you. He worked for Cantor Fitzgerald, and we believe he was on the 101st floor.
And which tower was he in? The first one hit or the second one?
The first one hit.
No, I believe it was just the second building hit, the second plane that crashed.
So he was actually above the point.
Right, that is correct.
So are you at all hopeful? We have pictures of your brother and your brother-in-law right now, and people from all over the city are missing family members, are taking these pictures down to the armory in hopes that someone can make some sort of connection for them. Do you have any hope at all that your brother is alive?
Yes, I still believe he's alive, and I'm hoping that through these pictures, someone somewhere out there has seen him and can help us find him.
When is the last time you spoke with him?
I spoke with him Monday night.
Did anybody talk with him on Tuesday?
Yes, his best friend, Harry, spoke to him Tuesday morning at 8:30. He was already having coffee at his desk.
So no contact was made after the initial blast?
No, none.
Because you hear these heartrending conversations about people making cell phone calls to family members as they were being evacuated from the building.
Well,
so you don't even know if he ever attempted to be evacuated from the building?
No.
He worked for the Cantor Fitzgerald firm.
Yes.
And from what we understand, at least 1,000 of the some 2,700 folks, and these are some of the offices we're looking at, were housed in this tower. The head of the firm actually arrived late for work that day because he wanted to take his son to nursery school. He is missing a brother as well. But it would appear at this moment that this firm will suffer a huge, huge toll. Have you been in touch with anybody from the firm? Because that is in fact the firm your brother also worked for.
I've tried calling several numbers and I can't reach anybody. Most of the time the numbers are busy, and when I do get through, they have no information for us.
See, my wife spent most of the time at home making a lot of phone calls, while me and his closest friends, closest relatives, went up and down of Manhattan to every hospital. We did we did come across a few families from Cantor Fitzgerald who also knew nothing. Actually, from most of the people that are missing are Cantor Fitzgerald people that just haven't heard any type, no names on lists, on hospitals, none missing or okay. It's like nothing at all. They can't get a single word of, you know, not even bodies, looking for bodies to match up, you know, to go with the bad, to, you know, to balance out to see where exactly we stand. Nothing at all. So we just keep hoping that something, anything would just come up.
They keep taking our name and number and saying they would get back to us, but no one has
sending
called
us
back.
all over, hospital to hospital, place to place. Even now in Jersey, we have close friends out there helping us, trying to get any kind of word, either or, one way or another. We want some type of answer.
Whether he's dead or alive, we just want to find his body.
And until then, we're just gonna keep on.
I know this is so difficult for you to do, but so many other families have found themselves in the same position of running aimlessly from one hospital to the other hospital, trying to just get a little nugget of information. Describe to us what it's like to walk into an emergency room and try to find out about a lost family member.
First of all, they try not to let anyone in the hospitals, and they pretty much cut them off in front of the hospitals, emergencies and places like that. And
not out of unkindness, but
no,
simply out of the sheer number of people that have shown up.
To control everything, which is understandable. But again, what basically they're doing is giving more runarounds and showing us lists after lists, same list. Some aren't even updated well. A lot of the information, rumors are all almost completely wrong. Websites, wrong.
And some of those, I'm told, not intentionally wrong. People really want to help, but they're putting bad information out there.
For me, going to these places, and even though I'm not getting any answers, gives me some kind of comfort, because I know so many other people out there are going through what we are, and it's sort of comforting for me. So even though I know there's not much I can do, and they're not going to give me much information, I feel comfort.
Although you're finding comfort. Hillary Lane, one of our correspondents, was reporting down at the Armory, where a lot of family members are going with pictures of their loved ones, that the mood has changed dramatically from yesterday to today. That today you have investigators on the scene asking for dental records, asking for identifications of family members. You do understand why some people are incredibly angry this morning.
Yes. Yes.
I'm angry as well.
Just the waiting is taking a toll on everyone now. Not getting any answers and just waiting, it's the hardest thing.
And I know it's not your intention to criticize the efforts underway, because you understand the magnitude of what's going on, but you certainly are caught.
We are so happy with New Yorkers and how they're handling it. Everyone has been great that we've walked to, although we haven't got any answers. Everyone was kind and walked up to us at all times, asking if we needed help, food, water, everything, clothing, and everything they wanted us to do, we did, as far as filling out the missing reports and all. And it's hard to be selfish, and we are sad for everyone that is involved, but we just know personally of him, and that's what we're trying to get the answer to. Now everyone's going through what we're going through, we know that, and it's, like I said, it's hard to be selfish, and we're trying to bear with it all right now.
What kind of a man was your brother, or is your brother? I know you still hold hope, even though he was above the area that got hit in that trade center. You're still not giving up.
No, he's wonderful. He's full of life. Everyone that knows him feels the same way. He's very caring, very loving. He's very funny. He can make anybody in any room laugh. He has that laugh that's so contagious. You hear him and you just laugh with him. He's wonderful. He loves my daughter, his niece. He loves his mother very much. She was the woman in his life. And he's just wonderful.
Any final thought, Richard?
Just the same, like everyone else, if they hear anything, to please call. We left 2 numbers. And wishing everyone else as much luck as we're trying to get.
If you two would stand by, we're awaiting a news conference with the mayor of New York City, and in the process of waiting for the news conference, I wanted to share something with you that I read in the Daily News, which is a local New York newspaper, and it basically reinforces what you said about the spirit of New Yorkers. We have a shot of the hundreds of volunteers who have streamed to this city, or we may also have a shot of the vigils that have been held basically for the last 3 days straight. And I'd like to read this to you if we can show some pictures of those folks that have come out to volunteer. But here's what the editorial said, talking about the president's upcoming visit to New York. Welcome to New York, Mr. President. Welcome to the world's greatest city. Welcome to a city filled with people who, despite their reputation for arrogance and for attitude, are at heart the kindest, warmest, most caring folks you'd ever want to meet. Some things will never change. Some things already have. The terrorists who struck at our heart murdered thousands, but they could not murder the American spirit. Even if they had destroyed the Statue of Liberty or the U.S. Capitol building or the White House, our strength would remain. America is not a building, not a statue. It is people. It is 8 million New Yorkers along with 272 million other Americans. And here's the mayor now of New York City to start his news conference.
That was why I stood in front of you yesterday. That'll go fast in front.
Good morning. Obviously, everyone is concerned about the impact of the weather on the relief and recovery efforts, and there's no question that they're hampered by it. Things have to proceed more carefully, more cautiously. At the same time, they're going on because there is still a strong hope that we'll be able to recover people and find people and save them. So we will try very hard to conduct the operations today. Obviously, considering the fact that it's dangerous, or more dangerous than it otherwise would be, but they will go on, and hopefully we'll be able to find and save some people today. The misinformation yesterday was a cause of real concern, and I'd like to explain at least a little bit about it and ask you if you could consider in reporting this information to be more patient than to just run with information before it's been verified. Some of it is meaningless ultimately because it gets corrected, but some of it could be very, very dangerous and very emotionally damaging. Reports, for example, that there are people that we've discovered and been in contact with that aren't verified aren't true. And there was a report like that yesterday evening that a woman was in communication with people, and there were 10 or 15 people in a store and underneath, and it was reported rather widely, and it leads to lots of families becoming very, very hopeful and then finding out that it's just not plain true at all. It also leads to sometimes a lot of activity that can be very dangerous, recovery activity, and people who become very excited about it. So please be more careful about reporting this information. There's no reason to run with it until it's actually verified by the police or by the FBI. Same thing was true about the alleged arrest last night and information about box cutters and knives, and none of which was verified by the police or the FBI, all of which was publicized, all of which turns out now to be untrue. So if we could all be a little bit more patient and verify the information before we put it out, we won't raise people's hopes unnecessarily, and we won't create a situation in which decisions are made that can endanger endanger lives. School is open today, and it opened on time. It'll be open again on Monday, except in the area that is still closed off, which is the area south of Canal Street. And that part of the city is still part of the recovery zone. We're going to try today to carve out another area south of Canal Street that we can open over the weekend, and particularly to have it open for Monday. And it would be the Wall Street area. And therefore, we would ask businesses there to start considering the fact that over the weekend, they may want to come in and clean out and make sure that their buildings are able to operate on Monday. I'll know better at 4 or 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock whenever we get back to briefing you how much of the Wall Street area we can reopen, but we're going to try very hard to open up as much of it as possible for Monday. The Staten Island Ferry will also start operating definitely on Monday, and we'll try to start these things over the weekend so that there's a shakedown before we actually get to Monday. Businesses that need help, there are a lot of them. They should know that the resources of the city, the state, and the federal government are all there to assist them and to help them to reestablish themselves so that not only they can recover what they lost, but so they can grow and prosper. We ordinarily have lots of incentive packages and other programs that the state and the city do together to keep businesses in New York and to encourage businesses to come to New York. All of those packages are now going to be assisted by the legislation that was passed in Albany yesterday, and the legislation that apparently is going to pass in Washington that will make substantial amounts of money available to the city and state for exactly this purpose. So we're trying to reach out to all the businesses that are affected. We've put together the city and state economic development operations to do that. And what we will do is give you a number later so that they can also call us. If we don't get to you, we will try. You get to us, and we will work with you on figuring out what you need in order to get through this difficult period and then reestablish and grow. We've taken out 10,425 tons of debris, 1,154 truckloads so far, and that's really to give you some sense of the monumental nature of the task that's going on. The people who are doing it are incredibly brave. The reports yesterday of firefighters and others that were saved and taken to hospitals were also false. They were not firefighters and people who had been buried in the attack. They were people who got injured or hurt or got into some difficulties during the recovery effort yesterday. So it is very good news that they were saved, and it's wonderful. However, we also have to be careful about reporting that. And we also have to underscore how dangerous it is for what these men and women are doing. Finally, a couple of warnings. There's a telemarketing firm that is calling people up asking for donations. If somebody calls you and asks for a donation to help the surviving families or the heroes or anything like that, call up the police or the FBI and tell us who's calling you, because we'll go out and arrest them. Nobody should be calling up and asking for donations. There are people that are offering donations, and that's wonderful. But there's nobody that I know of, or the governor or anyone else, that has been authorized by anyone to be calling up and soliciting donations from people. If anybody is doing that, and there is one telemarketing group that is doing this particularly from senior citizens, we would really like to catch them and make an example out of them, in the same way that we would like to catch some of the people that are calling in bomb threats. This is a difficult time. It's a time in which people are more susceptible, more vulnerable than usual. And there are always, unfortunately, people trying to take advantage of that. But if we catch you, then we're going to try very hard to put you in jail. On that note, Governor,
Mayor, thank you. First, let me say that we're grateful the President is coming in this afternoon, and as we indicated yesterday, I think it's an important message and sign of his commitment to the ongoing effort to make sure that the people of America stand with the people of New York as we get through this, and we're extremely grateful to him for that. We've thanked so many people. The police and firefighters have been so brave, the EMS groups, and but I want to particularly thank one particular group right now that are still out there working. The Port Authority had its headquarters in the World Trade Center. It's been through devastating losses. Many of its top administrators are lost. Dozens of its police officers are lost. And yet right now, out at the airports, out at the bridges in downtown Manhattan, we have hundreds and hundreds of Port Authority workers, thousands of workers, out there standing shoulder to shoulder with everyone else, helping others instead of bearing their own grief. And I just wanted to thank them for their professionalism and the great job they are doing. I also want to thank our command center bunker up in Albany. I don't know if they're watching right now, but they were activated by 9:30 Tuesday morning, and they've been there ever since, many of them going 18, 20 hours a day, helping to coordinate the effort with the city so that we could make sure whatever needs the city had, we would be able to respond to as quickly as possible, and I want to thank them. The mayor talked about the economic and the financial compact considerations that are underway right now, and just about 2 hours ago I talked with Chairman Bill Young of the Appropriations Committee. I've talked with Senator Clinton, Senator Schumer, and our House delegates, and we're very grateful to them because it does look like this morning legislation will pass Congress authorizing significant and important financial help to the city of New York, to the tri-state area, and to all of those who are going through this difficulty. And I just wanted to thank Senator Schumer, who I was on the phone with all night, and Senator Clinton. And in the House delegation, the whole delegation, but in particular, about 1 o'clock this morning, there was a meeting going on trying to decide what to do. And Congressman John Sweeney, Congressman Jim Walsh, both of whom are from upstate, were in that meeting with the Speaker fighting very hard, and along with Senator Schumer, they deserve a great deal of credit for making this appropriation possible to help us get through this. As the mayor indicated, we are working as well on economic recovery. As I said yesterday, we set up an economic recovery assistance headquarters at 633 3rd Avenue. This is a joint state and city effort with the federal SBA and other federal agencies there as well, where a business seeking assistance can get in one's place, state, city, federal help to make sure that they can get back on their feet. And the entire 32nd floor has been allocated for this purpose, and there is a number operational, 212-818-1700. For businesses that want the help in getting back on their feet. Finally, with respect to the contributions, we've been inundated with contributions from people across the state, and we are very, very grateful. It is just incredible to see this outpouring of public support for the families and for all of those who are going through this difficult recovery. The city has the Twin Towers Fund, the United Way has its September 11th fund, and the state has set up a fund, the World Trade Center Relief Fund, to take in all those contributions that have been made from across the state. And as the mayor indicated, we are unaware of any legitimate group that is soliciting funds. But obviously donations are accepted, and we have a 1-800 number for those who want to donate, but it's probably going to be inundated, but I'll give it anyway. 1-800-801-8092, or checks can be sent to P.O. Box 5028, Albany, New York. And these funds will be working with the Twin Towers Fund and with the United Way to make sure we coordinate our efforts to make sure that everything that can be done is done for the victims of this tragic incident. So we'll get through this. And again, to the mayor, to the president, we're grateful that everyone is pulling together to make sure we put this behind us. Thank you.
Good morning. Again, I'm Barry Martin. I'm the Assistant Director of the FBI here in New York. Following on the Mayor's comments, what I would like to just reiterate is, again, the whole investigative effort of the Joint Terrorism Task Force, which is the FBI and NYPD and a number of other federal agencies, is to identify the hijackers, their support systems, where they were since they've been in country. And in that regard, we are doing numerous interviews, running down hundreds, or if not thousands, of leads around the country. We are responding to numerous calls from the airports to reiterate what the mayor has already told you. The reporting that has been going on all night, I can definitively tell you, is inaccurate. We were out at both airports last evening. We did talk to approximately a dozen individuals. We have only one individual left who is still being questioned.
Folks, we're going to break into this press conference by the Mayor of New York, Rudy Giuliani, because we've got some breaking news. Leon Harris here at the CNN Center in Atlanta, but we're going down to Washington, D.C., where our Kelly Reed is standing by. She has got some breaking news on the identities of those 18 hijackers. Kelly, take it away.
Well, Leon, CNN did manage to grab a list of names of the 18 suspected hijackers that is supposed to be officially released by Justice sometime later today. I will do my best to read the names. Some are a bit unfamiliar. On American Flight 11, first name Walid al-Sheri. The second, Wael al-Sheri, also known as Walid al-Sheri. Now, we do know a little bit about him. He held a U.S. and Saudi Arabian driver's license. He had his passport from the United Arab Emirates. His latest residences include Daytona Beach, Florida, and not too far from here in Washington, Vienna, Virginia. And he also attended a U.S. flight school in Florida, Embry-Riddle. Third name, Mohammed Atta. We also have information on him. He held U.S. and Egyptian driver's license, his passport also from the United Arab Emirates. He was also an attendant at U.S. flight schools, Huffman Aviation in Venice, Florida, and Sims Center in Opa-locka. And he rented a car that was later found at Boston's Logan Airport. Abdul Al-Amari and Satam Sugami. Marwan Al-Shehi also on the list. He as well, they're looking an awful lot alike here, Leon. Marwan Al-Shehi, a United UAE passport. Fayez Ahmed Mohald Al-Sherhi. Hamza Al-Ghamdi, Amdad Al-Ghamdi. Let me stop here for a moment. We have a few more names to read. The way this is working out is there were 5 hijackers on 2 planes, 4 hijackers on 2 other. We are told by law enforcement sources that most of these names in some way connect in some way to indirectly or directly to Osama bin Laden. Continuing on, United Airlines flight number 93, Ahmad Al-Haznawi, Ahmed Al-Nami, Ziad Jarrad, and Saeed Al-Ghamdi. American Airlines flight number 77, Khalid Al-Midar, Majed Mokhed, Nawaf Al-Hazmi, and Salem Al-Hazmi. So similar last names here. Perhaps they were brothers. We were told by investigators that they were looking for relatives, brothers, as somehow interconnected. Now, of course, all these people presumed dead. They were on those flights. They were the hijackers. The real focus of this investigation, Leon, now is using these names and jumping forward. Let's figure out the network. The FBI is trying to figure out the network involved here. What other associates, what other terrorist cells there may be in the United States that are at work. We also know that there were terrorist cells identified in Hamburg, Germany. That there are investigations going on there. So this is a good starting point. Again, this list not officially released yet by the Justice Department. We obtained this list of names through sources. Leon?
Well, it may not be officially released by the Justice Department, but it's about to be officially released by CNN. As I'm just now learning from our producers that this entire list is going to be available on CNN.com. So folks out there in the audience, if you would like to see the names that are on this list, the 18 names that officials are now will be officially saying at some point this morning or sometime today are the suspects that they believe were on the planes themselves and died in the crashes. Those names will be available on CNN.com. CNN.com. Kelly, before we let you go, is there any other information being released aside from the names? Is there any information, for instance, about where they have been, where they came from, if they have been residing here in the U.S. before this incident? Any other information like that?
Well, besides the information that we gave you, we do know that many of them have trained and were licensed pilots, trained at U.S. flight schools and were licensed pilots. And we do know that many of them either resided together at various locations here in the U.S., many in Florida. I said one here in Virginia. But we do have some more on the ongoing investigation, Leon, if you're curious. We did tell you last night that we had several people that were arrested at New York airports at both JFK and LaGuardia. Well, we are told now that after intense questioning by FBI members of the Joint Terrorism Task Force that all but one of those people has been released. We also know that in Miami's airport, sources say that law enforcement detained several people there. One woman was seen walking into the airport in civilian clothing, went into the restroom, came out in a flight attendant uniform. She was with a man who also had a flight attendant uniform. When they were approached by authorities, they ran, but they were captured and they are now being questioned. And we also know that the U.S. Coast Guard has boarded a Carnival Cruise Line ship off the coast of Miami earlier today. They detained two people who authorities describe as having a history of hijacking. According to law enforcement sources, that ship was boarded at 3 a.m. after the passenger list was checked by authorities. So this manhunt continues, Leon, around the country.
And let me ask you one final question, if I may. You said, going back to the case in New York, you said it was 10 or 11 that had been detained originally, and only one now is still being detained?
Well, our sources last night had said at least 8 people had been detained, and that number has gone back and forth, but they were questioned. They have been released except for one.
But the question is that one believed to be in any way linked to the incidents that happened Tuesday?
It's very early to tell, Leon, in this investigation. Sometimes there's a suspected link, but many times it proves to be nothing. And I think that law enforcement has yet to determine that for themselves.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Kelly Arena, thank you very much for getting that list to us. Darren, over to you.
We want to get more on this list, and if you're just joining us, we're talking about a list of 18 people that authorities believe were involved, were on board those planes that were hijacked and crashed on Tuesday. Our Mike Betcher is with us here in Atlanta. He's also working on the list, and as Leon was alluding to, Mike, I would imagine beyond the list of names and what small connections are able to make to these planes, like rental cars and plane tickets, authorities are going to want to know a lot more, as in their activities that were leading up to their getting on those planes on Tuesday.
Well, absolutely, and they want to know a lot more about what groups these people belong to. In the intelligence agencies in this country, they have lists of people who they believe belong to certain groups. And I am told by intelligence sources that they believe that the lead groups in this incident, in this terrorist attack in New York and Washington, the lead group, they're looking very closely at Egyptian Islamic Jihad and other North African groups. They haven't completely made that link, but they're looking very, very closely at this. They'll be checking this, cross-referencing these names against names known to be members of these various groups. The chief person in Egyptian Islamic Jihad, Mr. Zarari, is a top lieutenant of Osama bin Laden. He appeared with him in a photograph more than a year ago at a meeting in Afghanistan. This group has been linked to other terrorist attacks around the world in association with the Al-Qaeda group. And always remember, Al-Qaeda itself is not an organized group organized to carry out terrorist attacks. It's primarily an umbrella group. What they do is bring in other groups in other parts of the world. They sit as sort of the corporate board, and they have these smaller companies that actually go out there and do their work, these smaller companies being terrorist groups like Egyptian Islamic Jihad. Also, we know that bin Laden, over the last couple of years, or more than that, has been really reaching out to Algerian terrorist groups. He's used them in a number of attacks against the United States. They will be checking that list for those names as well. Now, something to be careful with in this list is the fact that some of these people are listed to have certain passports. For example, Mohammed Atta is known to have carried a United Arab Emirates passport. but they're looking closely that he may not be a UAE citizen, that he may be from Egypt or some other North African country. They'll be looking at those things as well. People are racing to go through this list and make sense of it and really try to get to the bottom of the identities of these people.
Mike, what about what would be perhaps the next list? If these were 18 people who were on board those planes, they couldn't have carried out this operation by themselves. They had to have supporters, they had to have handlers. Do authorities believe that those people would still be in this country?
Oh, yes, absolutely. And there is yet a second list out there that has been distributed around the country to airlines and airports that has people that they suspect might be people who've provided support to these 18. Now, when a person books a ticket, for example, or travels in some other means or is stopped by police, they will be cross-checked against this list to see if they're on it. Now, some people on that list have already been cleared, but there are many others who have not been found, and they're out looking for them now.
All right, Mike Betcher, thank you so much. I'm sure we're going to be learning a lot more as the morning goes on, so we'll be checking back with you. Also, a reminder for our viewers, the entire list of the 18 suspects can be found on our website at CNN.com. So just go ahead and log in there, and you can check it out for yourself.
Well, I just did. I just logged in, and I just checked it out. And I want to advise folks that when you do go there, you're going to find that you'll see all of the names grouped with the flights that investigators think that each of the hijackers were on. That's American Airlines flights 11 and 77, and United Airlines flights 175 and 93. So they're all grouped together there on CNN.com, so make sure you go there and check it out. Let's go now to Washington. CNN's Eileen O'Connor standing by there. Eileen?
Well, Leon, I have a lot of details that we've gleaned from document checks and cross-checks of documents over the last few days as we've been getting information from law enforcement sources up and down the East Coast of the United States and all over the United States. First of all, let us start with Mohammed Atta. This is a man who many of these men are linked through. Mohammed Atta is listed on American Flight 11 from Boston to Los Angeles. American 11 was the first plane to hit the World Trade Center. He rented a car that was later found at Logan Airport. That is what put authorities onto him. He held U.S. and Egyptian driver's license. He had a passport that was the United Arab Emirates, but we are being told by officials in that government that he is not a citizen of that country. Law enforcement sources tell me that they are operating under the assumption that these UAE passports may well be false. There apparently is a big problem with that identification being false. His latest residence was in Coral Springs, Florida, and in Hamburg, Germany. And he attended flight schools at Huffman Aviation in Venice, Florida, Sim Center in Opa-locka, Florida. We were there yesterday. He also, according to sources, attended another flight school in Palm Beach, and possibly an additional flight school to get some refresher courses very recently. Now, he is also linked to a man, two brothers, Walid al-Shari and Marwan al-Shari. Now, these are both men who would appear to be Saudi by their last name. This is a Saudi name that, in fact, is from a tribe that fought in Afghanistan in the 80s and 90s, which could bring you to a link to Osama bin Laden. Now, also, as you know, Osama bin Laden is originally of Saudi nationality. So this is where you're seeing the evidence that the United States government is saying they have linking this to Osama bin Laden. Now, the al-Sharis, we know from German authorities that Marwan al-Shari lived in Germany, in Hamburg, with Mohammed Atta. As I said, Mohammed Atta was listed on Flight 11, Boston to Los Angeles. But Marwan was listed on United 175. That was Boston to Los Angeles. That plane was the one that hit the second World Trade Center tower. Marwan attended those same flight schools along with Mohammed Atta. And as you know, his cousin, Walid, was also associated with these two men. He attended a flight school, Embry-Riddle University in Daytona Beach, another flight school. He was on board Flight 11 with Mohammed Atta. So we now know that the pilots, the probable pilots of those two planes out of Boston all had extensive flight training in schools in Florida that the authorities have been working on. These are the alleged pilots. We don't know how many pilots might have been aboard the plane. All of these men listed here could have had the ability to fly those planes. Now, these men are also linked to some of the men on the list. For instance, another man named Alomari, who is on the list, Abuhim Alomari. He was linked to a flight school in Vero Beach. Police had gone to that flight school. It's called Flight Safety International. Neighbors have said that this man was at Flight Safety International, but a next-door neighbor of his, taken into custody for questioning, we know through his lawyer, has told the FBI that Al-Omari is actually safe in Saudi Arabia and should be presenting himself to U.S. officials in that country. We were told he would be presenting himself yesterday. And they are claiming, those associates of Al-Omari who are in custody, one associate of Al-Omari, is claiming that all of this associated to them is a case of mistaken identity. So we must tell viewers that while there are names on this list, it could be that they are perhaps stolen identity. Leon?
All right, Eileen O'Connor, thank you very much. We're just beginning the process of gleaning through this information that's just now becoming available to us. Eileen O'Connor in Washington. Darren?
We're going to get some help in understanding the information on this list that we're getting so far. We're going to bring in Peter Bergen. He is a terrorism expert, also a CNN consultant. Peter, good morning. Thanks for being with us.
Good morning.
Have you had a chance to look at this list yourself?
Quick review of this list with somebody familiar with certain Middle Eastern names, and particularly Saudi names, reveals that about half of the people on this list have distinctive Saudi tribal names. A lot of them are from the southwest area of Saudi Arabia, abutting Yemen. As you undoubtedly know, bin Laden is not only a Saudi citizen, but his family originated in Yemen. A lot of Yemenis moved from Yemen to Saudi Arabia in the past century. So you're seeing that probably about half the people on this list are Saudi. You're seeing a couple of Yemenis. And then a further thing which I think is important, a source familiar with the bin Laden organization told me just recently, in fact a few weeks ago, that bin Laden veterans returning to Saudi Arabia from Afghanistan have been talking about some big action that was planned in coming weeks. Now, at the time, my source felt that it might be in Saudi Arabia. Now it appears, of course, that it was in the United States. Darren.
Also, that also brings the question, if people were hearing that weeks ago, why wouldn't U.S. intelligence sources pick up on that as well?
Well, U.S. intelligence sources did sort of pick up on it, but like every human being, we always tend to see things through the prism of the last event that happened. And there were warnings in Saudi Arabia. For instance, July 18th, the State Department released a warning of imminent and specific threats against U.S. targets in Saudi Arabia. There was also a closing of the embassy in Yemen in June. There was also arrests of people in New Delhi. So there was attention in the Middle East, but not in the United States.
I want to follow up on a couple of points that you made here, Peter. First of all, you were pointing out that you think that some of the names on this list are Yemenis. Yemen brings to mind the attack on the USS Cole, and I can't help but make the association between that attack and what's now happened here in the U.S.
Well, indeed, and of course the Cole was an unprecedented attack. The embassy bombings in Africa were also unprecedented. This organization does the unexpected. It's not where the United States thought the attack was going to come. Clearly, as I mentioned, there were indications an attack was in the offing. The United States government was prepared for it in the Middle East, but obviously not here. Darren.
Also, I think we're learning slowly as we follow this story not to just see things in terms of black and white, and one point doesn't necessarily lead to another. This attack did not come with a return address, is one way that I've heard it said. So that when you look down a list like this and you see what you say are Saudi names or Yemenis names, that does that or does that not necessarily mean a link with those particular countries, or do you have to be careful not to make that association?
Well, I think there are various countries in the world where it's a lot easier to get a false passport from. I'm not very familiar with how easy it is to obtain a Saudi passport, but I would guess it's fairly difficult. So, I mean, some of these passports may be fake, some not, but the point is that the names on these passports are at least Saudi tribal names, which does seem to bring it back again to Osama bin Laden. And
understanding the world of terrorism as you do, looking at this list and what little information is on it so far, what would be the next bit of information that you would like to see to help put this picture together better?
I'd like to find out the two closest friends of each of these people on the list and find out what they have to say.
And where those people might be would be a good question as well, I guess.
Indeed.
Peter Bergen in our Washington Bureau, thank you very much for helping us to understand this list and think of the next questions to ask.
Fascinating. All right, let's get some more information now from our Mike Betcher, who's standing by. Mike?
List one more time. We have a graphic. We'll go over it flight by flight. The first is from American Airlines Flight 11. That was the flight from Boston to LA that crashed into the Second World Trade Center tower. Walid al-Shari. Wael al-Shari, a.k.a. Walid al-Shari, number 2 on that list. Mohammed Atta, who has come up prominently. They have a lot of information on him, have been tracking him around the country before he boarded that plane. Abdul Alamari, Satam Sugami. Let's go next to United Flight 179 from Boston to Los Angeles. Excuse me, 175 from Boston to Los Angeles. That crashed into the South Tower. The first one hit in the attack. Marwan al-Shehi, Fayez Ahmad, Mohald al-Sheri, Hamza al-Ghamdi, Ahmed al-Ghamdi. United Airlines Flight 93, Newark to San Francisco. That is the plane that crashed in Pennsylvania in the field. The 4 names there: Ahmed al-Haznawi, Ahmed al-Nami, Ziad Zara, Saeed al-Ghamdi. The last one, 4 names on the list. American Airlines Flight 77 from Dulles to Los Angeles. That is the plane that flew into the Pentagon. Khalid al-Midar, Mahed Moked, Nawaf al-Hazmi, and Salim al-Hazmi. Now, as you heard from talking to Peter Bergen there, U.S. intelligence officials will be checking this list. They have been checking it already because they've had it for quite some time. They have a good idea about a lot of these people. If some of these links go to Yemen and to families there, those family names, then there has already been, I know, confirmed through sources, a lot of look at seeing that this somehow might be connected to the USS Cole attack, that some of the groups involved in that were involved in this current attack against the United States. And I say current because a very high-ranking intelligence source told me that, look, this thing isn't over. We still have to be on guard. It's not over. As well, I want to show you a second list. We won't go through the names on this, but this is a second list that is out there for use by police agencies, airports, airlines. It is a list of 52 people. It's a watch list, and they're looking for people who may be associates of these 18 who U.S. State Department, intelligence, and FBI officials believe died on those aircraft. Now, this list of 52 are possible associates, the infrastructure, so to speak, who may have helped carry this out. We do know, however, that several of the names on that list that's out there have already been cleared. Leon?
All right, Mike Betcher, thank you very much. We'll be getting back to you later on. Mike is going to be covering all these investigative facts for us from the newsroom. Darren, over to you.
Yeah, more to that list in a bit. And again, one more reminder, you can see the list on CNN.com on our website. Meanwhile, we move on to the idea that America is very much in the mode of recovery and also getting ready for some kind of response. And in that effort, there's a huge call-up of military reserves. For more on that, let's bring in our senior White House correspondent, John King, who is at the White House this morning. John, good morning.
Good morning to you, Darren. CNN has learned that the president this morning has authorized the Pentagon to call up as many as 50,000 members of the National Guard and the military reserves. Now, we are told by one senior administration official the ultimate number is likely to be closer to 40,000. The president meeting with his cabinet at this hour, the defense secretary, the secretary of state, among those in that meeting, talking not only about the investigation and not only about potential military responses, but also a beefed up what the military calls, quote, homeland defense. And that is what we are told, at least initially, these reservists will be used for. The Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld saying just yesterday that he needed more reserve pilots to man the fighter jets that are on standby at military bases across the country. There have also been some combat air patrols to protect major commercial flight corridors in the United States. So we are told up to 50,000 reservists and National Guard members authorized by the orders the president will sign today. Again, one senior administration official estimating the number actually called up will be closer to 40,000. This to provide increased security, to help with recovery efforts, and to help man those fighter jets on standby because of the continuing fears of perhaps another terrorist attack. Darren.
John, I normally wouldn't point this out, but in this time, the sirens in the background there, is that just a common sound right now in Washington?
It is a very common sound in Washington right now. They have set up an extraordinarily large security perimeter around the White House. There is traffic gridlock to the north and to the south. Police vehicles going back and forth. Anyone visiting the White House comes in with a motorcade now. Any official visiting the White House has a motorcade with a police escort. So it's a very, very common sound, unfortunately, these days in Washington. And I can actually see the sirens you were just referring to coming through now. It is some sort of a motorcade approaching the White House.
I also want to ask you what's going to take place later this morning, just over an hour from now, at the Washington National Cathedral, as the president gathers with other members of the Washington community and leaders from around the country in remembrance of those who have lost their lives, and a moment of silence for the entire country.
A moment of silence to the entire country. The message from the White House is that Americans should get back about their business, but also take some time today to pause, to remember the victims, and to dedicate themselves to what the president calls fighting back in the first war of the 21st century. Many members of the president's cabinet will go to the ceremony at the National Cathedral. The president himself scheduled to go up to New York to take part in a moment of silence there as well, in a prayer service, as well as to try to see some of the research and recovery efforts up there, rescue and recovery efforts, excuse me, the weather complicating all this, but White House officials saying the president still plans to leave in just a little bit.
And understandable, John, why the president would want to go up to New York City, if for nothing else, to show the support for the rescue workers and for the people who are still living there. And yet I have to imagine in this environment, to move the president at this time has got to be a security nightmare for the Secret Service.
A security nightmare for the Secret Service, certainly very much added security precautions. We have seen that even in the recent decision to keep the president and the vice president at a safe distance from each other, so they're not in the same location, just in case there is another strike. At the same time, first and foremost, the White House says in the president's mind, before he agreed to take this trip at the request of Governor Pataki and Mayor Giuliani, was to make sure that the security presence required for the president would not interfere with the recovery efforts, the damage control efforts, any last-minute rescue efforts up on the ground in New York. Once assured by the mayor that New York City very much wanted to see the president decided to go on up this afternoon, but he will keep his stops limited so that his own security bubble does not affect the recovery efforts underway in New York.
And on that note, as far as we know, Vice President Cheney remaining at Camp David this morning?
That is correct. As far as we know, the vice president has stayed up at Camp David this morning. Again, he was moved from the White House yesterday based on some security concerns. The Secret Service calling those routine, but another senior official I spoke to later in the day said, look, you're going to have to get used to this. We view this as a national security crisis. There are going to be precautions taken that you might find extraordinary, but this is going to be the way it is for at least the foreseeable future. John
King, we'll let you get out of the rain there for a moment at the White House. Thank you so much for that information. Leon.
Actually, rain will almost befitting a day of national mourning, as the tears falling from the sky. Now, let's go up down to Paula, standing by in New York. And Paula, I'm not sure if you've been told yet or not, but we're keeping our eye right now on a scene in Washington. In the Capitol, we expect Senators Lott and Daschle to be coming out any minute now and expressing more of that bipartisan support we've been hearing coming from Congress. And we'll be going to that coverage of that in just a moment. You see the other live picture we've got set up just down at in that hallway. Paula, up to you.
All right, thanks, Leon. And while you were on the air breaking all this news on the investigative front, we have learned that the president has approved the calling up of as many as 50,000 military reservists. That is new information to share with you. And right now, we want to dip back into that news conference that Mayor Giuliani and Governor Pataki were holding right now, New York's police chief at the podium. Just to quickly bring you up to date on what the mayor has said so far, is that 10,400 tons of debris have been removed. He made it quite clear the weather is certainly hampering cleanup efforts. He also gave a warning about telemarketing firms that are calling Americans all over the country, but mostly here in New York, for donations. And he warned everyone that if you get one of those calls, you should call the FBI or you should call the police. And in the mayor's words, if we catch you, we're going to put you in jail. He also made it quite clear if they can find any of the folks who are responsible for calling in some of those 60 false bomb alarms yesterday, bomb alerts, bomb threats, They will be arrested as well. Now, the governor actually shared with us a 1-800 number, which is indeed a legitimate number for Americans across the country who want to make any sort of donations to surviving family members or those that are injured. I'm going to quickly share that number with you now. We may even have a graphic to support this. If not, grab a pen and a piece of paper. That number is 1-800-801-8092. Once again, that number 1-800-801-8092. Once again, a very firm warning from the mayor of the city that if you get a telemarketing call, and apparently these telemarketers are specifically targeting the elderly in this country, call the FBI, call the police. What they are doing, the mayor says, is illegal. The mayor says if he can catch them, he will put them in jail. Now, on the real estate front in New York, the mayor is confirming that at least 20% of Lower Manhattan office space has either been destroyed or damaged. The other thing the mayor cautioning us all against is being very careful with the details of our reporting. If you've stayed with us throughout the morning, you know that information is very fluid. It changes all the time, and it is very difficult to get out accurate information out of ground zero. But the mayor and we all are trying to heed this advice. Do not want to raise the hopes of anyone out there, and unfortunately, everybody's being given conflicting information. This is very hard on the families that have to endure this process. And joining me right now is William McCarthy, who is one of the many men in this country deeply affected by this tragedy. Welcome.
Thank you, Paul.
Your brother Michael is missing.
Yeah,
Where
my
was
brother
he?
Michael, he worked for a company called Car Futures on the 91st floor of Tower 1, and when the first plane hit, actually, there was a live feed with his office in London as well, and so initially we kind of thought that perhaps the office wouldn't have survived because it was the first hit impact was on the 80th floor or so, but turns out, and you know, just learning from different people, that the office survived the crash, but the people in England have told us that there was a loudspeaker that came on saying, please, you know, stay where you are, remain calm, and some people actually went to the top of the building hoping that there would be an evacuation there. And right now, unfortunately, there's been no good news whatsoever. The company, though, Car Futures, have been wonderful. Yesterday and today, actually, for those people out there actually that are related to someone in with the company, actually, at the Waldorf Astoria in the Conrad Suite, they're having a, from 8 o'clock this morning till 10 o'clock tonight, they're having a session where people can come in and talk. They have a stress counselor there as well as the CEO, just trying to let everyone know that whatever information they get, they're going to relay to the families as soon as possible. Unfortunately, though, that the reality of the situation is of the 71 people in the office, when the attack hit, no one's been heard from.
So, do you have any hope that your brother is alive?
Honestly and truly, at this point, actually, my initial hope was perhaps, you know, it was fast and it was painless, and the more I hear about this, I really actually just hope that there can be some sort of resolution to the situation. Yesterday, like thousands of people throughout New York, I went to my brother's dentist to gather medical records and to bring it down to the armory, and what I was really most impressed with is the fact that for the first time in my life, you know, New Yorkers were giving away things for free.
Yeah, that's a rare concept here,
yeah,
isn't
there's
it?
water, food, people just walking by saying, oh, you're okay. And it was it's kind of like the old-fashioned American values that we really supported and we have advocated for so many years, almost like Midwestern Ohio. People nice and the edge was off.
William, unfortunately, I've got to interrupt you for a second. We'll come back to our conversation. The Senior Senator from New York is now holding an informal news conference. Let's listen.
To us. You know, the trauma is enormous. Even for those of us not affected or affected because of friends or whatever, are having trouble sleeping. But the very fact that the Senate, Democrats, Republicans, stepped up to the plate and gave us the initial amount of money that we need is great. I want to thank the President. When I asked him to help us, he didn't bat an eye. He said, I will help you. I said, we need $20 billion in addition to the supplemental. He said, I'm for it. And that was a tremendous, tremendous boost for us. And Governor Pataki was on the phones late last night making sure this get done. Mayor Giuliani was just great. This was a bipartisan effort that stretched from one end of the country to the other, and it's going to help New York recover a lot more quickly, both financially and psychologically. I'm waiting for Hillary. Did you get Hillary? Okay.
Why were they able to pass both these out today much more quickly than anticipated?
We were able to pass them out because people understood the emergency, and even though people might have had differences with language here and there, everyone pulled together. Both resolutions indicated that. Senator Byrd did an incredible job, Senator Daschle did an incredible job, and Speaker Hastert as well.
Charles Schumer talking about the Senate passing an emergency appropriations bill 96-0, but what is being debated now in the Senate is a use of force bill. As soon as there's any resolution on that, we'll get back to you, but Senator Schumer basically saying the president says, I will help you, and didn't even bat an eye when the senator said we need $20 billion more than the additional, what is in the original supplemental bill.
Any other questions?
Did the president actually constitutionally meet this authority, and if not, is this more of a symbolic move today to pass this authorization to use force?
On the use of force, I would defer to, I think that it shows that we're united. It makes it clear legally that he can do it. Again, there was compromise in all sorts of different ways than one never thought, and it shows America's united. If we stay resolute and we united, we will win the war on terrorism. If we don't, we fail. And today's message on both resolutions is unity.
Senator, how long can this unity and bipartisanship last when Congress eventually turns to other issues?
Let's hope it lasts for an extremely long time.
Senator, how confident are you in the markets actually beginning to trade Monday without interruption?
I've been speaking to people in the markets. I think they will trade Monday. I think the Federal Reserve and all of the banking authorities are prepared to go to bat. The companies are looking at their stocks and have reserves on hand. So I think that the markets will open and will open well.
Senator, were you all concerned that they gave the president too broad power
I thought the initial resolution was too broad. I thought the way it was honed down by Senators Biden and Levin and Kerry made me feel much more comfortable, because it does involve the War Powers Act.
Are you talking specifically about the decision to take out the language on preemptive strikes?
I think the language on future engagements bothered us very much. I'm now being joined by my colleague, Senator Clinton. We worked as a team on this. We worked day in, day out. We've hardly slept. I was filibustering so you could get here. And it's just a great victory for New York, as I mentioned, and let me turn it over to my partner and New York's, and half of the team for New York, Senator Clinton.
And it's a tired but very happy team right now. We are very grateful. First, to the people of New York, and particularly to the governor and the mayor, for giving us the first-hand view and briefing about what the dimensions of this devastation were and the human cost and financial cost that rescue and recovery and rebuilding will entail. I also want particularly to thank our leadership in both houses, on both sides of the aisle, who really came through in recognizing the urgent necessity of beginning to put the dollars out there that will make clear we are going to fund whatever it takes to recover. And I particularly want to thank the President and the staff of the White House, the OMB, who understood our request when Chuck and I were in the Oval Office yesterday and asked the President for an additional $20 billion. He immediately agreed. And it meant a great deal to us and to the people of New York. So we're very grateful today.
Thank you.
This has been an historic day in what has been obviously quite an historic week. Once again, the Senate has pulled together, not as Democrats or Republicans, but as Americans, responding to a crisis in a way that Americans expect. I am very appreciative of the magnitude of our responsibility and very gratified with the response the Senate has again shown this morning. The Senate has passed an extraordinary response to the disaster, providing the President with ability now to move forward in healing this nation, providing him with the resources to do so, and with the moral support that is evidenced in a unanimous vote. The President has also made it clear worldwide that it is our intention to seek out and to punish those responsible for their acts. We have now passed a resolution that will accommodate his desire to do so and keep ever so cognizant our responsibilities under the Constitution as equal partners as we pursue these goals. I applaud the President's actions, and on behalf of the Democratic caucus, support his efforts to do all that he can to achieve that important goal. So the Senate has spoken, and again, as has been the case all week long, we have said that we stand shoulder to shoulder, literally and figuratively, in our effort to do the right thing. My partner in this effort, standing as we have, shoulder to shoulder, is on my right, and I must say, we could not have accomplished all that we have without his remarkable leadership, and I thank him publicly once again for his efforts this week.
Thank you, Senator Daschle, for your comments and for your leadership. I believe this is another historic day in the Senate. The Senate has acted in an aggressive and an appropriate way to pass this legislation quickly that would support the President, to give him the funding authority that he needs and the funds that he needs for humanitarian efforts, for cleanup, for disaster assistance, so much that's going to have to be done in the aftermath of what we have seen this past week in New York City and in Virginia and in Pennsylvania. We also are taking specific action to provide the President the authority he needs, as Senator Daschle said, to punish those that are responsible for these acts. We could quibble for days or for weeks. We could argue the legalisms. We could parse over every word. But the Senate, united, like I have never seen it before, chose not to do that. The American people expect us to act. They expect us to be a team as an American country to deal with this problem. And we are doing that. The President is providing the right leadership. We are doing our part in that partnership. And I believe we're going to see results from these actions. So I'm pleased to be here with Senator Daschle to announce these results. I thank Senator Daschle, the Democratic Conference, and the Republican Conference for the way they have acted today. It's very impressive.
Can you tell us how the investigation is going and whether the United States is getting any closer to pinpointing what they need to do and how they need to do it?
I certainly am not in a position to give you an authoritative review of the investigation. I am confident, given the briefings we've been provided throughout the week, that the investigation has been at least partially successful in the very short time under which it's been underway. I do believe that just over the last 24 hours with the incident in New York, we've seen how responsive and how quick to act our authorities can be and will be, but I can't give you any definitive appreciation of where the investigation is.
Let me just say that obviously a lot of work is underway in our transportation system with FBI, I'm sure with the Central Intelligence Agency, all appropriate government agencies there. It's underway. I think we need to understand that this is a situation that may not allow us to take action in a matter of hours. Hopefully we can get some early determinations of who and was involved and how this came about and be able to take actions. But this is an action, a war, if you will, that will probably take time. We cannot just take out a single plane. We must sink the carrier. of the enemy, this time a terrorist enemy that is worldwide and more difficult to identify and to take action against than anything else we've done before. So while we're determined, we want as quick as action as possible. We must be aware that this is going to be a tough fight.
Did you set the
portion of the ultimate cost of this disaster that $40 billion represents? Do you view it as simply a, quote, down payment or something?
I think it's too early to tell what the magnitude is. Nobody has an assessment. We know that it exceeds any devastation we've experienced to date throughout history. I believe that most of us...
At a time when Majority Leader Daschle and Minority Leader Lott are engaging in a rare show of unity, you're beginning to see many of the folks who are beginning to line up outside a wet National Cathedral in Washington, where a prayer vigil will be held starting about an hour from now. We will be covering that live. The President will be in attendance. In addition to the President, his father, the former President, will also be there, as well as President Carter and President Ford and many, many members of Congress. The two Senators Daschle and Lott praising their colleagues for passing a $40 billion appropriations bill. Senator Clinton and Senator Schumer saying they give President Bush a great deal of credit for agreeing to an additional $20 billion, which makes up that $40 billion amount. And I have just been told the Senate has just passed someone, you have to tell me, a use of force resolution now on the floor of the Senate. So there is a lot going on. That vote, too, by a 96 to 98 to 0 margin. Lots to tell you about on the New York front. The mayor of New York saying that in spite of the nasty weather, the cleanup and recovery efforts continue. Some 10,400 tons of debris having been removed. Other sources confirming that at least 20% of lower Manhattan office space damaged or destroyed. Everyone in the city being very honest about what the rescue workers are up against here. This rain has not helped. It's made an incredibly dangerous situation for the rescue workers in there. It's made it harder for them to get into the area. We heard one story, which I think we can confirm now, that some of the rescuers had to dig through 20 feet of rubble just to find the top of a fire engine today. There is still hope that they might be able to find people alive. The mayor confirming yesterday that one of the firefighters rescued was originally believed to have been buried in the rubble the first day. That is not the case. He, in fact, was injured yesterday in the middle of his rescue efforts. The mayor saying all schools are open today with the exceptions of the schools that are south of 14th Street. The Senator Schumer confirming he fully expects the markets to be open, the major markets, on Monday. Got a lot of political officials talking to us today. The mayor telling us earlier on that they plan to open up a southern artery, for those of you who know New York geography, to get down to Wall Street. And he's encouraging businesses to send people over the weekend to try to clean up some of the adjoining buildings so people can actually go back to work on Monday. It's very difficult to get to that part of the city because the main artery going south is just clogged as a staging area for these rescue efforts. To put a human face on all this, I'm going to rejoin William McCarthy, whose brother Michael is missing. He was on the 91st floor of the first tower hit.
Correct, where the first plane hit.
And you have gone to his company. For those of you who didn't hear the first part of this interview, you're not too hopeful at this moment that he survived.
Well, at this point, actually, I'm with my mother and my father and the wonderful people in my neighborhood, actually, that have been calling, and they've been stopping by and offering just words of encouragement or just feelings of sympathy. And I think actually that, I mean, last night we were kind of sitting around the table all talking about Mike and just sharing, like, you know, our feelings about him. And he truly was a Renaissance man. I mean, he was extremely intelligent. He was 6'3", 220 pounds. He played Division I football. He was gregarious in his love of life, and he worked hard. He played hard. And there's thousands of stories to be shared, but one of the things that I loved about Mike most is that his name was Michael Desmond McCarthy, and he had almost, we kind of joked around and said he was two different people. Michael was the type A alpha male that was extremely motivated and successful and career-oriented, but then there was also the large teddy bear side called Desmond. That was your friend, that was generous, that was kind-hearted, that he was the one that was more pathos-oriented, whereas Michael was more, the intellectual side. And we're really going to miss him. But one of the reasons why I came here today, Paula, is that I talked with my mother and my father this morning, Margaret and Bill, and my aunt and uncle, and we all decided actually, well, what can people do besides volunteer? Because it seems like I tried to donate blood the first day this thing happened. I was unable to.
Yeah, too many people were lined up, which is a
wonderful.
Very positive thing
really
to say
is,
about New Yorkers.
Yesterday,
Get a pretty bad rap.
Everyone's getting frustrated, saying, "I want to help, I want to help." And what I think is best to do, actually, there's two things. Number one, everyone kind of sits around, they know someone actually, but you're afraid to call. You're afraid to just pick up the phone and deal with reality of another person's loss. But I'm asking you to please go out and do that. Because there's, as much as it's almost annoying to hear the phone ring all day, it's a lot worse to deal with the painful silence of the realities of the death of a loved one. And, my father, was said last night, got another phone call, but he was smiling also because it's just a respite. And anything is good. And number two, actually, please go out and visit someone that you know that has lost someone. I know that's probably even more dangerous because people are afraid. I'm not trained in this. I don't know what to say. Well, just stop by under the ruse of saying, listen, I brought some food. I have a gift certificate to a delicatessen or a restaurant, and you may not want to do it now, but it just gives you the opportunity to go to someone else and say, I care. I'm trying to empathize with you, and anything that we can do is okay with us, and please let us. And just that 30 seconds at the door makes the afternoon.
You are showing tremendous strength here this morning, and I have one final question for you.
Sure.
And yet we know that there are thousands of families that are basically wandering from hospital to hospital to try to get some piece of information about their loved ones. They are saying that folks are helping them as much as they can, but simply the demand on the resources of these hospitals is great. Any advice for those folks?
Yesterday I was there, and people were calm, people were generous. I think actually the thing I might suggest actually is to spend time with your loved ones, and you're going to get frustrated trying to get information that's not there, and I think sometimes the best thing to do is trust the professionals, and like EMS and the hospitals and the government officials, I think are working as hard as they possibly can in this situation, and sometimes, the hardest thing to do, actually, Tennessee Williams said it best in The Glass Menagerie, you attempt to find emotion for what's lost in the present. So you think if you go out and do something, it's going to change the reality, and it doesn't. And just spend time, call your friends, call your family, and just stop by and hug, someone that's lost someone, because a lot of people have been affected by this, including myself.
There's a lot of power to what you're saying here this morning, William.
Thank you.
It was good of you to join us. It's such a tough time for your family. You were asking on Americans to volunteer in any way they can, and we should remind you that all the way across the country today around noon, you're going to hear church bells pealing. To honor the victims of this horrendous tragedy that our nation is enduring. The National Cathedral will be the place where the President will be going at around 11:45. We'll be covering that prayer service live. The President calling on Americans all over the country, if they can, and most employers are encouraging this, to go to your normal place of worship and pray for the families who have been decimated by this, and for the whole nation as well. I wanted to share with you now, very quickly before we go back to Atlanta, something that happened here in New York City last night, and that is that Broadway theaters reopened their stage doors for the first time since Tuesday's deadly attack, and though showing mixed emotions, New Yorkers filled the seats. And before the curtain went up, all 23 Broadway theaters dimmed their lights, and the cast of the producers, and I hope we can show you this tape, finished off the night on a patriotic note singing God Bless America. And the audience stood and joined in, and hopefully right now we can take a short pause and you can see what happened when the whole staff of the producers joined in that spontaneous singing of God Bless America. Do we have that tape?
Stand beside
Clearly, sentiment felt throughout the country. Senator John Warner saying the first day of this tragedy that in spite of this being one of our darkest hours, perhaps maybe we will begin to exhibit some of our greatest strength. And I think Darren and Leon, I have seen displays of this throughout the city. Yesterday I saw men and women wrapped in clothing that looked like the American flag, walking up and down the streets waving flags, and certainly if anything we are seeing a powerful display of patriotism in some places as we are enduring one of our darkest moments.
I'm very glad you were able to get that piece of tape on from the producers last night. I saw that earlier this morning, and I can't help but thinking that that has got to be maybe the best performance of any kind that we are going to see on Broadway.
Yeah, I couldn't help but notice as they turned the camera the other direction, you could see people wiping away tears. A lot of tears, and not just in New York City. And I know the folks in New York are concentrated on what is happening there as well. They should be. But those signs of patriotism and the tears are spread clear across America and the world as well.
And we were just talking here off camera about we weren't alive back then, but we've got to think that that had to be what it was like during World War II.
To hear that song.
Yeah, and during World War II.
Absolutely.
Same sort of rallying around the flag around here.
It's going to be yet another emotional day, perhaps the most emotional day since Tuesday, as Paula was mentioning, the president calling for a National Day of Remembrance and prayer. You will see the service from the National Cathedral in Washington about 40 minutes from now. We'll bring that to you live. And we'll have more on that just ahead. Also, the stories continue to come out, and we put faces with the numbers of the people who are missing.
Remarkable development. We've got a number of developments that we're following this morning in our extensive coverage here of America's new war. Here now are the latest facts that we have uncovered. CNN has just obtained the names of the 18 suspected hijackers, and many of the suspects were licensed pilots. We bring you their names shortly here. But in the meantime, as you can see there, rain is hampering the search operation as the wreckage that was once the World Trade Center towers there continues to be plowed through by those who are volunteering there and others. Authorities have recovered the flight data and the cockpit voice recorders from the hijacked plane that crashed into the Pentagon. President Bush is leading a national day of prayer and remembrance for the thousands of people killed in the terrorist attacks. We've been watching as dignitaries have arrived there at the National Cathedral. You see there the former Defense Secretary William Perry and his wife there. They've just arrived. We saw them when they walked in. I'm sorry, William Cohen, excuse me, that is former Defense Secretary William Cohen, forgive me for that, and his wife there in the National Cathedral. Now, speaking of the Defense Secretary, the Pentagon is planning on having activated up to 50,000 reserve troops. We'll follow that story. The Pentagon's also having 3 separate remembrance services there at the Pentagon today as well.
We were talking about tears coming from the heavens today. Rain making conditions slippery and dangerous for searchers digging through the wreckage of the World Trade Center. Overnight thunderstorms briefly had to even suspend the effort because of the large use of metal in that machinery. 184 sets of remains have been recovered from the site. More than 4,700 people, though, are still listed as missing. Now, over at the Pentagon crash site, also the weather has been difficult in Washington, D.C. as well. Searchers have recovered the voice and flight data recorders from the jetliner that crashed into the building. Authorities say the devices are damaged, but they still could provide some crucial information about the flight's final moments. Authorities estimate at this time 190 people were killed in the attack on the Pentagon.
Now we have other news from Washington as well here. The Senate has just passed a $40 billion emergency aid package for New York and also for Virginia. And this is remarkable considering the fact that President Bush had asked for $20 billion and he got $40 billion here. There's also a resolution authorizing President Bush to use force against those behind Tuesday's terrorist attacks. That also was passed with a unanimous vote. House members delayed their vote on this measure until after lawmakers joined the president this morning for a national prayer service for those killed in the terrorist attacks.
We told you right off the top about a new development in the investigation, a new list that CNN has obtained of the 18 suspects that government officials believed are responsible and were on board those 4 planes that were hijacked and crashed on Tuesday. Our Mike Betcher is following the latest on the investigation. Go with us and take a look at the list and tell us what kind of information we can glean from that. Mike.
Well, this list was obtained and compiled by federal law enforcement sources. It is a list of the suspected terrorists who died on board those 4 aircrafts. The spellings on the list we will show you now are as they appear on federal documents and may vary from other spellings being used. On American Airlines Flight 11 from Boston to Los Angeles that hit the second World Trade Center tower, Walid al-Shehri, Wael al-Sheri, a.k.a. Walid al-Sheri, Mohammed Atta, we'll talk about him more in just a minute, Abdul Alamari, Satam Sugami. Next, to United Airlines Flight 175 from Boston to Los Angeles. It hit the South Tower of the World Trade Center. Marwan al-Shehi, Fayez Ahmad, Mohad al-Shehi, Hamza al-Ghamdi, Ahmed al-Ghamdi. On United Airlines Flight 93 from Newark to San Francisco, that is the plane that crashed in Pennsylvania. Ahmed al-Haznawi, Ahmed al-Nami, Ziad Jarrah, Saeed al-Ghamdi. On American Airlines Flight 77 from Dulles to Los Angeles, that is the aircraft that struck the Pentagon. Khalid al-Midar, Mahed Moked, Narwaf al-Hazmi, Salem al-Hazmi. Now let's go back now to one of the people on board American Airlines Flight 11 that hit the Second World Trade Center tower. He is Mohammed Atta. We have some information on him, perhaps more than any of the rest of these people. Let's look at his travels over the past couple of years. He was in Hamburg, Germany in the 1990s, where he studied and got the equivalent of a master's in construction engineering. And then in July 2000 approximately, he showed up in Venice, Florida at a flight training school, Huffman Aviation, where he and another one of the people on the list of 18, Marwan al-Shehi, attained some initial flight training. They stayed with a man named Mr. Voss, who was their flight instructor. They didn't get along very well apparently with these two people in their house, and they asked him to leave. He then moved into a home in Coral Springs, Florida, rather an apartment. That was in December of 2000. And then also in December of 2000, he went to a company in Opelika, Florida called Flight Sim. Now at this company, Atta and two other men who we don't have the identities of walked up and said, "We want to buy 727 simulator time." That's about $1,500 worth of time. The instructor said, okay. They paid in cash. And he said they were very interested in straight and level flight and how to make turns, but weren't very interested in takeoffs and landings. He thought that was very odd. And now, even though Mohammed Atta carries a United Arab Emirates passport, this man said he talked an awful lot about Egypt. From there, in August of 2001, we pick up the trail again in Pompano Beach, Florida, at Warwick Rental Car, where he rented 2 cars in succession over the period of about a month. The last car he rented, over a period of 2 weeks, he drove about 3,000 miles. So he was traveling an awful lot there in the last part of August and the 1st of September. Then he moves to Palm Beach County, Florida, where he took 2 refresher flights in a Piper aircraft. He said he wanted to refresh his skills, and he took only 3 flights, although initially he said he wanted to take 100 hours. And then he ended up in Portland, Maine. Right before Portland, Maine, though, he went to Boston, Massachusetts, rented a car from the Alamo car rental agency there, then drove to Portland, Maine, and then caught a connecting flight on Tuesday morning from Portland to Boston. And of course, we know what happened next. We're trying to develop the same information on the rest of the people on this list, but Mohammed Atta is one of the people that we know the most about, and it gives you an idea of the amount of preparation, the amount of money that was spent, and the fact is that this wasn't planned in a weekend. This was planned over a long period of time.
Fascinating stuff, how you're connecting the dots there, Mike. Thank you for that information. We'll check back with you. Also, for our viewers, if you'd like to see more of that information for yourself, the complete list and that information is on our website at CNN.com. Leon.
All right, you know, President Bush has declared today to be a day of prayer and remembrance. CNN's Judy Woodruff joins us now. She is at the National Cathedral in Washington, and she's got the story for us from there. Good morning, Judy.
Good morning, Leon. I think you can tell by the scene behind me, the weather here in Washington very much matches the mood in the nation's capital and across the country. The weather has been gorgeous all week. Today it is raining. Inside the cathedral, the National Cathedral, you are seeing former presidents. This is, of course, former President Gerald Ford, his wife Betty. We know that former President Jimmy Carter is here. Former President Bush, the first President Bush, is here. President Bush himself, as you just said, Leon, yesterday declared that today would be a national day of prayer and remembrance for the victims of the terrorist attacks on September 11th. The president asked, this is former President Carter coming in with his wife Rosalind. You're also going to see in a moment former President Clinton and former Vice President Al Gore. And what we have learned is that yesterday, sometime yesterday, President Bush called Al Gore where he was attending a meeting in Vienna, Austria, and asked him to come back to the United States for this prayer service. Al Gore got on an airplane, flew from Vienna to Newfoundland, and from Newfoundland drove down to Chappaqua, New York, and from there flew with former President Clinton to Washington. So what we are witnessing is an extraordinary display of unity. People who would ordinarily in this country be at political war have come together in a display of just, I think, unprecedented solidarity. Joining me outside the National Cathedral here in Washington, the Reverend Franklin Graham. Reverend Graham, what do you say to Americans today who are searching for some meaning, some reason to have hope in the midst of this terrible sadness?
Judy, we need to put our hope in faith in God. For the last 20, 30 years, this nation has looked to its wealth, its own income, our stock portfolios, and we have put our faith and trust in our almighty dollar. And I hope and pray that America today will look to God and seek Him. And God is a God of love. He's a God of comfort. He understands our suffering. He gave His own Son, Jesus Christ, for us to take our sins on Calvary's cross 2,000 years ago. He understands our suffering and our pain. And we need to look to Him right now as a nation.
So many people, Reverend Graham, now they are asking why did 5,000 or more people have to die for this?
And that's a mystery, Judy. I don't think anyone can fully explain the mystery of iniquity, the mystery of evil. But we know that when man sinned against God, that evil came into the world. And as a result of that evil, we know there's a Satan, we know there's a devil. The Bible teaches that very clearly, and he's doing everything he can to war against God and against the powers of heaven. And we cannot get discouraged, Judy. We don't want evil to embitter us and make us angry and turn our hearts cold and hard. I hope that doesn't happen to America. We need to defend ourselves. We need to, I think, fight the terrorists, but we don't want us to become bitter and callous. And we need to remember that. And we need to put our faith and trust in Almighty God.
You say we don't need to become bitter, and as I'm asking you this question, I would point out that your father, the Reverend Billy Graham, was asked by the President to join him today at this service, so he will also be inside the cathedral. You say we shouldn't be bitter, but isn't that a very human reaction to this thing? And people are calling for retaliation. They're saying we are going to go back and we're going to get the people who did this.
Well, I believe that we should defend ourselves, and we need to get the people that did this so they cannot do it again. And so I'm an advocate for defending ourselves and going after the countries and the individuals responsible for this. But at the same time, we don't want it to become bitter where we just broad brush the Arab world, every person from a Middle Eastern country. They're wonderful people. They're wonderful Muslims, wonderful Christians in the Middle East that would never take part in something like this and don't support it. But Judy, we have to also understand in every Middle Eastern country there are these cells of Islamic fundamentalists that have been on the destruction of this country because of our faith in Jesus Christ and because of our support of Israel. And we're going to have to deal with that. It's in every country.
Reverend Graham sitting out here with me in front of the cathedral, both of us getting a little bit wet out here, but it doesn't matter given the enormity of the reason everyone is gathered here together. We just saw, as you were talking about the nation having to defend itself, we saw the man who would be in charge of that effort, whatever military action is taken, and that's, of course, Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld. I want to ask you, Reverend Graham, just when you get right down to it, there is a part of the Bible that says, turn your cheek the other way. How do you reconcile that with what so many of us are feeling right now?
I don't believe it speaks to us as a nation. I think individually, if someone confronts us, we're to yield, we're to turn our cheek if we're slapped. If someone wants our coat, we give it to them. But it doesn't talk about a nation, self-defense. We look at the scripture. King David in the Old Testament, he was a man of war. He fought the enemies of God. He fought the enemies of the state of Israel, and God blessed him, and God gave him power and gave him strength, and he would pray for victory in battle. And so I think we as a nation, we have every right to defend ourselves and to defend our children. I have a son at West Point. He'll be in the military next year. And so I think about these things and what is going to be required of my own family at some point. But we have to back our president. And this is our way of life. It's under attack. And I support my president. And I support all of our elected leaders. And this is a day of prayer. This is where we need to come together as a nation and seek the face of Almighty God. We need to confess our sins to God, asking for forgiveness as a nation, and seek His wisdom in what we should do in the days to come, especially the President.
Reverend Franklin Graham talking with me in front of the National Cathedral here in Washington. This is a service. The President and the White House handed tickets out. So this is an invitation-only service, but we are seeing the leadership of the government of the United States and others in the administration, and you're now watching a procession of people who were handpicked. This is Mayor Anthony Williams of Washington coming in. Now, Leon, back to you in Atlanta.
All right, thank you, Judy. As you're speaking now, we're now watching a man who just passed the mantle of the Joint Chiefs, General Hugh Shelton. There you see Senator Lott now just leaving there. We just saw him at the Capitol just a few minutes ago, so he's just now making his way into the National Cathedral. That invitation-only crowd there beginning to assemble for that ceremony. We'll be going there live once that ceremony gets underway. We'll have live coverage of it right here. We expect it to begin in about 20 minutes from now, so please stay with us. But for now, let's go up to Paula in New York. Paula?
Thanks, Leon. We're going to stay on these pictures to give our audience a chance to continue to see folks filed into this very important prayer service that, as you said, will get started in about 20 minutes. Services like this will be held across the country. If you're outside, you should hear church bells ringing from coast to coast. Many employers encouraging, as per the President's request, that they be allowed to go to their normal places of worship and pray for this recovery of our nation. And as you watch these pictures, I wanted to bring you up to date on what new information we have from New York. The FAA has just told us that all New York airports are open again. Now, when President Bush arrives here later this afternoon, some of that traffic may be slowed down or diverted from the New York area, but that remains to be seen. Obviously, security will be very, very tight when the President comes later this afternoon. The other thing that is being talked about now is that Justice Department officials are disputing reports of people with weapons and group arrests because of some of the incidents at New York's Kennedy and LaGuardia airports yesterday. We now have Mindy Tucker of the Justice Department saying only one person was arrested for allegedly trying to present a bogus pilot's ID card at the airport. That suspect is now being held by New York City police. Tucker denied that others carrying knives or other weapons had been arrested. You see Alan Greenspan now and Andrea Mitchell entering the service. Just one quick note about the cleanup effort underway is that the rain continues to fall here in New York City, complicating the cleanup effort. We're going to go to Martin Savage, who is as close as you can get to ground zero, with more on the impact that this weather is having. Martin?
Well, Paula, we are at the intersection of Reed and Greenwich, which is an area that's located about 3.5 blocks north of the World Trade Center site. It's one of the major checkpoints that has been set up to allow emergency crews to come and go. We've noticed over the past hours the increasing security. In fact, Right now, we're being asked by members of the military police of the National Guard to relocate. Obviously, the beefed-up presence in anticipation of the presidential visit that is expected to come to the site. But you're right, it is the weather that has been the biggest problem so far. The rain has let up. That's good news. The bad news is that the wind continues to blow, and in fact, at times is quite gusty, especially through the side streets and roadways in downtown Manhattan here. A problem for a number of buildings that are said to be on shaky ground. A great concern for the volunteers that are in there still trying to look for survivors. I'm joined right now by two of those volunteers, actually, and they are Brad Bradley and also Mike Trevino. Thank you both for being with us. Now, you were in there when the weather was bad this morning. What has the impact been for the job you're trying to do?
It makes it, as a volunteer, it makes it a lot more difficult to shovel the materials. We're trying to bucket brigade the materials away from the structural steel at the base. There are iron workers working there with cranes that will pull the big pieces away, but all the small materials have to be virtually handled by hand.
So this is literally trying to dig through two twin towers by hand that you're doing?
Absolutely.
Yes. And what is the difficulty when you have the rain? Is it slippery? Is it treacherous?
It does make it more slippery. It does make it somewhat treacherous, but as crazy as it may seem, and as much chaos as there may seem to be there, everyone's actually working in an orderly fashion, setting up basically marshalling lines, bucket brigades, bringing it through, and it's actually pretty safe.
Human chains.
This is a human chains. It's incredible because basically it's come down to every individual working together as a group and basically saying, to hell with it, we're going to clean this up, we're going to get the people, and we're going to do whatever we can.
When you were down there, when you were in the pit sometimes, as they describe it, do you ever stand there and say it is just impossible to think that there could be someone alive, or what moves you?
I travel that route every day, or I used to travel that route from the PATH train. And my belief is there are probably places in the lower cellar areas where there may still be people, and they may be well protected down there. I really believe there's a way to get into it, maybe from subway tunnels, I don't know. But I still believe there are people there.
You save one family, you save one person, you save an entire family. You save, hundreds maybe just by saving one, just to give people hope.
Why did you come down? Why did you feel you had to be a part of this?
Because we witnessed it.
We saw the whole thing. We're 10 blocks north of here on a construction site. We saw both planes hit, and it's something I'll never forget. And like we were looking at the flag up at the top of the building up there, I saw a guy on the top of the number 1 tower waving, and it told me, here's a guy that's up there that has faith, has hope, that somebody's going to come and rescue him. And it gave me hope. The guy didn't make it, but he had hope, and it gave me hope. And I really think, we're doing the right thing.
Thank you both. We appreciate your efforts and talking with us today. The spirit of the volunteers and the flags that fly above them, inspiring them, and of course the lives that they hope to save. Paula, back to you.
Thanks so much, Martin. As you were talking, that was Dennis Hastert that was just entering the services, and you're reminded of how the nation's most powerful leaders will be gathered in prayer in just about 15 minutes or now at the National Cathedral. Right now I wanted to check in with Dick Armey there. Before we do that, let's check in with Jeff Flock, who joins us from Iowa to give us an idea how the rest of America is going to spend its day of remembrance. Jeff?
Indeed, Paula, in a cornfield here on the edge of Dyersville, Iowa, with a group of farmers that have gathered out here to take a look at the seed for next year's crop. But I want to survey their spirit this morning. How is your spirit, Gary, this morning?
I think we're all grief-stricken with the tragedy that happened, but I feel there's a lot of support behind the way people are handling it.
You folks are a long way from New York and Washington, but you feel part of this as well, don't you?
Well, of course we do, because even though we're out here in Iowa, what they hit was the World Trade Center, and we do a lot of exporting from Iowa.
You guys are all businessmen. You're farmers, but businessmen too. Are you worried about the impact this tragedy will have on this nation's economy as we go forward?
It could have some impact, but I think if we hold the line and use some common sense, I think we'll work ourselves through this.
Where do we go from here? What does the U.S. do? We talked a lot about your anger. What do you do with that anger?
The government has to research this, find all the facts, find out who did this, and then have a well laid out plan to react accordingly. I think that's what the people want in this country. It might take some time to do this, but a well thought out plan is necessary.
You all, as we talked earlier, God-fearing people. If you were in the National Cathedral on this day, what would you pray for? What do you pray for as you go home?
We keep the people who were killed, their families, and all the rescue workers in our thoughts and prayers. Our hearts certainly go out to them.
What about your own future?
I have no problems. Those people are the ones who have problems today.
Gentlemen, I appreciate it. Thank you. I know this affects everyone in this nation, and we appreciate you sharing your thoughts with us this day here in a cornfield, Dyersville, Iowa, Paula, as the whole nation unites in some way. Back to you.
Thanks, Jeff. I thought I would call attention as we continue to look at a picture of our former presidents and first ladies to share with you an email that a lot of people are getting across the country, support being encouraged over the internet. The statement that's being, I'm told, circulated among many, many people says, please pass this along. Friday night at 7 p.m., step out of your door, stop your car, or step out of your establishment and light a candle. We will show the world that Americans are strong and united together against terrorism. Please pass this along. Right now we're going to go back to Judy Woodruff, who is standing outside the cathedral here just about 10 minutes before the service gets underway. Hi, Judy.
Hi, Paula. As I was saying a minute ago, the weather has just completely turned for the worse in Washington, but it is appropriate for the mood in this city at this moment when everyone has come together. Both political parties. You've been watching the pictures as we have. Republicans, Trent Lott, House Speaker Dennis Hastert joining together with Democrats, former President Jimmy Carter. Political party doesn't matter today. We're waiting for this national prayer service to get underway at the cathedral in about half an hour. And we want to talk right now with Bill Bennett, who has become a leading voice in this country on what it means to be an American and the values that this country cherishes. Of course, Bill Bennett, familiar to so many as a former education secretary, former drug czar. Bill Bennett, when I talked to you the other day, you said this is a moment of clarity, moral clarity. What did you mean by that?
Well, I think anybody who's been watching, Judy, just saw it. That farmer that Jeff Flock just interviewed in the fields of Iowa, when Jeff Flock said, "What about you?" he said, "I have no problems." Things that were large before, things that were problems before are not now in the hearts and minds of many Americans, because things have been put in perspective. We now are taking, I think, acknowledgement of what's most important, and I think the lives of Americans are being changed, and the best of us is coming to the surface.
How do you go about, and I asked Reverend Franklin Graham this a little while ago, how do you go about explaining to Americans how something like this could happen?
Well, I think you do it at a number of levels. First of all, I think throughout this, Judy, on a lot of levels, on a lot of points, we're going to go through what we might call a great relearning. We're going to have to relearn things that perhaps we forgot. First, you explain that it is a dangerous world. Second, you explain that there is such a thing as good and such a thing as evil, and that we saw them on display on Tuesday. Third, you explain that the United States, although we have had a tremendous 10 years virtually living in a bubble of peace and prosperity, that bubble's burst, it's over. And it is now a dangerous world in a way that a lot of people, I think, have forgotten. It also means specific questions, Judy. It means looking at our intelligence capability and whether we did things that perhaps were unwise. It means looking at policy toward governments, our reaction to past actions of terrorism. So it's both at the general level and at the specific level that your question should be answered. But I guess what I'd say in general is we have to relearn a lot of things. And I'd sum it up by saying it's a dangerous place. The United States is a country hated by a lot of people in the world, and we must never lose our vigilance, and we must pay much attention to our defenses, to our intelligence, and to our capabilities. This isn't the end of terrorism. This is the beginning. We may see more, and the moment of moral clarity is certainly here. Our task is to make sure that that moment extends through minutes, hours, days, weeks, months, and maybe years.
And just finally, Bill Bennett, as we watch members of Congress pouring into the National Cathedral, others in the Bush administration, what message of comfort can Americans take away from a service like this one?
I think, Justice Douglas, the great Justice of the Supreme Court, said we are a religious people whose institutions presuppose the existence of a supreme being. And I think the comfort is that God is with us, and that in these moments, in these trials, in these tribulations, as is said in the Lincoln Memorial, where some of us walked this morning for some comfort, we can take refuge in the Almighty and in the blessings that He has provided. And with that, then, firm resolve, firm resolve. We pray today, we fight tomorrow.
Bill Bennett joining us from our Washington studio. We're about 25 minutes away from this prayer service. Darren Kagan in Atlanta.
Judy, thank you, and we'll be checking back with you also with the service, and we encourage our viewers to stay with us because, of course, you will be seeing this service live here with us on CNN. Meanwhile, we want to try to get some news in for you because the news does continue to develop, and the story does continue to evolve. We understand that in just the last hour or so, one of the spiritual leaders of the Taliban has spoken out in Afghanistan, and we have our own Nick Robertson, who is standing by in Kabul, Afghanistan. Nick, can you tell us about what this spiritual leader had to say, please?
Absolutely, Darren, and it was a very spiritual message. It was a rallying message in this time of adversity that the Taliban certainly perceive is coming upon them here. He said he addressed himself not only to the people of Afghanistan, but to all Muslims. In his speech, again, he talked about how they believed Osama bin Laden was innocent of what he was being possibly accused of. He also talked about Afghanistan's history. He said in the past we were invaded by the British Empire in the last century. Twice, he said there was no Osama bin Laden at that time and no Taliban. So he said to the people, why did that happen? He talked about the Russian invasion in the 1980s, a 10-year Soviet occupation of Afghanistan. He talked about that. But really, he focused on the spiritual element in the face of adversity. He told the people to have trust in their faith, to have trust in Allah, and if they were good Muslims, they would be very powerful and that they would be strong in this time of adversity. He also went on to say that he wasn't doing this for his own safety and security. He said he didn't mind if he was killed. That wasn't important. What he was doing was telling everyone this for the sake of Islam, not for his own safety. It was very much a rallying speech, and certainly at this time everyone in Afghanistan is very, very apprehensive about what could be coming next, Darren.
Nick, did he mention the United States in that speech?
Yes, he did. Again, talking about the United States and Osama bin Laden's role in the terrorist attack, explaining again how Osama bin Laden couldn't have been involved in it. He said Osama bin Laden was just a poor refugee, one man living in Afghanistan, and what happened in the United States, he said, was far too complex for one man to have organized. This is what the Taliban have been saying for the last several days. Yesterday, they put it in the form that Osama bin Laden couldn't have trained so many pilots. Today, it's been in the form of it was a complex operation using telephones, faxes, etc., communications they say he doesn't have. So very much they're trying to put across the case, and to their own people and to the international community, their case that Osama bin Laden was not involved. And he also addressed Pakistan, a reference to those outside the country trying to influence Afghanistan. He said, if they're not standing here with us in the face of this danger, then how can we take their advice? And this was very clearly aimed at Pakistan, whose ambassadors have been delivering messages, at least one message to our knowledge, to the Taliban.
Nick Robertson in Kabul, Afghanistan. Nick, thank you very much. We hope to have the opportunity to check back with you. Of course, here in the United States, the focus is very much on the picture you're seeing on the right side of your screen, the service that's about to take place in Washington, D.C., much like services that are set to take place all across America. Let's go back to my colleague, Judy Woodruff, who's standing by outside the cathedral. Judy.
Darren, as you can see, this service is getting underway with singing. This is the United States Navy Sea Chanters. And this is part of the prelude to this prayer service that was called yesterday by President Bush when he said today would be a day of national prayer and remembrance. Let's listen now. National prayer service at the National Cathedral here in Washington. President Bush yesterday in this proclamation called on Americans everywhere across the United States to go to their church, their synagogue, their mosque, whatever place of worship they chose, to take time out today to remember the victims of September the 11th. He called for bells to ring. He called for candlelights, candles to be lit tonight. All part of a day long of prayer and remembrance. We've just been listening to the United States Navy Sea Chanters. The cathedral with the Reverend Franklin Graham. You were telling me a moment ago your father, Reverend Billy Graham, is in there. He was asked especially by President Bush to be here, and you were saying this is the first time he's spoken at a service like this since
probably the Oklahoma bombing. He's, of course, has been preaching in his crusades. He has one coming up in Fresno, California, week after next. But I don't believe he's been involved in a public meeting like this. And this is a very it'll be a very difficult and emotional time for him.
We're told, Reverend Graham, this is former President Clinton arriving with his daughter Chelsea, and I believe that is Al Gore, although, no, I'm not sure, with his back to the camera, yes. And as we said to you earlier, we've learned yesterday President Bush called Mr. Gore while he was in Vienna, Austria for a meeting, and asked him to come back to the United States last night, today, to be part of this service. Mr. Gore and his wife Tipper flew across the Atlantic Ocean. They landed in Newfoundland and drove from Newfoundland to Chappaqua, New York, joining up there with former President Clinton, and presumably then they flew down to Washington this morning. Reverend Graham, I'm talking with Franklin Graham. What is your father, what have you and your father said when you talk, what has he said about all this?
Well, of course, my father, like everyone else, is distressed. He's brokenhearted.
I'll be ready in case you
But he is looking at the spiritual. And of course, today he wants he hopes today will be the beginning of healing for this nation, and that people will, their broken hearts will start to mend. And it's going to take a long time. It's not going to happen overnight. We know that. But there needs to be a beginning of healing. And so this is his concern. I had a chance I was with him last night about 11 o'clock. Went to see him before he turned in. And I've just been praying for him that God will give his message tonight, or this morning, power. And that America will listen, and that they'll hear today God's voice, and that they'll turn again to God and seek him as a nation.
Of course, your father has ministered to so many American presidents. We just saw former President George Bush entering the National Cathedral. We know he and your father together, the current President George Bush, and you and your father have been together. What do you say to a political leader at a time like this, when they are seeking some sort of spiritual strength, as they have to make some very tough decisions?
Again, Judy, I'm a minister of the gospel of the Lord Jesus Christ, and to any political leader, whether it's my father or myself, we want to minister God's word to them. We want God to speak to them, and I would want to read Scripture and share Scripture with the presidents, so that they would hear from God and not from man, not from myself, but you want them to hear from God in a time like this. And it's important that we read God's word. God's word has power. It's a living word. And as we read God's word, he speaks to our hearts. And we need our hearts spoken to today.
I hear you saying this, Reverend Graham, and yet we know the people who were behind this presumably have a God that they believe in as well.
They do.
And they would say, well, our God tells us something different.
Yeah, that's no question. Listen, there are lots of gods in this world, and there's many religions in this world, and I'm aware of that. But as a minister of the gospel of Jesus Christ, I look at God's word, the Bible, and I believe that to be his word. And there are people who will say there are all kinds of roads to God and all kinds of roads to heaven. You can have your road and someone else can have their road. But Jesus said, I'm the way, the truth, and the life. No man comes unto the Father but by me. The Bible says that God so loved the world, that's you and me, Judy, that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believes in him shouldn't perish but have everlasting life. All of us, Judy, we're going the same direction. All of us are going to face death one day, and we as a nation and as a people individually, we need to be ready and prepared to stand before Almighty God and give him an account. We never know when our life is going to come to an end. And those thousands of people on Tuesday morning did not know that their life was going to come to an end within minutes. And we need to be prepared. And I hope that many of those people were prepared. All of them were prepared, but I don't know. But that's a question we have to answer for ourselves individually in our hearts. Do we know God? Do we know his Son, Jesus Christ? Have we confessed our sins to him?
These are pictures of the United States Capitol, the flag flying at half-staff as it has ever since Tuesday. Many of the leaders who normally would be working in that building or very close to it are gathered several miles north of the Capitol right now, northwest Washington, at the National Cathedral. We've seen former presidents, every former living president other than President Ronald Reagan, who of course is at home and in California. But we've seen former President Carter, Ford. We also saw the first President Bush, now President Clinton. And we assume that President Bush will be arriving any minute now. The families, you know, we've been watching these families, Reverend Graham, on television the last few days in New York. People wandering the streets of New York, going from hospital to hospital, looking for some sign of hope that someone is alive. This is just wrenching for most of us to watch.
It's wrenching, Judy, and the Billy Graham Association and Samaritan's Purse, the relief organization I represent, we're sending teams of ministers to New York just to be on the street, just to love the people, just to pray with them, to comfort them, to help them. We're going to be up there for weeks. And as long as there's people out there on the street holding up those pictures, looking for a loved one, looking for a friend, we're going to be there just to give them a little bit of comfort and share God's word with them. This is a time where we need to take time with each other. And you see on the streets up there, you see African Americans, Americans, white Americans, but people from all races on the street helping one another. This is going to unite this country and pull this country together. And the terrorists thought this would weaken America and that this would break our resolve. It's going to do the exact opposite. It's going to bring this country together in a way that we haven't seen since Pearl Harbor, and maybe even more than that. This is a wonderful opportunity for America to come together and to work together and to be united and fight the enemy and defeat the enemy.
Having said that, Reverend Franklin Graham, and we're watching the Cathedral Boy and Girl Choristers come in, where they will sing. How do Americans keep, though, from targeting their anger on those who may look Arab Americans and others?
We have to be careful with that.
How do you make sure that you're not misdirecting?
No, and that's very
anger.
easy to do, and I know that's happened. There's been on the media reports already of mosques that have been attacked and threats against different Muslim people. Most Muslims are totally against what we have seen here. It's just fanatics. And you cannot broad brush and say this is representative of Islam. It's not. Just like white separatists are not representative of Christians. And so this is a segment of religion, of the Islamic faith that goes outside the bounds of the Quran and that supports murder, supports terrorism. And this is the group of people we're going to have to defend against as a nation. We're going to have to go after them, and it's going to take months, maybe years. And we're going to have to declare war maybe on some of these nations that have been backing them and supporting them. And there are quite a few out there that have been backing these groups. I've been to most of these countries. I have seen these people, and I hope the United States this time will take it seriously. When the Cole was bombed, nothing was done. When Pan Am 103,
USS Cole,
yes,
right.
when Pan Am 103, we put the Libyan agents on trial. These are agents of Libya. Why did we ignore Libya? And
why did we?
I don't understand that. That's a mystery to me, that we try agents and not the nation that these agents represent. And then, of course, when the embassies were bombed, we lobbed a few missiles and blew up an aspirin factory.
That's right.
But we did nothing to continue and sustain our attack on the enemy. We just, I don't understand it. But I believe President Bush does understand. And he is a man who's going to take some decisive action.
Well, there were those who said it would take something horrible for this country to come together and to understand what the threat of terrorism is all about. And we're now looking at President Bush and Mrs. Laura Bush entering the National Cathedral.
God bless him.
Here in Washington. But there were those, Reverend Graham, who said it was going to take something really just unimaginable for Americans to realize and take seriously the threat. And that's what's happened.
That's what's happened. It's happened. Never before, Judy, can I remember where the nation has come together like this. You have not only all of our
not
presidents.
Since World War II,
no,
is that what?
I don't think so. Yeah. In my lifetime, I've never seen a country like this come together. And churches have come together. People of different faiths have come together. And in this service today, when you look at the programs you have in your lap, there's a lot of scripture, a lot of God's word.
There is. This is the Cathedral Boy and Girl Choristers singing. We'll shortly see a presentation of colors. We will hear from the soprano Denise Graves a little bit later. And Reverend Graham, your father, Reverend Billy Graham, will be speaking.
He will.
Have you talked to him about what he wanted to say today?
I went a little bit. he was still working on his message last night. Of course, he realizes the importance of this day, and he has not been in good health in recent months. But
I wanted to ask you, how is he doing?
He's doing much better. He really is. My mother's doing better, and so he's. When the president called and asked, he accepted it without hesitation. He knew this is something he had to do, and I'm glad he's here. I'm glad for America that he's here, because he is seen by so many people as America's pastor. I mean, he needs to be here, and so it'll bring a lot of comfort, I believe, to many people just to see him here today.
We are just 5 minutes away from just a few minutes away from the beginning of this service, a prayer service at the National Cathedral in Washington, a service called by President Bush to symbolize today a national day of prayer and remembrance for the victims of the terror attacks on September 11th, just 4 days ago. It seems like 100 years ago in many ways, Reverend Graham, but because so much has changed in our country since then.
It has changed, but the change that I see, Judy, is the spiritual change, what we're seeing right here today. America coming seeking God. This is the strength of America. Our nation was built on faith in God and our faith in His Son, Jesus Christ. That's the foundations of this nation. And we have gotten away from that. And now America's coming back.
The President today called on Americans to go to the place of worship of their choosing. He said, go to your church, your synagogue, your mosque, whatever place you choose. And he called on employers to let people have time off to do that. We're told in just a few minutes the New York Stock Exchange will ring a bell to observe the National Day of Prayer and Remembrance, and the President has called on churches all over the country to ring bells. We do not see Vice President Dick Cheney. I believe, we know that yesterday it was reported he had been remaining at Camp David, and it's my understanding that he's still there. But he is not, we haven't seen him here today. It's part of a security step taken by the White House after more threats on the White House.
Judy, it seems as though everyone is in place, but the ministers will be officiating. They have not yet come in. And they're still waiting for someone.
I believe that's Health and Human Services Secretary Tommy Thompson. This is pretty much the entire cabinet of President Bush. As Reverend Graham and I were watching the presentation of colors representing all the branches of the armed services in the United States, the sun is beginning to come out here. So
the skies
God
are
is watching over this all.
The skies are clearing, Judy.
Okay,
As we pray for the victims, we need to be praying today for our military. So many of these young men and women will be required to put their life on the line for this nation and for our freedom. And we need to remember them and their families and their loved ones and the job that they have to do in front of them.
So many of them already called to sacrifice after the plane that went into the Pentagon on Tuesday, but you are right. Given the fact that the government is, the president now seriously considering military action. Unbelievable, look at this. Would you look how blue the sky is right there?
Isn't that something?
It's extraordinary. Just at noon, exactly.
It is. Basically the colors.
the New York Stock Exchange ringing its commemorative bell in observance of today, the National Day of Prayer and Remembrance for the victims of September 11th. On the left side of your screen, the New York Stock Exchange. On the right side of your screen, the National Cathedral in Washington, where President Bush, former Presidents Clinton, Bush, Carter, and Ford have gathered with so many other leaders of the Congress, the administration, in a prayer service on this National Day of Prayer.
Please be seated. President Bush, all of you who have come here this day, we want you to know that we are grateful that you have called for this service and that you have brought people to this cathedral church where people of many faiths have gathered to say to this nation and to the world that those who lost their lives, innocent lives, unspeakable tragedy, and the violence that has been committed to this nation, that those of us who are gathered here, Muslim, Jew, Christian, Sikh, Buddhist, Hindu, all people of faith, want to say to this nation and to the world that love is stronger than hate, and that love lived out in justice will in the end prevail. So we are grateful that you have come here this day, and we want you to know as you gather that this is indeed a house of prayer for all people. So we hope that you will let this be a container for your grief. But in addition to that, we want you to know that the light that burns here, the light of love, the light of justice, the light of hope, shines brighter than any light in the world. So come often, pray to God here, and let us be united that we will make that message of love the message that the world needs to hear in this time of great tragedy. President Bush has asked that later in this service there will be an offering for those organizations and institutions that are reaching out to those lives who have been rent apart by this tragedy. So I'm not ashamed to say to you today, be generous in that, because there are many who will need our care in the days ahead. Thank you, Mr. President, and welcome to all of you to the Cathedral Church of St. Peter and Paul, the National Cathedral, and most importantly, a house of prayer for all people.
When ancient Israel suffered the excruciating pain and tragedy of militant aggression and destruction, God said to them through the prophet Jeremiah, "A voice is heard in Ramah, lamenting and bitter weeping. Rachel is weeping for her children, and she refuses to be comforted because they are no more." Today we gather to be reassured that God hears the lamenting and bitter weeping of Mother America, because so many of her children are no more. Let us now seek that assurance in prayer for the healing of our grief-stricken hearts, for the souls and sacred memory of those who have been lost. Let us also pray for divine wisdom as our leaders consider the necessary actions for national security. Wisdom of the grace of God, that as we act, we not become the evil we deplore. Let us stand and pray together. God of Abraham, Mohammed, and Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, we are today a people of heavy and distraught hearts. The evil hand of hate and cowardly aggression, which has devastated the innocent in many other lands, has visited America this week, and too many of her children are no more. But we know you are not the God of hate or cowardice, but of courage and of justice. So we gather this day asking that you provide us healing as a nation. Heal our grief, soothe our suffering hearts, save us from blind vengeance, from random prejudice, and from crippling fear. Guide our leaders, especially George, our president. Let the deep faith that he and they share guide them in the momentous decisions they must make for our national security. We also thank you for the courage of flight crews and passengers in the face of certain death. We thank you for brave volunteers, police, and emergency workers who labor tirelessly even as we pray. We thank you for the outpouring of generosity by businesses, unions, agencies, spiritual communities, and individual citizens. Yes, Lord, your Spirit is at work. So grant us wisdom, grant us courage, grant us peace for the facing of this hour. Amen.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على جميع الأنبياء والمرسلين. In the name of God, the most merciful, the compassionate, Lord, you said, and your words are true, if any do seek for glory and power, to God belong all glory and power. To him mount up all words of purity. He exalts all righteous deeds, but those that lay the plots of evil, for them is a penalty terrible, and the plotting of such shall not abide. Goodness and evil are not equal. Repel the evil with the good. Then will he between whom and you was hatred become as it were your friend and intimate. But no one will be granted such goodness except those who exercise patience and restraint. None but persons of the greatest good fortune. We turn to you, our Lord, at this time of pain and grief in our nation. We see the evil of destruction and the suffering of the many of our people before our eyes. with broken and humble hearts, and with tears in our eyes, we turn to you, our Lord, to give us comfort. Help us in our distress. Keep us together as people of diverse faiths, colors, and races. Keep our country strong for the sake of the good and righteousness. And protect us, our Lord, from all evil. Amen.
The author of the Book of Lamentations wrote his poem after he saw the dreadful destruction of his beloved city of Jerusalem. But he did not only lament, he also spoke words of faith and hope for restoration. As we read these lines, we as Americans reaffirm our faith and our hope that security and peace will be fully restored in our country. The steadfast love of the Lord never ceases. His mercies never come to an end. They are new every morning. Great is thy faithfulness. The Lord is my portion, says my soul. Therefore I will hope in him. The Lord is good to those who wait for him, to the soul that seeks him. It is good that one should wait quietly for the salvation of the Lord. For the Lord will not cast off forever, but though he cause grief, he will have compassion according to the abundance of his steadfast love. For he does not willingly afflict or grieve anyone.